Oh, thank you. Okay, has everyone had a chance to look at the agenda? And if so, motion to approve it.
Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Second.
Motion made by Mac, seconded by Doug. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Request approval of the prior meeting minutes.
So moved.
Move in second. All in favor? Aye. Up next, Mr. Pape.
Good.
Good morning.
You guys have my activity list.
Would you push that closer to you, please? Thank you.
Activity list. Questions on what we're doing? We're blading, cleaning cattle guards. Just trying to.
How'd your project go with that little machine yesterday? That didn't look like it worked too well. But
It actually is working really well, but that's the guy I had running it. It was ice, so we got into the ice, and it bucked him, kind of threw him into the container, and broke his arm.
oh,
So yes, we had to deal with that yesterday. So, but yeah,
Is he okay?
he's got to go, and I don't think he'll have to have surgery, but it's a bad break, so he'll be out for 8 to 12 weeks. But
oh man.
yeah, just. But we're getting it. It
Okay.
is working.
I figured there would be some muddy and clay. That thing would just spin, wouldn't dig
Yeah.
anything.
No, he was trying to get under that ice, and it kind of threw him up in the thing, and it threw him up against it, and he couldn't get it shut down, so it kind of drug him through on top there.
Could you kind of put your mic
Had
on?
his arm caught between the machine and everything, so broke his arm pretty bad. But other than that, and then with the weather today, we're kind of letting it dry a little bit. But Paulin wasn't going to turn water on until like this weekend, so it's doing better than I really thought it was going to do. Just on that one north side where the ice is. It wasn't nice with Any questions?
No, sir.
Okay. I got a bunch of stuff here. So the bar cross, they're wanting to put like they had back in the day on that Willow Creek Road, they had an archway, big archway. And then of course it rotted out and fell down. So they're wanting to put another archway up. I've read through all this and everything. I don't see any problem with it. I know Mike's kind of representing Bar Cross, but he can fill you in on it. It doesn't really affect anything else. It'll have a guard in it, but I just wanted enough room and a gate so we can get cars around it when we got to clean it. Like the kitchen road, we have an archway there. There's other roads we have archways on, so I don't really have a problem with the archway. And they're making it way big and tall, so anything can get under it and through it. I don't see a problem, but they did a whole agreement. So you guys can look at it. We'll just have to sign it.
That's right off the main highway, not
Yeah.
down at their driveway.
Yeah, right off.
Was this prepared by Clayton?
No, it was
prepared by the Bar Cross.
Okay, I'll set this aside and have Clayton review it and
Okay.
then respond accordingly.
You bet. There's also an easement in here to the county that is part of the agreement.
I did see that.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
I'll just give that to you for now.
Remind me.
Okay.
And then Second, I got, I made copies so you can see Miles Andersen with the Game and Fish. Called me and I didn't see a problem with this, but I told him that I would, they got money, and up here at the shooting range on the industrial, they want to put power in and they'll pay for it. And they want to do a little bit of work on some of the targets and stuff like that. I didn't see a problem, but I told them that was your guys' decision.
Thank you.
This,
Okay, I'll pass this to County Attorney Melinkovich for,
look at that.
yes, thank you.
Then we got this one. Jim Mitchell has. This is for trying to get an emergency exit up at the rodeo grounds. And Jim can kind of. He's trying to put in for a grant that's got to be in by the end of the month, so he's trying to get some. So what this is, everybody got one? Mm-hmm. Excellent. What this is the asking for, at the urging of Commissioner Vickery, asking for an emergency ingress, egress for emergency vehicles into the rodeo grounds. This is pretty much what was sent to state, Wyoming Office of Homeland Security, and then that was forwarded to FEMA Region 8 out of Denver, and they deemed it a viable project. Took 3 weeks to make that decision, but then we got that back last week. I've met with State Department, our State Office of Homeland Security, to see what the grant application looks like, and we would need to do a benefit cost analysis. That's spoke in depth with Billy Pape about what it would cost to do this correctly from engineering and everything, and it looks like it's going to be once we figure a cost and apply, it's a competitive grant, but it's right in that money frame that the FEMA looks at. So we're under $1 million, probably give or take a little bit, 500,000, Mr. Pape? Yeah,
Just-
probably
Probably
less.
shy of that.
Yeah.
But, and that's exactly what they're thinking. We would have to come up with 25% of the match, and that would be in-kind work from Road and Bridge doing the work. So we haven't put a hard pencil to this because we haven't had approval from chairman in the commission to move forward. And with that, we would spend money. It would come out in chunks of reimbursements as money spent, and the total 75-25 would take care of the project. With us being responsible, us, the county, being responsible for 25%. So if it was a $400,000 project, it might cost us $100,000. But in-kind stuff, fuel, manpower, equipment, engineering, any of that would be on our site.
And that would be associated with the 25%?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Match. So I'm asking, what do we do to move forward if we move forward?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
this easement, there's no private ground you have to get across. There's an easement there already that, or is there any private issues that will create a problem?
Commissioner Bradley, I did briefly look at this, and there is the county road goes right to the rodeo grounds property, and then it gets on rodeo property. So
that yellow line is a current county road.
it is.
So what's the the big cost of upgrading? What's the half?
It's got to cross the lead ditch. It's about 14 foot wide right there.
So the bulk of the money is going to be
Yep.
spent in a bridge.
Box culvert.
So where's this easement located on this map? This is the current ingress. Oh, thank you, I missed that.
CB lane.
Thank you. Yeah.
Billy lives on the street.
Well, I've been up there when there's fires bearing down and there needs to be something done there. I certainly think this is a good project.
What we're finding is during, especially rendezvous rodeos, is people are backed up all the way to Ridley's trying to get in. And if we needed to get a fire truck, ambulance, or law enforcement up there, we don't have access. So that's what we're. I think this has been talked about for years. Commissioner Victor?
Well, yeah, it has been, but
Sorry.
never to the degree of the expense that I'm hearing bandied around here. That seems like a lot to cross that ditch. And especially where it's just going to be under emergency circumstances.
Well, I think
The thing with, sorry, Jim, when you go through these grants like this, they're gonna make sure it doesn't matter if it's limited or whatever, they're gonna require you to put it to federal spec. So, I mean, that's why you're gonna, we'll have to have engineering and they'll kind of dictate to us what we have to put in there.
so. What I've been learning through talking to other emergency management coordinators in the state, when this money comes from FMAG money through the fires last year, fire management assistant grant, and then we are a county that didn't have fire and didn't have damage. So there's money set aside for that. So we would be competing with the rest of the counties that have projects, and there's not that many. But it would be a competitive process. We need to have the bulk of the application done by the end of May, and then that goes through Homeland Security for review, and then it goes to.
Back up, I've been reading instead of listening, but
No, that's right.
the 25% match. So we're at 125,000, but that can be considered with road and bridges work. So
Anything that we do.
out of money,
Yes.
out of pocket money is nothing basically other than our time and material.
I think there would be a little bit because somebody would have to pay Mike.
What?
But
Engineering.
yeah, but I can't see that being a great expense. It looks pretty straightforward to me.
Yeah, it's really straightforward. The bulk of the money is going to be in the box culvert. And we have designed these in other places on the lead ditch, and whatever we bring forward just needs to be approved by the Pine Creek Ditch Association. In the past, the full box culverts, so we could look at aluminum or concrete.
So the one you're putting on South Piney, you've got estimated at 250,000. And I think that flows more water than this up here.
Yeah,
So where's the other 250?
it also has to do with the span. And I have been working on that one exactly, Max. So I would say that 500 is definitely way more. Yeah. One thing that you always get into is looking at what specifications. So you need to look into the grant, what kind of specifications we need to meet. Obviously, it'll be like an HS20, so we can handle whatever weights you take over it. So other than that, there's not a lot of road work.
Yeah, I think we plan for the biggest fire truck, and then if it handles that, then we're good to go.
And myself, I think it's worth applying for.
And then the commitment from the county also to manage the grant, which would I think be minimal, because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. We did it for Hopeback Ranches after the fire. After the Roosevelt fire, they had 537,000, and it was managed through the county clerk system.
So,
Jared-
Mr. Chairman,
Jared wasn't there yet.
Billy, are the,
So-
and
I don't want to put a damper on this at all, but the costs to me are exorbitant. And the reason I say that is because I was told there's a bridge available that would be more than adequate to span that thing and put a couple of abutments if it had to be on either side of the ditch or someplace out even past the ditch for maybe a tenth of what we're talking here. So I would like to explore that. I mean, we've not had it up there for quite a little while, and I think to explore that bridge system would be advantageous to everyone concerned for a moment.
I think, Chairman, Commissioner, Vickery, I think the thing that holds us up
Would you talk in the mic,
is the
please?
specifications.
Mr.
And
Mitchell?
somebody would have to certify that bridge.
Mr. Mitchell, would you talk in the mic, please?
I'm sorry, somebody
Thank
would
you.
have to certify that bridge, and that, I think that would run us out of competition or even getting the application approved.
But if we move totally away from the grant and just put this bridge out on our own,
And if somebody would certify it to get a fire truck across it, I think that would be the benefit. That I couldn't argue against that, but I don't know who's going to certify that bridge.
I'll bet you there's somebody pretty close that could come in and check it out. I'm not, like I say, I'm not trying to put a damper on it, but my goodness, these box culverts and that kind of stuff, we're talking about usage maybe once every 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't know that. Maybe it gets used twice a year. And the big events up there, obviously, are Rendezvous. The rodeo's over the 3 days there, and Rendezvous itself. And other than that, there's not a lot of high usages up there. So I think, in my mind at least, here again, I mean, the quandary of saying, yeah, we need it, but I'm not sure we need it to that degree as far as the costs go, without exploring another avenue and seeing if the bridge, and I understand that, yes, it would have to be certified to accept whatever we needed to go across there with, but sometimes taking a little bit of time is better than rushing into things.
so what are your engineering estimates? I mean, if we were to commit to this, apply and get it or don't get it, what are we into the engineering?
The engineering, I mean, is not going to be, it might be, I haven't really looked at it. It's not a big area, permitting. I've just looked at things like permitting and, there's no wetlands. It's not big enough that we'd require a stormwater permit. So, I mean, that end of things, it's not bad. Really, it's just a survey, figuring out, if there's bridges out there that are existing, what are they? What are they made of?
So either avenue would go, we need some engineering done.
I mean, yeah, it sounds to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jim, but there needs to be kind of a plan with a pretty good estimate of the project.
Oh,
to
yeah.
be submitted.
They want line items for expenditures. They want historical stuff, like I talked to Clint Gilchrist already. They want any wildlife considerations. The ditch is dry right now, so there's no water around it. So it's not a full year-round waterway. I spent an hour with Homeland Security going through half the application, page by page. So I don't even know how many pages it is yet. But if this would be a 26 or 27 project during the building year if we started now. So if we put it back and go back, it's going to push us even back. And then we don't know if the money's available, because that's how the mitigation, we have a hazard. We need to mitigate it. This is where that money gets applied. I'm good either way, and that's why I'm here to say how the commission would move forward. Chairman and the commissioners.
So, Jim, based on the estimate, then that goes in for approval, and that happens at what point during the year?
I don't know after the grant. Once state gets it, they have till the middle or towards the end of June to get it to FEMA, and that puts us out of this building cycle. So then,
Because this could be done in the fall.
right. It could be done in the fall, so it could be fall of 26 if we wanted to, but I don't see it being done this year. I think that, to answer your question, Mike, I don't know how that, after it gets sent to Denver, I don't know how the timing works. Oh, or even if they're required, so if something else comes up or we get into fire season and they're busy doing other stuff, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman.
But I can ask.
So the money would be tied up this year, though. If you applied, got it, the reserves that we didn't use, they'd be committed. So in 26, if we had a lot of fire mitigation.
Yeah,
then
they
it's still
want us to give a date. And when I initially looked at the plan and talking with state, I thought January to October of a year to give us time to get the engineering done and get all that done before we move into actually purchasing parts and moving dirt. So give us a window, and that can be any year. So I mean, we can say that's very flexible for us. So when we put in the application, we say that this is our timeline, and we can move it to 27. It's very flexible.
Commissioner Stevens?
Well, it's making it sound like the 4th is not gonna cost us nothing, but it will make a difference whether we hire somebody or, it's the same amount of money. You know what I'm saying? We just may not have to bring the cash out, but he's gonna hire help and equipment, so, it's not like we're getting 25% free.
No,
That's the way,
there's cost.
yeah, we're gonna have to pay
Wages.
it one way or the other.
Wages and fuel and time. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so who's gonna determine when that's gonna be used, and is there somebody gonna be manned there during a event, or who's gonna have the key to that lock on that gate?
I would think that the emergency services would have either a lockbox or some type of thing. That I haven't thought that far, but I would think that it'd be
Yeah.
simple to put a lockbox.
I mean, I'm
in
just
or
curious,
a
we get it,
combination lock.
we can, it's accessible,
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
I don't think it needs to be manned. No.
So, but I mean, it pretty will have to be, because you're gonna have other people wanting to use it, you open the gate, they're gonna go through like a cow. You see an open gate, so, but I don't know, I'm kind of like Doug, I'm kind of astounded at the figures we've come up with here.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you would, please.
Please.
So what about the folks on the lead ditch? Do we need to have some sort of an agreement with them too? Would need to be in place, I would think.
Yeah, generally on similar things, Doug, we reach out to Pine Creek Ditch Association, show them the plans, and then they would approve it internally, and we could get a simple agreement together or whatever that the county would require, just so that it's documented in the file.
So once again, another question. So the property is owned by a nonprofit. So what would they be expected to pony up, so to speak, as far as cash would go? Would they be required to a percentage, say, so to speak?
I think that would be in agreement with you and the Rodeo Association. I wouldn't have a dog in that fight. I can't move forward unless there's permission from the Board of County Commissioners. So I think it would be a good idea to ask them for a percentage. But what that percentage is, I know that they had money set aside and we're going to do it themselves with a bridge that they acquired. And originally, Mike Vickery had told me that there was money set aside and that he thought he could do it for very cheap. But then at your urging, I was asked to research this and get into this. So this is where we're at.
Well,
I think this is a once and done. This is not a constant repair thing, and maintenance costs are going to be way less on this format than if we did something else. I'm not. I don't want to be confrontational. I just want to show that this is what I was asked for. This is my avenue, and this is the process that would happen if we move forward.
Is there a way to come up with good approximations of cost using an existing bridge and then a cost doing it the other method, so we could have a comparison and go from there? Would that be acceptable? Because we don't know the cost that we're talking about today.
no, I certainly don't. All I know is that I was informed, if you would, that there could be a bridge made available that would be adequate for what we're talking about. And honestly, yes, it would need to be certified by someone who could say, yeah, this will hold up a tank or that won't hold up a Volkswagen, something along those lines. So, but, you know, I think it's, and I understand sometimes if you don't jump, you don't make the train, but I think the cost differential from what I'm hearing is worth exploring for a moment just to see, because I understand also if a bridge costs X and it's okay to use it, it meets the criteria. There's also expenses, bringing it up, setting it down, doing whatever you got to do on both ends of the thing to make it. And guardrails, I assume there'd have to be guardrails of some sort on it, whether it's a box culvert or whether it's a bridge.
Chairman, Mr. Vickery, I think that, speaking with Billy, the projects that are in the works now that are comparable, that's that number. We have not looked at this hard because we didn't know if there'd be permission to move forward, to go get hard numbers. We know that every year that we wait on this, prices of material goes up. And everybody knows that. And, you know, I'm sure you've had that explained to everybody before. I think, the availability in the window came quick and it kind of put you guys under a bind on a decision wise, and I understand where you're at, on comparison, but I think if we do a comparison, that kicks us out of this grant cycle. And just understand it. And I think that's totally doable when we can try next year. I don't know what's going to come available next year.
So to get in on this grant cycle, we have to commit to some engineering, which is probably more of a fee than if we engineer a bridge, available bridge.
Yeah, there's a couple things that just come to mind. You know, if this is an emergency access only and it's not meant for the public, we might be able to get away with a narrower section, you know, versus a wider section, what that might entail. You know, I would say really, I would guess we could be somewhere about half of the 500,000, you know, maybe even less than that. It just really depends on what the design constraints, you know, what we need to accomplish with it. And even without doing, you know, a lot of surveying, this wouldn't be a final design, but we could come up with a lot better estimates, you know, in the short term, depending, you know, I'd have to get with Jim and, you know, see what this grant's all about, what we can and can't do, you know, figure out these other bridges and structures, what they are, how wide they are, and if they'd even be usable, you know. So that, I mean, to start with, that would be, and I don't know if that's enough, Jim, for what is required by the end of May, you know, or if it needs to be a final design.
And I would have to get us on a conference call with state. This is my first one. The thing that I'm worried about is if we spend money on engineering before the grant is awarded, if we can't, that we might not be able to use that for match. Because they're very specific on how monies are spent. So that would be my only consideration, that we might lose a little bit, just to find out. And I can find that out today, but I just don't know the answer to that.
I'd like to open it up to public comment. Please state your name.
Aaron C. Hafer, Rio Verde Engineering. It may seem that using an existing bridge may seem like a least cost alternative, but in those situations, by the time you have the existing bridge certified by an engineer that it can carry the load, that's just one part of it. You also got to design abutments, whether that's going to be driven piles or concrete footings. So in the long run, engineering for an existing structure could be double or triple the cost of a precast structure. So I'd just like to throw that out there. I mean, it seems like, yeah, we have this existing bridge, we're just going to set it down on some concrete or some pilings, but in the long run, engineering could be a lot more with the existing structure.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Online comment? Can the individuals online hear reasonably well, or are we having problems there? Okay. Bounce it back to the board. Any further questions?
I'd have one more question, probably
Please.
Carrie. What's the commitment to manage this grant through the clerk's office?
Actually, I believe in the contract for the county administrator, she would be managing that. Also, from a budget perspective, not budgeted for it, and it's not a county project. That's not a private entity.
Thank you. Any directions from
Well, I'm just
Commissioner
like,
Stevens?
some more concrete figures. I mean, it's kind of an open deal from 500,000 to 250,000, and I mean, just like to know a little more information. It's thrown on us today. It's kind of a spur of the moment deal. So, I mean, I'd like a little more input from Billy. How much of that percentage of that work you think you all could do? I mean, not a lot, is there? I don't think it's going to amount to the 120. I think we're going to have to come up with the cash on most of it because the ditch is there.
Yeah, I mean, what's hard with this is like Mike hasn't looked at it, or it's what in the grant, what they expect us to do. I mean, they'll have criteria that we have to follow. So that's why the numbers are so, because we haven't, and he's only got a couple of weeks to get this to see, so you want to figure it high. I wouldn't even think about doing a bridge. I mean, you're going to.
Well, I'm not asking about the
But
bridge. I'm talking about.
I think you're going to have to, you'll have more money in that, and then the maintenance on that bridge and then getting it inspected every year. I'd advise the county stay away from that. But I mean, the Rodeo Association can do it, but I wouldn't. There's a lot to that.
But there's very little that the county has, right? I mean, the fence line there is almost right to the ditch.
Yeah,
So the county has not much even
No.
involved.
no.
So I don't see where they're gonna have a fourth of the money from the counties.
No, you like I said, you whatever they did require us to put in there. If we did a multi-plate or a box culvert, then you're gonna have, you're gonna have to put wing walls, and you're gonna have to build the road across there. Like guardrails, they're all, it's just what they require. Like Mike said, they might not require a lot. We could make it a single lane, and that would be way cheaper. It's just not knowing what they're gonna require from us. It's better to go high than low figures.
So maybe this isn't a consideration, but you live on that road, you think any neighbors there are gonna, when they start seeing that happen, they're gonna ask a lot of questions. You
Oh,
think
yeah.
they'll object to it?
Yeah.
Most of them will, but I know they're.
Oh, yeah, there'll be a lot of people very upset.
Okay, I'm done.
Commissioner White?
I'm good with Mike and Billy taking a look at it and coming back with some options. If we miss the grant deadline, then maybe we see what happens next year. If it looks like there's something we can do, then maybe once you guys look at it and say, yeah, this makes sense, we can get this grant filled out. But take Mike and Billy, having them look at it, look at the grant requirements, and go from there.
Thank you. Commissioner Vickery?
Well, I still think the option, I haven't even seen the bridge. Heck, maybe it's made out of 2x4s. I don't know that. But if it's a steel structure, my guess is it's in pretty good shape, and I don't know that. But I think it's an option. My goodness, we're talking a lot of money. And if it's long enough, I'm telling you, I've put bridges over ditches. Obviously, it's not like this one. But I've never had to do anything. I drive my tractors across it and all that kind of stuff. Just put an approach. Yeah, I know it's different. But it's certainly adequate. But I don't have much expense in it, I can guarantee you that one. This deal up here just, for me personally, I think we heard the 500,000 and Mike brought it back down to maybe half that if we narrowed it up. I'm not sure I'd want to see it narrowed up because then all of a sudden you're really restricting what you can or cannot get across it. So it needs to be whatever the width needs to be to make it adequate. If you had to pass, say an ambulance going one way and a fire truck coming the other or something to that effect. Don't know that occurs, but it could. So I don't think that's what we need to do is squeeze it down, but I do believe we need to do a little bit of cost comparison just to see, because we don't know about what this grant's going to require. And we don't know, at least I don't know what that bridge looks like. I didn't even know where it's at. I know it's in the county. I know it's close. I don't know what it will take to move it. I don't know any of that stuff, including what we're discussing here. So I think what Commissioner White said makes a lot of sense to me. Let's go take a look at it, get some ideas, some cost estimates, and then go from there because it's not going to happen this year anyway. And so that's kind of my take on it. Is it necessary? Only have to use it one time makes it necessary. And we've seen some of those circumstances occur, that can make things life-threatening. But it needs to be done properly, and it needs to be done as financially responsible as we can to make it work. So that's my take on it, is let's get some more information before we jump. And if we miss the time frame for this year, if it ends up being that we can do it from a private standpoint, that might be ultimately the best way to go anyway, if it meets all the criteria that would be necessary. So okay. That's my take on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley?
Well, I'm not against pursuing a grant, but we've got the ditch company that's not represented. We've got the Rodeo Association that's not represented. We really don't have a dog in the fight other than a safety perspective for our county residents. So I agree with us set back and come up with some hard numbers and decide who's going to take them on or what percentage everybody's going to get involved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevens?
That's fine. Same deal. We just don't have any information.
Okay, so if we can gather on the campfire, put together some numbers, take a look at the existing bridge, if it truly exists, if it's 2x4 or steel, or we don't know anything about it, but okay. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good with you, Jim.
I'm sure we're going to spend a little. Oops, sorry, Carrie.
That's all right.
I do also, Eric sent me with the agreement and notice to proceed for the cattle guard project. These just need signed by you, Mr. Bernard. Last page.
Thank you.
When did the game person start that work?
What's that?
When are they starting that?
As soon as they have the notice to proceed, they're going to get going on getting the cattle guard stuff ordered and ready. So it's tight in construction. I'm not sure.
Will they do it with the cattle out on the range, or will they wait till they leave that area?
I don't know the details on that. Sure, find out, figure out what their schedule is, and we can report back to you.
Yeah, I'd certainly make sure they're not going to have an issue with open fence and whatnot, whether that range is being used.
Yeah, and I know Eric's gone through that before on our other cattle guards, so I'm sure we'll be in contact with the lease holders and landowners. So.
Great, thank you.
One thing I was going to talk about is, and I know he's talked to a company, Ty Andersen, up on Pinedale East. He he was willing to give us a little bit of easement for a fence. I had we kind of put together a proposal, but it would have been like, because we'd like to move the road over and do shoulders and stuff. And it was like 20 foot from the existing, then we'd build him a new fence, but he didn't want to do that. He only wants to, there's a swampy area, about halfway down the road, there's a swampy area, and he just wants to give us easement on that part. He only wants to give us 5 feet. So it is what it is. I don't think it's not enough to benefit us building him a new fence. But I told him I know he's talked to you, a couple of you, so I just getting it out there on my part of it, I don't think it justifies us building a new fence for 5 feet, but the other one would have been really beneficial because we could have got the way that road is and the way on one side we have hardly any right of way. And so if we could have got the 20 feet all the way up and down there, then we could have moved the road over and that would have justified building a new fence. And I get it. He's got hay meadow right there and he doesn't want to cut into that hay meadow. But so I told him I'd bring it up. I know I've been asked about it a few times. So.
Any questions?
No, I think if we built the new fence, we're going to be bombarded by people in this county that's going to say.
And in the past, we have done, but they've given us the easement we want to move the road and do stuff. So
but those have been pretty major, like
major
bills and stuff like that. That was a major problem.
This
here.
Yeah.
I mean, my opinion, and I like Ty, but I just don't think this is feasible for.
No, I didn't either.
Okay.
But I'm just the one. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, when I kind of heard about it, I did take a moment and drive up there. And the fence needs some repair work, basically. And if what Billy says is correct, there's no advantage to the county moving out 5 feet. What are you going to do with 5 feet except build a new fence? And I think if the fence, we all in the ag business have fences to maintain. I guess I'll put it like that. And so at some point you just have to do it. And that where it's at is miserable. There's no doubt about that. But it can be, this day and age, you go in there with it. Post 20 foot long, drive it down with one of these pounders and away you go. And so I think we stay away from it. So.
Okay, complete lack of interest on the board's part.
Other than that, we got Aaron with the chip seal.
So what about you? Had something else on it, Mike?
Yeah, I'll let Aaron do his real quick.
On this chip seal, this one's kind of a hard year because it's the majority of this is all the parking lots. And that's crack sealing them, seal coating the ones that need it. And we cut out most all that, so we're just crack sealing and then painting them, doing the handicapped. But it's the parking lots are always inexpensive. I really cut back on pretty much on all the road and bridge roads. I cut way back and just crack sealing and just doing the ones that we desperately need done. I tried to cut as much as I could.
Good morning, Aaron C. Hafer, Rio Verde Engineering. Billy brought me his spring list of county roads and maintenance he felt that was needed. annual maintenance, and then chip sealing. So I put that list together in an estimate. This year, it's proposed to chip seal about 22.3 miles of county road. And then the roads that Billy felt we need to crack seal this year ends up being about 121 miles of road. Keeping up on crack sealing is important. That keeps the water out of subgrades. And of course, those roads, a lot of roads, restriping a lot of road. Total estimate comes into being about 2.8 million this year. So yeah, like Billy said, the parking lots be crack sealed. Those are difficult to estimate because there is a lot of crack sealing to do. And so we looked at previous projects that we've done and how much product we've used. So feel pretty good about the number that we're conservative on that.
Paintings.
Yeah, a lot of striping. Striping is a little bit more in the parking lots, just because it takes longer. And then the roadway striping is they can bring in a larger truck and knock out miles every day.
There was some grants available last year for striping, didn't you?
We did some.
Now that funding's available this year.
Not this year.
Yeah, this is just the yearly annual South County chip seal that the county's been doing.
So this 2.8, I mean, that number seems last year was 2.45.
Yeah, yep. Try to be
So
conservative
that
with our
number is pretty
estimate.
consistent every year with the funding you want to put in, but we're getting less product this year. Is that it?
Well, but
Less miles?
if we, like last year, we didn't do any parking lots. So like and we have to do parking lots we pushed it we try pushing them longer every time we can. And this year it just happens to be this year that they need done in the striping and what was bad is, for so many years, the parking lots like over Rendezvous Point and that, we didn't do so much maintenance. So we've got them in there's a lot of cracks and so we have to seal them more and that to keep them from falling apart. So like this year, what I try to do is I do less on my roads and then I try to just back and forth, but the parking lots there's a lot of parking lots and then doing all the striping and fixing all the bad spots and then crack sealing them. And there's so many cracks. But it's better, what we're doing is making them last. So we're better than, if we had to redo Rendezvous Point, it'd be that much. Yeah, so, it's a big number, I know it is, but what you're saving.
In the parking lots, this year we're just proposing just a crack seal. In 2023, we actually applied a seal, sprayed a coating down on all the asphalt surface, and that penetrated the asphalt. And that's a proprietary product, but it's expensive, and we're hoping to get 3 or 4 years out of that.
We'll see some results. Yeah.
So
it's too early.
yeah, it's doing good. Yeah, it's doing good. So for this year is just maintaining and sealing those cracks that are open up, and that way there's trying to eliminate the water intrusion through cracks. But the actual sealant that was sprayed down in 2023 looks like it's doing pretty good still. So we're hoping to get we've been through 2 winters now on that, and hopefully get another winter or 2 out of it. So,
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple of questions. Okay, so are we still responsible for like the Clayton and the ambulance barn? We talked about this before they were one.
Yeah, well, last time we talked about it, the board then decided to do it, so we did it, so, but that,
But that was kind of in the transition
Yeah.
time.
yeah.
Well, we're now out of the transition.
So, yeah,
time.
so that's totally, we can pull that out of there.
And so what's the church parking lot?
That's right, where the county parks all the, right here. That, by the skate park.
So how much would that amount to? It's like 13,000 square feet of crack seal. What would that amount to?
It just depends on how many cracks they actually seal and the poundage of crack seal. So I don't have those.
So if that's the
down.
case, how do you come up with it? How much you're gonna do when you get out there?
I come up with a full square yardage that was done last time, and then estimate how much poundage of crack seal we're going to need on a square yardage basis. And every parking lot's going to be different. Some asphalt's in better condition than others. Like the church parking lot may be in better condition than Rendezvous Point. We may end up using 100 pounds over there. At Rendezvous Point, we may end up using 2,000 pounds. So it just depends.
So roughly, what do you think 13,000 square feet would be?
I don't have that with. I don't have that in front of me, Dave.
Well, I understand. I
It's
just
just-
rough. That's all I was.
Everyone's different. The hockey rink's going to be less than Rendezvous Point. Hockey rink and Rendezvous Point are the ones that are really need the crack sealing. So, but
So I
this
think my
was the
question
list
is,
that was
right
done last
now,
time.
I'd like to get some answer from everybody if we were gonna do the clinic and the hearing over in Marlton.
I'm good with taking it out.
The Marlton one takes a lot because it's
Yeah,
in bad shape. And so that we gotta knock it down a little bit, compound it,
like it's me, okay?
Yeah,
I mean,
no, I,
yeah.
yeah.
Or can the person put it out to them? I mean, I don't know if they have the
Yeah, we could do a cost
collection
share.
pigtail on cost share somewhere or another, just so it is maintained and taken
Yeah.
care of.
I'd be okay with that, as long as they put their part out. Yeah.
And also the town of Marbleton, I see they're doing a lot of chip sealing this year. I don't know if it was offered to them to pigtail on this or if they know anything about it, but might not hurt to reach out to them and see if they want a pigtail on with something.
The town of Pinedale is pigtailing on to the Sublette County again for some roads they do.
Yeah, there's probably a cost savings there that the town of Marbleton ought to be brought to aware. They may be too far into it to change, but
They may be, yeah.
But yeah, I know town of Pinedale saves a lot of money by piggybacking.
So you know what areas then you want to eliminate
Yeah, I would
from previous projects?
Yeah,
Because,
it would just,
this is all new information. to
oh
me.
yeah, it'd just be the Marlton, clinic.
So taking that one out. Okay.
And then up here, bus, the ambulance barn and then their parking lot.
It's a clinic and ambulance barn
Yeah,
there.
right there.
Okay.
Senior center.
Senior center, I mean, we do that. That's Rendezvous Point, and then the one was it south?
Well, Rendezvous Point's listed down here in senior centers up on top. Is that the one at Marbleton then?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
Do we do the senior center?
we do that one, yeah. And that one takes a lot. That one's but we've got it back to being in pretty good shape.
Then remove the clinic and ambulance barn.
Yes.
So what kind of shape's that one staying in? The Daniel range, did it get much damage, the gun range there?
Yeah, it has a lot of cracks.
Well, I'm not asking, I just don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it cracks a lot because there's so much, just the way it's built over dump. So it, you have a lot, so we have to crack it a lot. Yeah.
freestyle around here is tremendous.
Yes. There's a senior housing down here. Which facility is that?
That would do them.
In Pinedale.
And there's the one here, which is right there at Rendezvous Point, and then we do the one over at the senior in
Okay, thank you.
Arlington too.
So is that Aspen Grove, Billy?
Yes.
Excuse me.
That's Aspen Grove.
Yeah. Yeah. And then we do the fairgrounds, we do there, and then we do, like the landfill area. I mean, we do every parking lot.
The airport up at Marvelton, you do it.
Don't do that, we do the road, we never, that's something that they can piggyback on us.
This will be an upcoming budget item.
Yeah, it's just, we always have to do it early because to get it, and then, we don't pay for it till after, but we have to get it out or they won't get it done.
Thank you.
But from here, we put out a proposal to chip seal contractors.
Thank you.
And we're big enough, normally we only have two, Singer Mountain and H&K, normally the only two that bid on it.
So the mobilization seems like it's always a big number. So how do you come up with a number like that? If you talk to contractors, how do you come up with that? That's $500,000.
Yeah, last year was that much too, Doug. And what I end up doing, usually I look at the total project cost and I subtract the mob out of there. And then I find out what kind of percentage they put in for mob based on just other material and installation costs. And it was running about 25% last year. So
Well,
in previous years, it was a little bit more. So I'm glad to see it came down a little bit last year. But yeah, that's what we put in there.
well, and I know it's necessary. Don't get me wrong there, but I'm going to share a little something with you for a moment. Years ago, I had a guy that I knew very well, and I stand with him in a tractor dealership, and he had called in about some costs, and when he got the bill that showed they had charged him for $15 or $20 worth of telephone calls to order the parts that he was going to pay for. And I kind of agreed with him. What he said was, why are you charging me for the telephone? Because if I hadn't ordered the parts, I'd have went somewhere else. So the mobilization, to me, if they're going to do the job, why are they charging so much to get here to do the job that we're going to pay them for?
The mobilization is a line item in the.
No, I'm not arguing that point. It just seems to me.
Just to tell you, it's a separate line item that we pay out as a percentage of the project as it goes along.
Right, no, I understand that, but they're coming in to do that. See, I guess what I'm saying is, I just put it all in one big number. Don't show me that it's costing me to hire you to come here to do the job that I'm going to pay you for anyway.
I think it's a lack of bidders. That's what it is. Okay. They can do what they want.
Anyway,
Public comment?
Do we need a motion to move forward to put out proposals, Billy, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any further comments, Commissioner White?
No.
Commissioner Stevens? Commissioner Vickery?
yeah, well, it's maintenance. And if you don't do it, then you get yourself in trouble down the road. I do know that. So,
Correct.
yeah, I'd say go forward with it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley?
I think looks good.
I agree. Is there a motion to move forward with this?
Make a motion to allow Bid proposal to be sent out on the chip seal and crack project.
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Mike, you got something else?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So this is kind of just so you guys know where we're going with this, the property that the county purchased over by the hockey rink. This is kind of, I've had a lot of people contact me and want buildings and everything. This just show you guys what this is what we're planning. This is where we're at so far.
Yeah, it's really just a very high level.
Yeah.
Really not much has gone into this other than, you know, approximately where these buildings would be located with parking on that parcel Y. So Billy asked that we just kind of get a general overview just for you to look at. And this kind of dovetails into the services that we proposed off of Jade Street as part of that subdivision project. That's what the rest of it is in there. So I can go over that, but you know, Billy, if you wanted to discuss anything more about kind of going forward with that.
Yeah, this is just what, you know, this is just everybody that's come to me that is wanting something. So we just been trying to put it together and then brought it to you guys to, you know, and I mean, there's no time frame. There's just, this is just where we're at. Had the food basket, you know, we've, our building, like the recycling building was really small here and we keep growing. So, you know, everybody, you know how it is and so them buildings over there, I know search and rescue, it talked about, you know, taking, you know, asking for maybe one of them buildings. Grant at the, you know, we got the parking lot. I know he kind of wants another little building, but I know he's talking about other stuff too. So we do got the parking lot in there. Eventually we'll have to build a maintenance building for the golf course. And then Mike Hand down here, they want to build like a shop with parking. That's just what we've got so far. It's just kind of an outline on this property. So I thought I'd share that with you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have started including these in our capital projects budget. So you'll be seeing them again as we present budget in capital projects.
Thank you for letting me know. Appreciate it.
Billy, was the food basket always in this?
No,
I
they
don't
just,
remember. This was just an add-on?
it's just an add-on. Yeah.
They want a new home?
Yeah. The building they're in is too small for doing everything they're doing.
Can I talk
You
about
go
that?
ahead.
Okay. So the lady at the food basket came to talk to me about getting in touch with Andre about some repairs. And then we started talking about, well, recycle was moving. Is that going to affect them? And it's like, well, it'll affect us a lot because we take things over there. And so I had her get in touch with Billy to see what that would involve if recycle and food basket moved at the same time. And then speaking with Andre too about what could be done with that food basket building. He has, and he can speak to that, lots of plans that he could do with that. So it kind of made sense to include food basket next to recycle because they interchange so much and it's really crowded over there too. So anyway, that's what we'll be presenting during budget, but that's how it ended up.
No, thank you for that clarification.
It was a conversation that led to another conversation that thought it was a good time to look at these things.
And is this a step-by-step process? Are you looking to accomplish everything in a specific time period?
No, I mean, I don't know what everybody's, I mean,
So it could be step-by-step depending on,
yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly.
appreciate that. Is there any action that we need to take in
Yes,
regards?
there will be. So
We're not done?
I included the second 2 pages. As I mentioned in a couple meetings previous to this, we got numbers for the county portion of being able to add services from Jade Street before it's paved. So there's a bid tabulation there, and there's kind of an overview that shows where those services are going to stub out into Entertainment Lane. Basically, you know, if we waited till it was paved and we needed to get into that street, it just costs substantially more at that time. So we got it approved through the town, just stub out, you know, good sized services so that you could take care of sewer and water on your property at some later date. And all you'd have to do is tie in without digging up the street. So those are the numbers that that were part of the subdivision. We just had them break it out for, you know, and specifically what the county required for those services, which is that amount that I showed you there. It's JB's Welding and Excavation. So they are proceeding with the project for the subdivision, which includes services and asphalt, concrete. This basically just deals with the water line and sewer service specific to the county. So I would, and I did kind of run this through Clayton, asked him about the process, and he thought we could just get approval from the board to proceed. And I talked to JB about, you know, payment, and he thought that at the end of construction, when everything was signed off by us and by the town of Pinedale, that you just didn't send one invoice for the full amount or whatever, you know. I mean, it's a pretty tight schedule, so I don't foresee any changes to it. So
there's enough depth on this sewer line and service clear to the west side. You won't have to get into Country Club Lane or any of the other streets.
I mean, depending on the building, we'll have to do that cost comparison. And if we get into this and it makes sense for the county up front to run like a main service line that we can connect all the buildings to, those are going to be some capital, you know, trade-off costs. You know, what's it going to take up front versus long run, instead of just doing, you know, digging out into the street on every building. So I think in the long run, it's definitely something to look at. Obviously, there's been none of that planning done at this point, but it's something for your back pocket, especially when you get down on the south end of the property, if you ever do anything. I also, at Mr. Vickery's request, I reached out to the town about waiving the connection fees. They said they didn't want to make any decision on that until such time we had a plan on what that was going to entail, and that we could approach the town council at that time for waiving a connection fee.
I thought that was part of our agreement for Entertainment Lane to go across there. It wasn't?
We talked about it.
We did talk about it. I don't remember.
Yeah, and I thought it was, but here again, it was probably not written on paper anywhere, so.
I think that was in the agreement, but I guess we'd have to double check.
So I thought
I'll
it was
review.
too, man.
I could review that.
And like this line that'll come across Jade, it's a big line. Maybe, right? I mean,
Well, there's existing water and sewer in Jade's. This is basically because all the flow is going south. We needed to put a manhole in in Jade Street to service the county property. And we take all flow south. You start running into issues running it north just with burial depth. So yeah, the sewer is going to be, we can take it all south and water's not an issue any way you look at it. But since it's open, we can get that serviced from the same location.
Okay. Public comment? Any more questions from the board?
No, I have a comment though. I think that the least expensive thing we've done with this was when we purchased the land. And it would appear to me, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings, at least in the future. An auxiliary parking area. I just made a comment.
It's only on paper and it doesn't have to move any further. But we don't have to pay rent on that land.
Well, I know we've been kind of put under the pressure to do some of this stuff that's ultimately, probably down the road, it might benefit the county, but ultimately it will benefit the town more so than it will the county, and the developer considerably more than it will the county. And I guess it shouldn't be a concern, but down the road it's going to prove to be a big concern, I think. I'd just like to see some numbers before we look at this stuff and say, yeah, let's go. We've got a number here, we've got a number there, but we really don't have anything really solid to base a decision on. That's me. I'll go along with the rest of you guys. Whatever you want to do, I'm fine with.
Well, really all we're talking.
So all we're looking at today is Jim Bob's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that,
41,000.
and because last year we were talking about, so I do have this in I did budget this.
Didn't we budget 30-some thousand?
Like 37, I think, last year. So I do have that in my budget.
Okay, so it's been previously approved?
Wasn't approved, we talked about it.
Okay.
And so I budgeted because
Thank you.
We figured we would do it.
So what's the town's commitment on this project right now? Nothing? Is that what I heard you say?
What the town's commitment, I mean,
To what Jim Bob's gonna do?
well, we've got to meet all the town specs because the
Yeah,
roads.
I understand that part, but from a monetary standpoint, do they commit anything
No.
to it? Do they benefit from it?
Not really. I mean, it's.
Really?
We're just tying on to their system. So they'll make money on connection fees and.
Which we think they're gonna waive. We think.
Yeah, and I'll review that agreement.
Well, I think that needs to be, not we think, but we will. That's what I think.
Okay. Any other comments, statements, entertaining?
Well, I mean, when I look at it, it looks like it's gonna be on the opposite side of the property to really benefit if we start building over there on that side. And then Jade Street's, over here, and we're talking about buildings over here on, Washington Street. So it's just the opposite side of the property, so we're not gonna gain anything. Eventually, we're gonna put it all on the other side.
Well, I mean, in just doing projects similar to this, you would use the entertainment lane as the corridor to get your main up there to service anything you want. It's something.
But I understand, but I mean, I'm saying eventually it's gonna cost a ton to get it over there where we actually are gonna need it if we put those buildings in, because it's the opposite side of the property.
Yeah, and we'll have to look at, cost comparisons to do that, because it's very expensive to cut into those streets that are paved and patch them and get all the curb rebuilt to where I think there'd be a lot of synergy in it just installing one service main. You know, and it really depends on what happens with the property. I mean, this is just a very,
So there's nothing on Washington Street, any kind of utilities?
there's utilities, but we'd have the only properties that we could really service into Washington Street sewer wise is at the very north of the property, because the gradient is falling to the south. We just start running out of cover, you know, by the time we get to the building. So that's why, you know, and we discussed this when I was initially starting on this project, looking at, you know, and for future benefit of the county, it would be nice to have your services there where you didn't have to tear into the street, and it just gives you flexibility whether you tie onto it or not. Definitely when you start on the south end, you'll want to use that of this property. And you can from the north as well. It's just a matter of what, you know, looking at different costs up front with what you want to develop and decide what the best service option is.
And they're gonna pave the street and do sidewalks, and right now it doesn't have any of that, so that's why we're gonna move to get this done, so you don't have to. Or sidewalks, curbs,
Because there's nothing there at all now, right? I mean, it's all gonna be new.
yeah, just
And
dirt.
100 feet over is another street, parallel.
Yeah, it's just that little stretch of dirt.
So how close to those houses is that new street gonna be? Will it be right up to their backyard?
Yep, right to the back line of the property. Yeah, well, the entertainment lane easement.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bradley?
Well, I'm a firm believer that it's gonna be cheaper to put a stub out right now than cut into these streets later. I think the 41,000 is a pretty good investment at this point. If it's in Billy's budget to do.
I agree with the statements. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we move forward with the stub out coming off Gage Street into our property for the amount of $41,766.
You have a motion made. Any second?
I'll say.
You have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, commissioners. Yes, I can.
I think so. Billy's going to direct who's up next,
Yeah,
so.
no, we're good.
And just pass these out. It's a little reminder every once in a while, every few years, of what can and can't spend money on. And it's my job to let you know that. And it makes me the bad guy, but that's my job. Okay. I gave you all my copies, but if you want me to read one out loud, I will for the public. This is Article 16, Section 6 of the Constitution of the State of Wyoming. Regarding loan of credit, donations prohibited, investment of funds, works of internal improvement. Neither the state nor any county, city, township, town, school district, or any other political subdivision shall loan or give its credit or make donations to or in the aid of any individual, association, or corporation except for the necessary support of the poor. So in the past, this board, along with some reluctant approval from the county attorney's office, has, that's how you've authorized supporting senior centers, the preschools, Sublette Center, that we could justify that by saying these people are on the margin of needing some help. So that's how we help them. And that's the only way you can give money to an entity that's not a county department. Okay? So I think we forget that sometimes, and we start thinking about doing good for people and all that. So I just wanted to put that reminder there for you that it is in the Constitution that you cannot give money to entities. or individuals. Okay?
Thank
So,
you.
having said that, I wanted, hoping that Mike could talk to you about the Class 1 application certification that the prior boards had approved about how a road becomes a county road. And after a road becomes a county road, then you can spend money through road and bridge and labor funds, in kind, whatever, for maintenance. So, Mike, if you would go over that a little bit, how that application process works.
Yeah, so I guess just some backstory on this. There was questions about getting county roads accepted back in 2020 or so. So at that time, I did look at the meeting minutes back from April 20th, 21, and this was discussed. It was never officially voted on at the time, but we had developed this Class 1 road prioritization application. So this is basically what gets handed out to anybody interested in, getting a county. So we tried to keep it simple. This was brought in front of the commission at that time, and they said, let's go with it. So the intent was this application be completed by the applicants, submitted back to Billy with all the numbers, and that it would be presented to the commission around budget time to see, where they ranked, if you want to take any, how many you wanted to take, depending on how many applications there were. So that's the application we kind of came up with. At the same time, I basically went through state statute, county guidelines on what the acceptance policy is. And I only made one copy of this, but I could sure email it out to everybody. So I do have the Wyoming state statutes and basically, how the advertisement process goes, kind of starting with this application, running through it on how to create a county road. And that was kind of what we've been, going on over the past several years. I think at this point, Billy, we've taken 3 county roads. Since this, obviously, there's been a lot more applications out there. But there's one of the parts of this application is basically getting it up to a Class 1 road standard. So that it doesn't go back on the county, it's up to the applicants to get a professional engineer to come up with an estimate, basically meet with Billy on any issues he might have, so you inspect your culverts, erosion, roadway width, just things like that. Look at what kind of shape it's in. So that's one of the parts. The other things are basically what is the physical dimensions of the road, how long is it, what's the finished surface, and then working with Billy to try and come up with a annual maintenance cost, whether it's a dirt road, chip seal, asphalt, just so that the commission has all the financial information that you need if you were to take it over and carry that money forward. So that is what I was asked to
Thank you. Okay.
bring in, just so you know how
And you'll
this
email
was.
this to all of us?
Yes.
Great,
sir.
thank you.
Can do that.
So our question to this board is we need clarification on, Billy has a number of applications. Do you want to apply these guidelines to the applications he has, which we need to know for budgeting purposes to present a budget to you regarding the ones that have applied for county road status? There's been communication with me. There's been communication with Billy that this board is not going to uphold these standards and that you're going to take on county roads no matter what. So we need to know for budgeting, what is your position on this application process?
I got a question now. Say that again, what you've heard the board has said.
I have had communication to me saying that this board will take any road or roads of people. I've had emails, and I think I've forwarded them to you, about roads that haven't met all these standards. So my question to you is, are you wanting to go by these standards, or are you not going to use this? Because we have to know in order to present a budget.
So, Billy, have you been following this?
We've been following this now.
So, I'm confused what the question is, if you're following that, and that's the ones, you understand everything? I don't
Any
understand.
future roads, if you're gonna,
Yeah.
if you're gonna stick to this, or I guess the ones that have been brought to me, there's only one that has followed it. The other ones, there's no use even bringing them to you because they haven't even filled out, they haven't done half the application. So I guess that's, are we gonna look at all, and, just make the process way easier. If we're gonna follow this, then half of them are gonna have to go back to the drawing table and finish doing their application.
So if you've been using this and you kind of okay it, I don't see what is going on with the commissioners here. I don't get it. You
Mr.
don't
Chairman,
understand?
if I can,
Please.
Commissioner Stevens, Rim Road did not follow this application process. They did not complete the application process.
So our question would be, are we gonna go deviate from only class 1 roads? Did the class 1, class 2, class 3, is that state driven, or is that road and bridge coming up with the classifications?
That was our classification.
And it's known practice that we only take class 1 roads up to this point.
Yeah.
However, there was an exemption within the regs that states a class 2 road would qualify as long as it was crossing public property, and that entity would grant the maintenance to us. So that is an exemption that is on record.
Yeah.
So the statement about Rim Road not meeting is not 100% correct, because it falls under an exemption.
I don't know what public property does it cross?
All of
It's
it.
All of it.
So
It's all Forest Service, every inch of it.
And then.
But it's
and
not public access to property.
That is a moot point. And then it doesn't cross any private property. And there are no easements that need to be maintained. It's in compliance with Title 24. There is no issue with that road.
It accesses fishermen and hunters. They don't go into the property up there. They use that road to go camping and hunting. There's campers all over that area, off of that road in there, probably 50. Okay, so it's used for multiple purpose, that road.
Yeah, but the basic premise is it crosses public land. And our exemptions are, if it crosses public land and it meets the top tier of our class 2 road, we can accept that, which we did. Okay. So on to the next.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
so are you going to follow this standard, or are you not?
For what?
That's our question for the future roads. Are we
Oh, for the
going by
future,
this?
for the future road, yes, you went off on a tangent.
No,
so-
I did not go on a tangent. Commissioner Stevens asked, and I gave my answer that I was informed of. So I did not go off on a tangent. My question is, are you going to follow this standard, or are we going to deviate from the standard?
I believe in following the standards, and I've said that from the beginning. Our conversation was, if they meet Class A specifications, they qualify. And I'm on record stating that several times.
Mr. Chairman, so I'm looking at this, and under instructions, it says, any costs and associated fees to prepare the application shall be the responsibility of the applicant. And then I flip the page over here. Professional engineer's estimate to bring road up to Class 1 county road standards, engineering, design, and inspection costs, construction costs, total estimated cost. Most folks just want a good road. But when I look at this stuff, if I'm sitting at the end of a road that says I need a mile, make it a lot better, can I afford the engineering design? We already know what engineering design costs, just listening to it here. I don't know how many folks are sitting in this audience that would say, oh yeah, I can afford $100,000 to get this thing brought up to stuff. Not very many. I wouldn't, even if I could. So even though, you know, I guess I'm just getting ready because I know this is going to be a long day. I think the county, the commissioners are elected to serve the people of this community. And however we can do it within reason is the way we should do it. We can put rules and regulations. Some make sense, some make absolutely no sense. I just, you know, if folks come in and adhere to the basics, the road's in good shape, we've maintained it, would you please take it over? We go in, we assess the thing. I say we, I'm not one of the we's, but Billy does and Mike can. And look at it and say, yeah, there's no pitfalls here. I don't see an issue with it. It's a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. It's going to cost another little tiny bit to run a snowplow in there in the wintertime, a motor grader and a dump truck in the summertime. Overall, it's not going to cost very darn much. But when you look at some of these things that we're looking at here under instructions, and then you go back, and I hate to be redundant, but my goodness, who's going to call up an engineer and say, hey, come engineer this road for me and then send me the bill? Well, the bill's going to be pretty darn big. I can assure you that, guarantee you that. And then you've got to have somebody come in and what would you got to put these things on? Construction costs. Now you got to go to whoever does the construction and say, okay, come and give me an estimate. There's another cost associated with it. Then we put the balance of it on Billy, road and bridge supervisor's estimate of annual road maintenance costs. Well, you're putting him under the gun too, because he's just going to estimate it. This year it may not be much. Next year it'd be a horrendous amount, depending on what Mother Nature does for us. So I think a common sense approach to accepting roads in Sublette County for the benefit of the community is a reasonable approach to look at it. If they meet some of the generic requirements, I see no issue with it. If they haven't been maintained, I see a real issue with it. And so they need to, before they fill out this application, make sure that the road's in pretty darn good shape, that they've done something other than beat up and down potholes that they've created on that thing. Maintenance is what it amounts to. And when I look at this, you know, current road length, current travel way width, current right-of-way width, that's another big one. You got to have all the right-of-ways. Some folks do not want to dedicate that. And if that's the case, it takes care of the issue. So there is a lot individuals have to do, but to incur the costs that I see on page 2 here, I think that's going way above and beyond asking somebody to accept those costs to try to get a road taken over by the county. Not necessarily a given, but to try to get it. And that's my take on it.
Okay, so Aramosby Road, okay? It goes through BLM for 3 or 4 or 5 miles, I don't know what it is, to one person. Now, what was the setup on that one? The county, it's a county road now, right?
Yeah, with the Aramosby's way down there.
Yes,
Is that what-
yeah, I mean, it's a county road,
It's
it's
county
one
road.
person, we're going all the way through BLM and we maintain it a little bit.
Well,
Yeah, occasionally, I understand that, I'm talking about the deal of getting the road
yeah,
in the first place. So
Yeah.
how was that done?
that was just kind of that was more the easement, to keep the easement so we could get out, so it could be public to get out to the BLM and stuff through there. But that was the reason.
But I mean, it's kind of comparable to the one up there. Go back branches, like say, it's a road through the Forest Service up there. This is BLM. One person lives at the end of that road, and it's 4 or 5 miles, isn't it?
But it's not it's not full maintenance, you know what I mean?
I've seen equipment on the road.
Yeah,
So-
we he'll call me sometimes when he can't get through it. And if I have a blade near there, we'll hit it. But like this year, I sent a blade down there one time. We never blade it in the summer. So it's just that was kind of the agreement way back then. Just if he has like really bad drifts or something, we'll go and widen it out for him. But that's it.
So I'm kind of talking about the acceptance of the road. That's what I'm talking about. That we had to accept the liability and,
Oh, yeah. The thing about this application, the roads that we have taken, Big Loop, Spring Gulch, then people followed this. They did hire engineers and they did do everything on this application.
I would just say too, Commissioner Vickery, anything in here can be edited. The reason the engineering portion was included in this was that it's basically a professional's opinion of what it would take to get to meet a class 1 county road standard. Obviously, if it's a class 2 going through public land, that's a different deal. But that's the reason it was in there, and it's not the applicant's thoughts on what it's going to take to get it up to a certain standard. That's pretty much the only reason for it. And then there's always questions about the cost, different costs. What is maintenance going to be, what just for commissioner planning, and it's a prioritization application so that if you get multiple ones, you're able to look at that and say, what can we budget for? What makes sense? That's totally up to the board. It's totally up to the commission. And this application is not set in stone. Anything can be omitted or added at your discretion. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mike, I understand that perfectly well. But what I guess my biggest concern is, one of them, is that if we accept this thing from one end to the other, then it doesn't matter who you are or what you can afford or not. You're going to be required to go through this stuff. Engineers' estimates being one of them. Some folks, no big deal. Some folks, it is a big deal. But I'm going to go right back, and I'm not running for re-election right now either, folks, just so you know. I just believe that these boards are put in place for the benefit of the community, whichever that may be, within reason. I'm not saying we're going to build any Taj Mahals and that kind of stuff, but I'm telling you, this engineer design inspection cost, that'll be significant. I don't expect you guys to go out there and nobody else does and run through what you need to do, the surveys and everything, to get a feel for what that's going to cost. But I also don't think it's the responsibility of somebody who would like to see the road improved. Well, that's it looks to me like what we're going to do here, and maybe that's the reason for it, is we're going to eliminate a lot of the applications because folks are going to look at this and say, whoa, I don't think so.
Commissioner Vickery, that's why we're here today, so that we can budget based on your decision about what roads you're going to accept maintenance on. And I have to remind you, the Constitution also says you can't give county funds to entities and private individuals. So, there's the Constitution that's there for a reason too.
Yeah,
For budgeting purposes, you're the ones that have to have your conscience on whether or not you're following the Constitution. I'm the budget person who works with the departments to try to figure out what it is that you're going to want to see in the budget. So for budgeting purposes, do you want us to include all the applications?
I struggle with the thought of, we're not upholding the Constitution. If we're trying to improve a road for county residents, whether it be one resident or 50, it's still an improvement for our county residents, whether it be for safety, who knows what it's for, but upholding county roads and improvement for this county is one of our duties also.
There's also private roads though, and people have private roads and they build houses at the end of them and they know it's a private road.
But
As a
when the public
citizen-
comes forward wanting to have a public road, it's not that we're giving away.
That's why these
funds that aren't
criteria,
for.
that's why the criteria was put together so that there would be some standards and that there would be some buy-in from the people on those roads, on their private roads, so it could become a county road. So
But our regulations require now, anything coming in as a new subdivision or whatever is gonna be a class 1 road before it's ever a subdivision. So we're dealing with a few older roads, which, I kind of agree with Doug. You throw the engineering costs out there, that it might be too astronomical for everybody on the road. But maybe we go down the avenue that if Billy goes out and the road's in decent shape and he's comfortable with it, we can talk about taking the road on. If Billy says, no, there's an issue, then it's up to the landowners to decide if they want to spend the money to get it assessed and agree with Billy.
okay, so for budgeting purposes, present all the roads that have been given him applications, because without guidelines to Billy about what is a pretty good road, that's kind of making it hard for him. But do you want us just to bring every application to you to include it in the budget?
So if I may, do you recognize what a Class A road would be? And can you tell by looking at it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
If we follow our, the standards that we've been following.
Okay. So then I don't think that could be an issue, because if he's aware of what a Class A road is and what it looks like, then we should be able to move forward under that perception. But if it doesn't not qualify as a Class A road and it's not crossing public property, then it doesn't qualify. And this goes back to when I purchased my home in the early 90s, when I talked with Penton, I think. Lynn, if it meets county specs, you're good to go. And county specs, they just come out and look at it and it's done. So I believe that addresses the engineered road portion, Commissioner Vickery. Addresses Commissioner Bradley, yes?
Yeah. I don't know how Billy feels. You're going to come under the gun more than you already are.
Well, so
Mr. Chairman, I'll just,
please.
so the applicants I got, I'll note what I think on them and I'll bring them to you.
Great.
So how many is there? What are we talking about?
I've got like 8.
Now, does that include the one that the people won't sign off on?
Tiny.
Yeah.
And then what was the other one that probably will never happen? There was another one that was had big obstacles or something.
No, we got that one. We got, the Green River, up there by Warren Bridge, that one, Hidden Hills. And there's a few that have called me recently. Then we got, Wild West, and theirs is pretty much done. The only thing was that you did a little work on the, patch the holes on the chip seal. But other than that, they followed the application. Theirs is the only complete application I have.
Commissioner White?
Yeah, I'm good with the way it is, as far as the way we've had it, but whatever, let's look at it at budget time.
Okay. Please.
So I guess Billy writes notes down and says this isn't a Class 1 road. We throw it out at that point, or do we still look at it and say, well, maybe?
Well, I think that we all
If it's not federal ground, we throw it out if it's not class 1.
Correct. If Billy says it's not a Class A road, by definition, it doesn't qualify here either. I would presume that to be true.
Okay.
Please.
I would say that no matter what road you look at, it's not going to exactly fit the spec that's in the book. You know, generally you want to look at widths, what your slopes are, curve radiuses, there's a bunch of stuff in there. And knowing that not every county road's going to meet that, basically what this is, you know, more or less generally, does this meet the class 1 or a class 2 classification? The next thing is, if you want to deviate from any of that, you know, it'd just be notes from Billy saying, well, there's X issue, Y issue. Other than that, it meets it. And it's really a discretionary call by the commission, whether that you want that fixed or that's something that you'll take over. The other thing is, no matter what, I don't think anything should come in front of the commission that hasn't been deemed a public right away. Obviously, you're not going to put money or time into something that's a private right of way. So I think that's the number one thing that you want to look at is it a public easement? Now, people can bring in something that's a private easement, and before going through the efforts and the work to do that, maybe get some buy-in from the county that we would be, you know, we would look at taking this road over if it was a public right of way, because those are the kinds of costs that you're talking about, Doug, as far as, you know, it's up to the applicants to get that done, and that can be a challenge. So really, you know, the engineering, all that, it's cost estimating, you know, if you don't want that, you don't need it, that's fine. But I would say that those are probably things that you'd want to have in place.
So
Common sense.
what if we kept this form, omitting number 10 and relying on Billy's discretion for that? Because say 8 of these do come forward, it'd be nice to know the mileage we're talking about. You know, there's going to be some costs. Maybe they all meet the spec, but we can't take on 8 in a year. I mean, it'd be nice to know what these roads are, how many people they serve. There's some good information here if it comes down to, well, we've got to decide what we can afford and what we can't this year.
Yes.
So I would stick with this form omitting number 10.
Commissioner Vickery?
Well, I'm looking, like for instance, number 9, average daily traffic. Well, who's going to take care of that? Who's going to monitor that one? Am I as the applicant? Or do I get, well, you think that I'm not going to put those numbers in that are conducive to me getting a road? Of course I am. I mean, who isn't? I want that road. If I have to have average daily traffic, maybe there's only 5 a day, but I'm going to say 25. I'll put that down. I mean, that's, if folks are, there needs to be some accountability on some of this stuff or not even have it in there. Number of school children served. Well, does that mean if I've got 25 folks that are living up there and they're all of my age, we don't have any school-age children, we get a big no?
Well, you get a 0 in that part, but that doesn't,
Well,
that
yeah,
doesn't
I
mean
know
that it doesn't, all of the information together, inclusive, helps prioritize, and that was the purpose, is to have a priority list of what the roads that had met these criteria, and if the county was in the position to take one on financially, then there was the priority list. And that's what this was about, was, I mean, yes, you might have a 0 in one, you might have 50 cars in the other, none of them school age, but it was just to try to balance and to be fair and not to put it all on Billy's shoulder about whether or not it was a pretty good road. So anyway, my question was, do we go by this or do we just bring them all to you and let you decide?
Well, from my perspective, I can get in my old 12-year-old pickup and drive up and down the road, and I can tell you whether it's in good shape or not, because it'll either shake or bake me right out of there. And then in the next one I drive on and say, wow, I can stay in my truck, so this is a pretty good road. Does that mean they qualify? I don't know. But somebody like Billy that's been in this business for years can take the same truck and the same road, and he can determine whether or not it should qualify or not. And his point of view and mine could be exactly opposite. Just because I can stay in my truck, does that mean that road's okay? I don't know, Carrie, whether Billy likes it or not, or the folks in this community like it or not. The ultimate decision-making in this instance is going to come down to the person who has to take over the maintenance of the roads, and that's road and bridge supervisor.
Okay, can I just say one
Yes.
thing, Doug?
Yes.
So in Billy's position, and I'm sorry, Billy, if I make you uncomfortable here, you have people call you and say, I'm good friends with your commissioners, and I want my road to be recommended. That puts him in a very uncomfortable situation. That's why having this criteria that you collectively as a board decide takes it off his shoulders to say, okay, I know you're good friends with the commissioner, but I'm still going to say your road's not that great. So it puts him in a very awkward position.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but go back in time, that's how a lot of these county roads got established.
And that's what we don't want to do.
When the early commissioners set this thing up, they said, whoever was in charge, I want my county road to come to my house. And they're all over Sublette County that way right now. They go right to drive anywhere you want. They go right into a ranch, basically, and that's it. In today's world, it doesn't work that way. If somebody calls me up, which they haven't, they're not going to get, oh yeah, I'd go twist Billy's arm. I'm not going to do that. And I don't think any of the other four of these either. I think what they're going to say is, if the road's up to standards and a road and bridge guy thinks it's okay, then we will consider it. Not necessarily take it, but consider it. That's where I'm coming from. And if we gotta have some money in the budget to take care of some of this stuff, whether it's anticipated or it's not, then so be it. But we're trying to. It's 11 o'clock. We've been on this deal for quite a little while, and we haven't really got anywhere yet. So if we need to take this thing like this, fair enough. I'll go along with Commissioner Bradley on doing away with number 10. And go forward with it.
Good. Mr. White?
Yeah, so Billy's gonna reach back out, just so I understand clarification, you're gonna reach back out to the applicants that haven't filled this out, ask them to fill this out, omit number 10, and anything that pertains to number 10, like cost per lot or to bring the road up to class 1 standards, right? On 12, and then you're gonna submit it at budget time, and we're gonna make a decision on all of them, right? Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
I can make a revised version of that and send it out when I send these out, and then I'll make sure that Billy's got the copies.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, the next question, Rim Road, we need to know what to budget for that. Billy, according to Billy, it'll take possibly a couple years to go through the process of making it a county road. And I'm not sure what all those steps are, but that was in our discussion. In our discussion also, we needed clarification if you were going to direct him to start maintaining that road before it becomes a county road? And if so, we'll need to budget for an additional road grader. So those are the questions. Are you going to include that in what you want him to maintain? And then we'll include it in the budget. But there's some things that have to happen before it can become a county road.
Mr. Chairman, I
Please.
guess what has to happen other than the Forest Service easement?
Billy,
That's what we're,
And who knows how long that could take?
yeah.
And liability wise, we can't be on it without that, can we?
No, I mean, we submitted it and, I keep getting emails. I mean, I send emails, but I haven't got anything back. I know they're going through a bunch of kind of changes and stuff. You know, we asked for a parking, turnaround and stuff like that, and then to get that right away. So I know in some of the back and forth emails, they are going to require us to do some studies. So it'll take time. But yeah, so that's just one thing we just got to, as I'm doing my budget, if we're going to start maintaining it now, or if we're going to wait, or
Well, liability wise, can we?
I mean, it's a class 2.
I guess I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's a good
Yeah, we
question.
don't know. That's the,
There you go.
Right there.
You say my name 3 times?
Yes.
What's that?
He went and got lunch.
I had to step out for a second. I didn't hear the question. Is there a question?
so
Yes, please, Commissioner Bradley.
We have no easement from the federal government for the Rim Road. Can we do any maintenance on it without that easement?
So I talked to Billy yesterday. That's in process at this point. I believe the current easement is held by the Service Improvement District, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
But
that's
I
correct.
don't know. So no, we don't have an easement. So no, Suffolk County would not be doing any maintenance or should not be doing any maintenance until we get that easement. It's not our dirt until we have that easement.
So I don't know how we proceed with the budget, because who knows when that easement might come.
yeah, I mean, it could, like I said, it could happen real quick. Could happen, like I said, we just don't know.
Well, as I recall, Mr. Chairman, as I recall our conversation to that, we had committed to taking that road at the current width with the intent of applying for a longer or a wider width. So in the future, it would be in the works when we, or whomever is there then, could accept that as a class 1 road. Is that not correct? Is that
Yeah.
how it goes?
With the turnaround.
So the whole circumstance right now is, as I understand it, is Hoback Ranches has that easement. And they're waiting for the Forest Service to make that determination to whether they can give us, turn it over to the county. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So what we need to do, I guess, is call President Trump and see if he can't stir on him a little bit and get something going.
Okay.
In my mind, we budget for mag water and some plowing in the fall, and if it comes through, we can get the bare necessities done this year. Regrowth next year.
we also would need a grader or not turn in a grader.
I don't, I've been hearing this for so long. We have to buy this and we have to buy that because we're going to take on 3 miles of road. And I just don't believe that's necessary. I think that I realize those roads up there and some of them need a lot of work at times. I understand that. I've been over them. I know, especially in the spring of the year. But of all the roads up there, that one going, that 3 miles to Hoback Ranches might be as good as there is anywhere. Not just up there, but in the county, with the exception of the pavement. So the question of maintenance, I believe, is minimal, and I don't think we'll know that until we've actually taken it on one time. But I can envision, number one, we don't need a new grader. We've got, is there 2 up there now?
No, it's
Just one?
And when we take that road, I'll have to put another motor grader up there. So that'll make me shy, so said it, I used to have an extra one, but we got rid of it. We traded in on a track. Because at that time, we didn't want to save an extra one. So in budget, if we're gonna start doing that, then the one that's being replaced, and we may want to keep it as, because there's no way the motor grader up there right now can do it all. I mean, that the travel time and everything, I'm gonna have to put another one that's gonna pull one from a different area. So during budget, it's just to see, I mean, I did throw one in budget, but the trade values on them are very great right now. And I mean, it's of course it's off warranty and stuff, but it would serve that purpose. So it's in the budget, and you guys might say none anyway, but that's gonna put me shy up there. So it's just, do we trade one in? Do we not trade one in? That's just for budget numbers for me to put down. This will kind of tell me what I'll come to you guys at budget time and say, hey, maybe we keep this one so I can keep it up there and maintain this road and doesn't put us shy in Boulder or Fish Hatchery or stuff like that. Because there's no way I can road a blade up there every day. I'm gonna have to keep it up there. The blade up there right now is Jack and Dell and upper Hoback. There's no way we can add that one on to that blade. So that's just questions that kind of change my numbers if I try to keep this extra blade and stuff like that.
Well, I'll be glad when today's over. I know that. So here I am, devil advocate. When I listen to the supposed numbers of the revenue decline that we're going to be looking at, which is from 40 to 50%, big number, I think. So it would appear to me the Sublette County is in a position to, we can probably get by 1 year, maybe even 2 years with what we've got now. I don't think the folks at Hoback Ranches expect that blade to be up there every day. And I know for a fact some days when I've happened to be up there, that one blade, and I thought there were 2, so I apologize for that, is resting there at the shop. So, and those things travel, where they travel, 25 miles an hour? Okay. So the travel time up and back from that 10 miles to the turnoff, about, isn't that real significant? And I know that normally the ones that I see, you have the blade, you have the mag, you have the roller, you have all that stuff working in conjunction.
Bladen's no issue. Bladen's it'll just be for the winter. Because right now, I mean, like I said, and Doug, you can say whatever you want. When we start maintaining that road, I know the guy who's plowing it right now, and he says he has people calling him at 3 a.m. wanting out of there. So it's just like Bargerville, same thing. When we took that, I heard, oh no, we'll never. I get it. So what I'm saying is when we take that road, they're going to expect that thing to be plowed whenever it has snow on it. So that's what I budget for. And,
I understand that.
Right now, all I'm telling you is the blade I got up there right now cannot do the 22 miles that he's doing and add that, so I'm gonna have to add another blade. I'm bringing my budget to you guys with what I would need, what I need. I don't care, it's up to you, but I'm not, you tell me what you want me to do and I'll do it the best I can, but I'm still gonna submit my budget, what I need. And I know better than anybody in this table what it takes to plow that damn roads. So there you go. I don't care. I'll bring it to you. You guys tell me what you want me to do and I'll do. But I'm not gonna sit here and say, I'm gonna road a motor grader from here or there or whatever. I'll tell you what it takes to plow that road to our standards. You guys tell me what you want me to do. That's, you know, that's all I can tell you.
So in the interest of time, we'll budget the plow in the event that that does become a county road this year. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you.
So, only thing I got left is waste management, free dump day. Last year we did certificates. I think we submitted out 250 for Big Piney and 250 for Pinedale. Pinedale we did 170 came back, and the Piney I think it was 175. So I was gonna say what we did is we did certificates, and so from June 1st to August 31st, they can pick them up at the landfill or the transfer station. They have that long to get them in, and anything after August 31st.
The only mix-up was you just run out there one time. Didn't you?
We ran,
Somebody
yeah,
called me and remember I
Yeah,
got 10
well,
more or something.
We did like last year, we did like 150 each. So we did, and then we did create some more there at the end.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, now that's a one-day deal?
no, it's
For the year.
start from June till.
Yeah, no, but the certificate itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's one per, I mean, like, if I went up, I'd just give one, but I mean, it's just one per person.
Sure.
And it worked really good, there wasn't, and then like the town of Marvelton, it gives out free ones too, and stuff like that. So it gives people
But they had to all go to Marlton, right?
no, they all go here, both here and the landfill. Yeah, no, they can use them up here too. The certificate worked really good because it just wasn't a one day, they could get their thing and they have like 3 months to bring it in. So I was just saying, if you guys want to do that again.
Yeah, I think that's a worthwhile venture.
Absolutely.
Awesome. I'll get that put together and get that out. Other than that, that's all I had.
Good job. Thank you for that. Mike, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Want to take a quick break here? Okay. We'll take a 10-minute break here.
all of it. Thank you for letting me speak in, Mr. Chairman. Emily Parvasini, Sublette County Treasurer. And I'm talking to you for just a moment about the golf course. I got a request from them a couple of days ago wanting to increase their cash on hand from $300 to $500. And what that would take to change that amount of cash on hand that they keep so that they can make change. And so I reached out to Paul Still, who's the auditor, and wanted to know what he wanted us to do to adjust that cash on hand amount. And he wanted you all to approve an adjustment from $300 up to $500. And so that's why I'm here. And Billy was going to ask, but he forgot.
Sure.
So.
Any questions pertaining to that? Any motions available?
I make a motion, we approve the golf course to have 500 cash on hand rather than 300.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, I have a request for a agenda adjustment because of time constraints with Patrick Edwards, Wyoming Business Council, Josh Rose, and the town of Marvelton, I believe. We'd like to move this up to immediately after Andre in maintenance. He said that he'd be 2 minutes or less. Thank you. Motion to accept.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, heard from Jim. Monte, please. Didn't quite recognize you. Please.
Yeah, Commissioner Chairman, we're here, we wrote up some bylaws and we talked to Clayton. He said that we need to have the commission approve them. They're standard, but we have copies. I don't know if we have enough copies.
I have
They're part of
You
the
have copies. If we're looking for approval on our bylaws after the county board training. It is hammered into us. We have to have bylaws. We've come up with our bylaws, looking for approval.
I've read through already.
I'd have one question, and maybe if I'm wrong. I understand there's a secretary or somebody that draws a wage from this to keep track of your funds or pay somebody. There's no referral to how that person is appointed or chosen. Is it the secretary that does it, or is it an outside source that does it?
It's me. I think it's under the state statute that the rec board has a clerk. But it's not in our bylaws.
Yeah, I didn't see any way that the clerk was chosen or appointed or. And maybe it doesn't need to be there.
I think that's in the state statute. So I think that's covered in the state statute for the rec board.
President, Vice President, and Treasurer.
Yeah. Yes.
Nine.
No.
Okay, any questions on?
I don't. Got off lucky.
Fairly generic and straightforward, but also amendable as we
Correct.
move through the years.
Commissioner White,
Are you looking for a motion?
are you good with it?
Yeah.
Any questions, Commissioner? Motion to it.
Chair, I move to approve the bylaws as presented from the Recreation Board.
Is there a second? Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed. Okay.
Looking for clarification on where we stand with bike paths. I know we've left it, had these discussions over the last year or so, but over the last year, we've got quite a bit of moving parts. People are asking us also when it comes to budget seasons, what we're doing, what we're looking for moving forward. But how do we stand? Where does the commission want to move forward with the bike path?
Please excuse my ignorance, but have I seen anything in regards to a proposal or dollar amounts for maintenance or?
Reverting up or something.
Yeah, Rio Verde has a maintenance schedule.
I mean, just to bring you up to speed, if not, there's been discussion, but part of it would be what's the pathways that are within the municipalities will be then
Correct.
handled in the municipalities, getting those up to standard. And once they are, then we will hand them off, but that also contracts in place, stuff like that. I mean, if we're gonna spend that money to bring those up to the town standard to hand them over, we have
Is there
to.
a dollar amount associated with what we had?
Yeah, there's been some questions on it.
Mike
Some
might
of it-
have some of this info.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I saw this and Bill, I thought it'd be a good idea, just, you know, we have presented these numbers to you at past meetings, but just a simple one pager. This really just deals with these bike paths in town. This MOU that Clayton's worked on, you know, we need to check with the state on the one on Duck Creek, but other than that, the town is agreeable. They've reviewed our basically project designs for rehabilitation. We'd obviously want to get that agreement executed. And then basically these 3 bike paths are the ones that are in town that the town would take over as long as they are rehabilitated to the standard that we've shown in those plans. This is our engineer's estimate on what those are. You know, last year we did some sealing, some seal coats, and chip sealing on those bike paths that are in good shape, just needed some, you know, maintenance. So we were able to piggyback that onto our chip seal project just to save on money. But these are more than that. We don't really want to spend any money on these until they're really brought up to a good standard, and then we can get them over to the town. They'd be on maintenance following that. So these are kind of the priorities for not having to take over or continue maintenance on them. Because right now there's really a lot of these pathways don't have clear ownership. These are located in the city limits. So once they're brought up to speed, up to standard, they would take them over. And that agreement's been in the works. I don't believe it's been executed yet. So definitely want to get that done before anything was completed. But regardless, these are the 3 priorities from that perspective.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Mike, I'm looking at the Willow Lake. Where's that bike path at? Because I haven't been there for a little while, but I never did ever see one.
It runs along Split Diamond right there next to the fence.
Yeah, right. Okay, so it doesn't go to Willow Lake then.
No, that's what they call
Okay,
it.
so it's just, geez, that's $500,000.
Yeah, it's in tough shape.
How many total miles is this 700,000 in repairs?
I've got that at the office. I don't know off the top of my head, but I've got that all compiled, what the mileage is.
So Willow Lake, it starts out here by what used to be A to Z, is that correct?
It starts basically at the bottom of the hill behind Ridley's, the way that it was
Oh,
named.
it does?
Yeah, and then runs back behind, crosses Pine Creek, over there west of Shelter Park.
Okay.
And then it meets up with the Willow Lake Road and goes
Okay.
north.
I think we ought to transfer that one to them before there's any rehab done.
How did that come about that the county did those in the first place instead of the city?
In the paperwork that I reviewed, I couldn't really come up with that.
But it actually clearly shows that they are ours, even though they're in the city.
From what I understand, the county constructed those. So I don't know, they're along easements, obviously. There's easements tied to those, but the county constructed those. They're in the city limits at this point. And so the town felt like they would take them over as long as they met a certain standard.
Yeah.
And that's in the paperwork. That what's it say about our maintaining them? It never said anything that the city would take them over eventually.
No, nothing that I saw. And I started this a year or two ago, and Betty gave me all the information she had. We looked at the courthouse looking for, agreements, because then there's some different grants and things that were done with YDOT on those, and those are specifically the counties to maintain some of these. There's an unexecuted agreement, I believe, on the part of the Willow Lake one. It's in the files, but nothing was ever signed. So. Correct me if I'm misspeaking on that, but.
You're right. That's right. I understand.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Duck Creek, Pinedale West, that's the one that runs parallel to the highway out here, is that correct?
Yes.
And I thought there was some highway involvement in maintenance on that. No?
No.
Well, they should be, because they run their blade on that thing this winter.
When those were constructed, it was a TEAS grant, a TEAS grant with the state, and part of the grant was that the county would maintain it. They shifted all maintenance to the county.
Any questions?
What options we have? Tell me what they are.
Questions? Commissioner Bradley?
No.
Any public comment?
Just to clarify this with the agreement, we do have the MOU put together. I think the missing piece, and I'll follow with Mr. Jackson after this, was to get the final dollars on that. YDOT is on board.
Is that, no, explain that in terms that I understand. Does that mean they're going to pay for part of it?
So in order for there's a piece of that that's inside the town limits for
Right.
the town to take over maintenance of that. Right now, it's on YDOT's property. They would need to consent for that. So that's what they're on board for. And then also there is some of that crosses school district property as well. They are generally on board as well. We would just need to have all those parties sign on that document.
So that means they're going to be involved in some of the construction costs. Is that what that means?
No.
I didn't think so.
The county has, the baseline understanding on this has always been, the county will bring it up and then wash our hands of it. But in the process of washing our hands of the ones that are in the town needs to be able to be sure that they have the ability to access those areas and do the maintenance they need to do. So that's why YDOT and the school district need to be on board.
Okay. Commissioners, any further discussion?
Jesus.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I say we look at it in the budget once we get those MOUs finalized, and do it there.
So direction for these guys going forward with bike paths.
Currently right now, funds for the current fiscal year we're in to continue the maintenance. I'm working with the town to, instead of, I mean, in the past, board members have been running equipment and driving out there for day-to-day maintenance, stuff like that, or we've been contracting different companies to come in and do the chip sealing, stuff like that. But going forward for now, if Billy has the capacity to continue the daily sweeping, stuff like that, you know, seasonal sweeping on the pathways that are outside of town, but outside of town, but we can work with the town and for a good, fair price, have them take care of the other pathways as far as the, you know, day-to-day maintenance.
Well, probably the Willow Lake thing, you don't need to put any maintenance money into if we've got to rehab that one.
There's not any point in a certain section of that, but a good section of that is still used. We still want to run a sweeper down there. I mean, I'm talking the small potatoes, day-to-day maintenance, not chips in. We're not, I mean, right now, we don't have anything on the books with plans to be overhauling anything through the rec board. We're talking just continuing on with our maintenance plan that hopefully doesn't involve our board members volunteering more of their time to operate heavy equipment and spray chemicals and do what they need to do to maintain these.
So to rehab Willow Lake, that's gonna go in and tear the whole thing out and start all over?
No.
How's that work?
No, I mean, we really analyzed it, looked at the entire pathway. There's certain sections that aren't that bad. You know, nothing's going to need to happen, but a lot of root intrusion. So we don't fix it, and the same thing happens. Looking at a lot of root guard to keep those roots from coming up in the asphalt. A lot of edge unraveling. So we need to widen the section of base before it's repaved so that it doesn't happen again. Just things like that. So we've got the full plan sets together. And there's some sections worse off than others, Doug. So it's just on this map just highlights the entirety of the route. But there's a lot of issues with that specific trail.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You know, in this day and age, bike paths are pretty important. I know that.
So will we set this aside for the upcoming budget?
Well, I think that's the question we gotta decide, right?
Correct.
Do we want to do a budget amendment? This wasn't accounted for in our budget this year. Do a budget amendment, go ahead and fly this out and start getting the work done on it now? Do we want to wait until the budget, put it in next year's budget? Do it that way?
When can the work start?
I mean, at this point, we'd have to start the advertising process. I think the costs are going to be higher right now if we went out to bid, just because how busy contractors are at this point in time. We can float it out there and carry it over if timing is an issue, construction timing. It's going to take, a good probably a month or 2 months to get everything in line to be able to get numbers. The other thing is, like I said, I think it'd be wise that we get these MOUs signed before we start any work on advertising this, just so it's very clear from every party what's going to happen once it's completed.
So did I hear them basically the money won't be spent until after July 1st?
That's correct.
Okay, so it'll be in the upcoming budget. And I think you're looking for a commitment for the expenditure of this.
I don't need a commitment. This is information purposes for you, just so you know what these costs are. If you want to prioritize which one gets done before the other, you want to do them all at the same time. These are just, what we have in the works. The town has approved our plans for this, and then we get it advertised and get it out to bid.
Understand?
I can And I really don't know if, you know, I submit this through, you know, Road and Bridge or just get it to the rec board, or if it just comes from Rio Verde, how you want to work that.
Okay, thank you. The question is, how much do we want to allow in the budget for the upcoming year on the bike path that will occur?
Mike, I'm wondering, how much differential will there be in the estimated and the actual bid, do you suspect?
Well, I always hope that we're going to be high, Doug, but until we get the numbers.
Yeah, that's what I thought the answer might be. Yeah.
You know, I did, you know, we ran through these estimates starting about 1.5 years ago. And today I added like 5% to these numbers just because, I mean, that we've just been seeing a lot of increases year to year. This is kind of specialized paving too. Not everybody's, you know, road graders don't work well, so we'll really have to advertise this outside of the county and see what kind of numbers we can get. If you want, I mean, that's totally up to you. You can do proposals or advertisements, and those are all things that we can get verification on once you decide what you'd like to do. But for the time being, I just want to get this in front of you one more time before budget, if this is something you want to get budgeted.
Okay.
Well, I think part of the MOU process should involve the town. If with their MOU saying, yes, we will absolutely take these things over once you've brought them up to specs. So yes, that's out there for certain.
Yes.
For the, I think Billy probably has some more contacts and some more leverage with some vendors that go through him, and rather than rec board.
Yeah,
Monte's shaking his head, so I think he agrees.
He's taken over all the paths anyway, so I think it all ought to run through Billy.
Okay. Yeah. I guess, would you be opposed to me working with Clayton and getting those MOUs to where they need to go? And then once we get approvals on those, we can schedule it to be on a regularly scheduled commission agenda for formal approval. Then we have that step completed and we can move forward based on however you want to.
Correct.
Budget or after.
And then we're not guessing at what's down the road.
Right.
Yes.
Then
Is that acceptable? Yes?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
In those MOUs, you will clarify what they're calling spec and what we're going to call spec.
Yes. Yeah, I think we'll reference the design plans that have been reviewed by the town.
Okay.
So we submitted that to them to make sure they were comfortable with it based on the language that they're going to take maintenance over. So I'll work with Clayton in making sure that it's all documented, you know, both on the county's behalf and the town's. So it's all real clear, transparent.
And Mike, remind me, because wasn't there some conversation about ADA compliance? Do we have to make them wider? Is there some other law that if, when we do rebuild these, that we're going to have to do something?
I mean, I'll
look back into that again, because I don't remember.
I'll look back into that. I mean, I know right now, I mean, the last discussion we had on this, we have some bridge interfaces that have some issues. I know on Mickelson, Pine Creek, those have been brought to our attention, and I guess if we're going to plan reconstruction, then we just include it as part of the project. If not, those would be very small, you know, small stuff that can be done in the meantime. So we can go forward with that as we decide you want to do that. But those are kind of immediate things, but not big items either.
Great. And if I may put a hold on where we're at right now, we have some high school students that are skipping class for a presentation here.
Yeah, we don't want them skipping class for certain.
So this is new for a number of people, but what we have here represents our high school athletes that have placed first in state and have worked extremely hard and diligently. And we would like to, as a commission, congratulate them and show our appreciation for the time you spent enhancing your skills and being a great representative of our community. So I'll just list your name if I may. Come on up. I'll give you a certificate. Shake hands, step off to the side, and at the end, maybe we can get a group picture. Madison Antonio. Kaylee Mortensen. Kaylee, congratulations. Kaylee placed state champion as a wrestler, heavyweight. Good job. Landon Fornstrom. Landon, state champion, wrestler. Great job. Congratulations. Garrett Madolo, state champion, wrestler. Good job. Good handshake. Cale Darwin, Wyoming state champion, wrestler. Thank you. Congratulations. Garrett Haley, state champion, wrestler. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wiley Wilson, state champion, wrestler. Great job. Ryan Nutt, Wyoming state champion, wrestler. Good job. Kendall Horrocks has put together a tremendous wrestling program here, him and his staff, and it's great. So if I can get the commissioners up front here, since we're the better looking ones, we should stand in front of you.
I guess I got one question. Some of you are going on, which one's going on to college here?
Great. Okay, can we get someone to take a picture or two?
You guys just fill in right here.
And we'll get it off to the newspaper. Maybe we'll get it in there. Great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Had to do that, you know.
Yeah. That's what does. They all had a big grip, you know, so.
Holy hell. Thank you for setting aside for a minute. Okay.
The only thing that we really have left is just, I know it's been brought up in question. I'm not 100% sure where we stand with the questions. But the trail grooming contract and Shelton Park maintenance contract that we currently hold with our contractors, yeah, I believe it came up about a question around the insurance and the insurance they carry. But I'm not understanding what the issue is, or if there is even an issue. We have Mr. Looney here also. He handles all of our, he's our contractor for all the.
Hello, Mike. So the question came in was from an insurance standpoint, and I don't believe we're trying to pass the insurance cost to someone, but we have a piece of equipment being operated by a non-employee. And because of that, the coverage of that becomes sketchy as far as if an accident were to occur, is there coverage on it? the yellow iron itself is covered, but outside of that, the question pertains to liability insurance and personal injury.
And
I do have a personal liability policy specifically for this job.
Okay.
And as a licensed contractor, as a business, you have your own insurance also.
Oh, yeah, I got my regular business.
So then the question for Mr. Melinkovich was, when it comes to an outside person operating county equipment, do we need to have anything in place to make sure that all parties are covered?
Good morning again. Good to see Mike. Mr. Looney and I have been in touch with this a little bit. So we've visited about it a little bit. There ends up being, as we have discussed in this meeting when these folks were not present, we do end up with a situation where when a subcontractor is operating the county equipment, we do have, according to our insurance policy, and this is according to conversations that, and she's no longer in the room, but Miss Long has had with our insurance representative when we had the discussion in Marbleton. There is that gap of potential liability, both for the county and then also for the operator. And so the best and the safest way to address that potential gap in liability is for the person operating the equipment to be a part-time county employee. And that can move forward without any change to compensation or anything else. It would just basically be a title designation. Instead of operating as an independent contractor, they would operate as a part-time county employee. And so I think, correct me where I'm wrong, Mr. Looney, you have the insurance policy, but it covers you as though you are, is it trail grooming specific, or is it
Yeah, that's kind of gray too. It's, read the policy and it's for snow plowing.
Yeah.
So I couldn't find a policy for trail grooming per se.
Yeah, which I think, and so that, thank you for refreshing me. Yeah. And that's one of the issues that I think, because we have gray, and I can speak for the entirety of the lawyers in the world at this point, because I'm the one here, but we usually make our money in the gray. And so if we can be a specific coverage for the county and for Mr. Looney himself, it is my advice that he be brought on as a part-time county employee. Now that question becomes supervision, so on and so forth, and compensation. I don't see a need to modify compensation or anything in that regard, but just more of that designation and that title designation. That's my advice when it comes to how to appropriately protect the county and then also Mr. Looney in the event that something were to go south.
Are you comfortable with that?
I mean, forgive my ignorance, but if we make him a part-time county employee, I mean, it's just a paperwork exercise at that point. We completely, after that, continue running it as we currently run.
For all intents and purposes, yes. It is, like I say, a title change. So he does the exact same work, still goes out, grooms the exact same trails, gets paid the exact same compensation.
Still works.
Who pays it? Does the rec board pay him, or does the clerk pay him under a payroll?
That is
no one's paid under the table.
No, under the payroll.
I believe
that was a good
would
try,
be,
Betty.
I believe that would be through payroll, and I think that the budget could be adjusted accordingly to address that.
Currently, Mr. Looney gets paid a rate to groom and to do maintenance, a different rate to do maintenance on the equipment. He brings his own equipment to do trail maintenance in the summertime, so he gets paid a different rate for that, and transport. So if you make him a county employee, you risk losing those services also, because how do you handle that?
So he can serve in those two roles. So there is difference between summer and winter. And so in the summer, if he's using his own equipment, then there is the potential that
multiple roles in the same season.
Right. Multiple roles. And so my question is, would he just be a county employee for just grooming and then continue to contract to the rec board for other services he provides?
That's a question that we'd need to iron out, and I would want to defer to both HR and to the clerk's office on how we would want to handle that.
I think probably a concern of mine also.
You know, I really am not concerned.
You're not concerned with it?
Not really.
Candidly, I think the reality is that we can probably adjust whatever needs to be adjusted. The concern, and this is the interesting thing when we come to liabilities, oftentimes we talk about it as potential risk mitigation. And here, yeah, grooming a trail, Mike's been doing it for over a decade, and he has yet to run somebody over. And I don't anticipate that that's going to happen anytime soon. But these are why we have these risk mitigation conversations. And so I'm not anticipating it being an issue, but I would, from the liability perspective for both the operator and for the county, if he is an employee, the county is in the best situation. And so I would suggest that, and I'm more than happy to follow up with HR and with the clerk's office and figure out, and I also am speaking from the perspective of not knowing the entirety of the work that Mr. Looney is performing. And so I'm not really prepared to answer. I don't know exactly how that's going to operate. So I would suggest let's bring in HR and clerk's office into the conversation and we can figure out details.
Yeah, I mean, as far as, you know, separating the work out, I don't see why I can't just continue as a sub because I'm covered under my business for summer maintenance and all that. The only exposure is out on the trail when people are using the trail.
And so that's what I say. Let's bring HR and clerk's office into the conversation to see if we can do a dual or if we need to address other things.
Okay.
Is that work for the commissioners? And then I guess we can just collaborate, the 6 of us offline, and figure out a plan and then present.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions for me on this?
No, sir. Is that good?
Yeah, I think that's all, sir.
Great. Thank you so much. Look forward to getting this resolved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mike, Betty.
Andre raised his hand back there.
Andre?
Yeah, I've seen you go when you were gone a good time.
If we have someone else within the county understand what, if he decides he doesn't want to do this any longer at some point, I don't want to be in the same situation that I was with Shelter Park when there was a person taking care of that, and then all of a sudden they were gone, and then it got thrown on my lap, and I had no idea what.
Sure. Absolutely, find an employee to do it right along with him for several days, and that'll be taken care of.
Yeah, just so we get an idea of what he does, especially with the grooming. I don't think anybody's familiar with that within the county already.
Great. As an employee, it makes it very easy. Excellent. Thank you. 2 minutes, Andre?
Yep.
Minute 45.
All right, well, I'll just go through this real fast. We got the trees planted at Rendezvous Point. Once we get the seasonal help, we'll probably work on the flower bed quite a bit more. We're gonna try and make it look a little nicer. But we did get the new trees in. So just so you guys are aware, and I don't know if you are or not, the circuit court, there was an incident in the middle of the night recently where they thought that something was on fire in there. They called me, they called the fire department. I went down there, helped them investigate where it was really smell. They said there was smoke in the building, but I didn't see any smoke. And sometimes when you smell it, I think maybe you think you see it too. But one of the fan coils, the motor was burning up and seized up, and it caused a really strong electrical burning smell. I located it, shut those off, every night and made sure the building was safe. And now we've replaced the motor, and we're actually replacing the second one now as well. So 4-H gate update, the motor's been installed, it's tested, it works. They've been putting the loops in the ground. Actually, they got the loops in the ground, which, you know, tell the gate to open when someone's trying to leave.
Mhm.
They put it in way soon so that it'll hook, because that's a big gate. It's a long swing. We still need to get the permanent electrical ran to it. We're waiting on Dan Liskey, but I've talked to my electrician and the guy that installed the gate, and they're confident between the two of them. My biggest concern is just what's underground. I don't want them to hit anything, so we got mine okay, and that's my biggest concern. I think it's a simple job. And then we also still need Wi-Fi out there so that we can hook up that PAL system, so that they can operate it with an app.
Yes.
I'm working with Lisa on that once we get the trench, see what she needs to get that. Long system, or for the air handling systems and stuff like it, down in Marvelton and stuff. We've got that system updated. That was something we were going to do on this budget. We budgeted for it. It's been updated, and we're working with Lisa to work out an issue that we can't see it from my office here, which would be really helpful to know if there's something going on if nobody's down there. Ice rink heat issues. We've replaced some regulators on the heat. They were having some heater problems, and we investigated it, and those regulators we replaced them and repaired it. Ice rink, the new lights and the updated wiring that we've been talking about, that they will be here on May 19th to start installing the new lights and do lighting, as well as Simcoe is going to be here that same week to service the compressor system back there, which includes the brine system, which we were concerned about. We sent samples out. Fortunately, when we got the samples analyzed, it wasn't nearly as bad as what we thought. It looks awful when you're holding it in your hand, but it wasn't nearly as bad. They're going to flush those lines with a solution that will bond to the piping in there to protect it, so we'll get some more life out of it. And if there is some corrosion in there, it'll bond those spots too, so that it doesn't get worse. And then I brought this is just for information purposes only. I had another engineer come out and look at the ice rink expansion. So I brought you, this is Jorgensen's, and then I'll give you here as well. There's the second one. I'll just give you my opinion on it. This is just to help you when we come get ready to talk about budget. I did put down in my budget for $120,000 for the design and bid on it. This other company, they said they could design and bid it for $82,500, so quite a bit cheaper. Jorgensen estimated the price per square foot at between $400 and $500, and JRW here, they estimated that it would be closer to like about $364 per square foot. So he also did not, for some reason took out the rubber flooring in the new locker rooms that they want to build, which I got a call into them telling me, no, that needs to be in there. We have to have rubber flooring. So but I just wanted to share this, guys, with you guys can look at it, before we get.
Great. Any questions for Andre?
Where's this probable construction from?
What's that?
Where's probable construction from?
Probable construction.
Yeah. Oh, it's probably.
It's probable. Okay, got you. Where's this JRW from?
Oh, they're in Rexburg. Yeah, they're the ones that, remember when we were talking about redoing the building at the golf course, the shed and stuff, and taking down that building? They're the same ones that did that. They came recommended to me by a contractor we use regularly. He really liked them. But they did a good job.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Jeness. In the town of Marvelton, yes?
We're just here to listen.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure.
We were invited to them, so.
Yes. I know you were, but we're running a little late and I apologize.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I would like to excuse Patrick Edwards, who was going to be presenting. Due to the delay in our schedule, he was unable to present. But I believe we do have Amber, and she will be able to present if he'll give her permissions. You may recall that at the last meeting, you asked that I get them on the agenda to discuss economic development possibilities and the assessment to action program that they offer. And you also asked that I invite the towns. I did send out that email. I believe the town of Pinedale is joining online and town of Marvelton is here. Amber, are you able to speak?
Should have permission.
I believe they've given you the permissions.
Which Amber, could you raise your hand?
Amber, will you raise your hand? So he is for sure getting the right one.
What's your last name?
Power. You might allow permission to Amy Sturman with the town of Pinedale also, as she's joined in case she has anything to add. Okay, both should now have permission. So Amber, I apologize for throwing you in the deep end, but I know that you're well familiar with the assessment to action program. So will you give an overview to the commissioners?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So my name is Amber Power. I work with the Wyoming Business Council, and I actually created assessment to action in response to what we found several communities were expressing in terms of needs with collaboration and planning help. The assessment to action was piloted about 18 months ago. We've had several communities go through it since then, and we've had some really amazing results. So 100% of the communities that responded to the post survey said that their collaboration has actually increased, both within their towns and within the teams that they brought. We do see that they're attacking some really great problems. The biggest thing with assessment to action is that we are crafting teams, not we, but communities, industries, or regions, craft teams to work together to both identify and address some of the barriers to their either economic growth or economic sustainability. Those teams are 100% local teams. They're 100% locally driven. We are here to support and coach those particular teams through the process and provide resources, provide a structure, and provide some scope. But the teams are 100% in the driver's seat in terms of what they'd like to tackle and how they'd like to tackle those things. Because obviously the people on the ground and in the communities both understand what their issues are and also have the passion and the ability to do something about those particular issues that are standing in the way of success. So I know, I'm sorry, Jeness.
I was just going to say, and so how are those teams developed and what size are they and things like that?
Mm-hmm. So the teams are actually crafted from you. So if Sublette County would like to put a team together and walk through the A-to-A process. There are several ways we can do that, but you would actually craft a team. We like to have the teams about 4 to 6 people. Those are just the initial teams. Those are not the total number of people who would be engaged in the process. But for sake of simplicity, just to get things rolling, we find that teams less than 8 are really the best size. Those teams also are working teams. So the people that are participating in it have a commitment to one another that they are going to be working through a 10-week process so that they can really walk through, figure out what their issues are, tear apart based on evidence, understand those particular issues or those hurdles, and then find an action plan that makes sense given your capacity and given your desire to address a particular issue in a way that makes sense for your community or for your county. And we can help with that too. If you need some help crafting teams, that's great. But really, this is a grassroots, this is locally driven process from start to finish.
What becomes available?
I didn't.
What becomes available in this process at the end of the?
And the output at the end of the process, the finished product is?
The finished product is that you have a team that's actually made sizable progress on an issue that or a hurdle that is impeding your economic growth or your economic sustainability. You typically have a better understanding of what all of those hurdles are. We focus on understanding what the root problem is and not just the symptoms. We also find that teams are working better together and communities are working much better together in the long run as they walk through. We have a lot of positive comments that people are wanting to continue with the process. It's a tool that you can use to further tackle additional problems outside the process.
Do we have to complete this process to be eligible for Wyoming Business Council funding on projects?
No.
At what point do we do the studies associated with this? We have an economic development study, and there was one other one.
I believe what he's referring to is feasibility studies, and this is unrelated to that. Is that correct?
It is unrelated in that there's not necessarily a process of before and after, but it is related in that you could utilize either this process or the results of the feasibility study to help aid this particular process. This process is simply a decision-making tool that we find communities use to help them make better decisions, to help them align, to help them tackle the real issues that are really constraining their economies.
So, for example, we have 2 individuals from an adjacent town, Marbleton, and if we wanted to move forward, what are the steps that we would take to make it so it's beneficial and a positive outcome for them at the end? We're talking about terms in general, but at the same time, it does help if we have something more specific geared to the needs of our community.
Yeah, and that's where, honestly, Mr. Chairman, that gets a little nebulous because you all would determine what your outcome would be. There isn't a grant that's tied to this. There isn't a requirement that you complete this process in order to participate in the BRC grants or planning grants from Wyoming Business Council. But what it does is it allows communities to work together. So you could actually do this process individually as communities. Each community in Sublette County could put together their own team and walk through this process together as Sublette County with each community represented with their own team. You could tackle common problems, individual problems. You could find ways to better communicate, to collaborate, to share capacities, so that you're working, I guess, better together and not competing for particular resources. If there's a problem that Sublette County is facing that you need an input for all communities to participate in, that's an option. Another option is that you craft one team with representatives from all of the communities who are wanting to participate and to tackle a countywide problem. So what we would do initially is really understand what the root problem is, what some of the things are that are impeding economic stability in Sublette County. Things often that come up are like housing and workforce. Those are super common. Collaboration, communication is also common. But there's specific things to each individual community. So for instance, Hudson brought a team, the little town of Hudson brought a team. They crafted a strategic plan and had a strategic plan at the end of the process. Riverton had a team they crafted that was focused more on engaging community and figuring out what kind of community projects were going to be most important to communities, but also swelling engagement so that there was more collaboration, not only from the organizations, but from their individual citizens to get those projects done. We've also had Gillette crafted a team where they restructured how they actually work together as individual units and work better together for economic development. So they had the county, the city, the community college, the Main Street, the two economic development organizations work together so that they now have an MOU so that everyone understands what that work looks like. They are much more collaborative at this point, so they're all working toward common goals and they're achieving a lot more in terms of their work. I'm trying to think, we had several other communities participate. Cheyenne participated on a particular project that they wanted to get done. We had Thermopolis participate, and we've just wrapped a session where Sheridan worked specifically on housing and getting everyone on the same page in terms of housing to figure out how they could better craft and utilize their capacities to work again better together to really dig in and tackle the housing issues so that several of those individual organizations weren't working against each other. They all have a common purpose, a common goal, and understand how they're organizing so that they can work better and get more done to really help solve their housing issue. So at the end of it, you know, you really do have a plan that is most beneficial to what your particular problem is. We help you uncover your problem and then help coach the people in the teams to identify what the best solution may be. It's an iterative process, so we do require that we meet once a week for 15 to 30 minutes just to make sure that things are moving ahead, and that's why people on the team need to be working team. There's an assignment or something, some step or action that must be taken every week so that there's some small steps lead to big things. And we've had, again, some really great success with this particular process and are really excited to bring it to the state of Wyoming. I believe in the information that Jeness provided, there are some quotes from some of the other communities that have participated as well. So I would encourage you to look through those because I think those speak more to what the communities get from the end of the process. Because again, it's really dependent on what that root problem is and the methodology or the action steps that communities choose to use in order to meet or to help address that particular problem.
So basically what we're looking at is an educational program to strengthen our knowledge and provide the obstacles that they will be presented with in the course of trying to move forward in an economic positive result. Is that correct?
I like to think of it as more of a process and a tool than an educational program. We provide a tool, we show you how to use it, and then we really hope is that sparks, that communities can use that without our help. Additionally, to best address their root problems, instead of dealing with particular symptoms, they really understand what the root cause is of some of those things. So again, maybe a better example is we all see that we have housing issues in Wyoming, but what does that actually mean? Is the issue caused by zoning constraints? Is the issue caused by lack of infrastructure? Is the issue caused by a supply problem where we can't get contractors to come in? Maybe we have lots of housing, we just don't have the right kind of housing for the people that need it. Maybe we have lots of housing inventory, and we just need someone to come in and refurbish it because the inventory is old and just needs to be rehabilitated. So until we actually understand what those root problems are, it makes it really hard for us to craft a plan that's actually going to do some good and tackle that particular problem. So this process begins with really understanding what that is, tearing apart, using tackling assumptions, trying to find evidence, talking with the community, and really understanding what is impeding you from economic stability or economic growth. And once you can figure that out, then it's much easier to craft a plan of action that's really going to be beneficial and effective and efficient with the very limited capacity and resources that we all have in our state. We just want it to be the most effective thing possible. So I would say it's more of a tool, and it's a process that we found works incredibly well for the communities or the teams that decide to utilize it. But it is a big commitment. And so that's something to be aware of as well.
Thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Amber, does this have a cyclical nature? Like, do you start this at a certain time, or can we sign up anytime we want? How does that work if we would want to?
I think there are a couple of different options for you as a county. If you wanted to focus specifically on Sublette County, if you had interest from different communities in Sublette County who wanted to participate and maybe have teams of their own working on common problems, but then also, culminating in how to best serve and impact the county wide, we could do something specific just for Sublette County. And at that point, we could schedule that at any time. If it's something where you feel it would be best served to have representatives from each of the communities and work on just one issue, for Sublette County, then we would ask that you look at our September A2A program, where we invite all teams together. That will be held in Riverton, September 3rd and 4th is the kickoff workshop where you will all work together. It's completely hands-on and again, 100% community led. So you would need your team to come to the entirety of that particular workshop, because that's where you set the stage for the work for the remaining 10 weeks.
Okay. If the county were to decide to do something like this and it was that September 3rd and 4th in Riverton, with the 10 weeks, it would only be the 3rd and 4th off-site, but we could do the remainder remotely?
Yes. Yep. The 10 weeks all happens within your community or within your county.
Do you guys have a question?
I have a question. Hi, Cassie Crampton. I'm taking off my county hat, but speaking on behalf of the Business Council as a new board member, I just want to emphasize that this structure and ability to tune in to our local needs is a really significant thing to consider. Much like the treatment court team, this process gives you the ability to have that internal structure to be have the technical assistance to get through it in this phase, but apply it to other issues as it comes along down the road. It's really like a roadmap for us to handle things in a more efficient way. And I just kind of throw my hat in the ring and say it's a good thing if we can figure out how to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Mr. Bradley?
Here again, it's a commitment. We've gone down this road before. Maybe this is a little more organized and we come out with positive results that we can put to work, but I'm not jumping overboard that you know, on board immediately.
Sure. And there's going to be, with the different communities, for example, Pinedale may not have any interest. However, Marbleton or Big Piney may have, and it may offer the stepping stones for doors to be open that we haven't looked at before in the different communities.
And I could see where a community could use it and then maybe come to the county and say,
Correct. Correct. So as in any program, it has to start at the grassroots where the individuals, the constituents have to be the catalyst. Because if it's from governmental pushing down to people, they're going to say, go pack sand. But if the people start it and work it and can see the reward at the end, we get a lot more traction. So, and having Ms. Crumpley available and voicing her support, she's an excellent resource. And I think that this opens quite a bit of thought process and doors for us because there are also grants available that will assist us. And this is just the first step of identifying how do we turn those keys. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, along those lines, I believe Patrick was prepared, and I don't know that Amber is, so I'm going to let you off the hook if you're not, Amber. But I think Patrick was prepared to discuss some of the potentials for that grant funding and how we can use our economic development fund that we have built to a certain degree as a result of a business ready grant that was done in Sublette County with Enviromedial. Amber, do you have any interest in commenting on that, or should we just, Patrick had requested to be put on an agenda at a later date when he contacted me a few minutes before noon and said I have to go. So,
okay.
So
Yeah.
we can turn that route, and then also leading into the next agenda item with Mr. Rose. I don't know if Amber would like to stay on for that. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to give her the option to stay on and comment if she would like, or.
We'll take it back to the Marbleton Council.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yep, understand.
On there. I mean, we kind of put these two agenda items together so that
Sure.
the Wyoming Business Council could hear this presentation and perhaps comment on it. But like I said, I don't know that Amber's.
Sure, we can move on to Mr. Rose, and that way we have it all on record, and they can go back and listen to it at their convenience.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please.
Well, thank you, Council. Got some handouts here. So my name is Josh Rose. I own Western Wyoming Aviation, and we train pilots here in Sublette County, Pinedale and Big Piney. I'm also Afton and Rock Springs, and learning about this economic development. There's things that we want to do as a school and grow within the community and county that include just career flight training. Right now, we've got a lot of hobby guys coming through and wanting to get their pilot's license because they've wanted it for years. And then we have young kids too coming up and want to make a career out of it. So we want to focus on a career program, aircraft maintenance, which is needed in the county, and then also aircraft manufacturing. So there's kind of three parts, and so this makes sense for the economic development. Maybe I would be a project idea for these teams to look at how it would positively affect the county having this business grow. And So yeah, let's see here. Basically, we would submit our proposal for funding to the teams within the economic grant study and see what they came out with as far as we would need hangar space and to build up Big Pine Marbleton Airport and even Pinedale if they wanted to get on board with that. But Big Pine's been a great fit. I've kind of on the second page here, I've got some local numbers, and I think this is going too far into the future for this meeting today, but just want to get the conversation started. Approximately 100 by 100 hangar size, and would use some of it for flight school operations, aircraft manufacturing, and also maintenance and repair, including avionics upgrades on planes. It's an estimated project cost of $895,000. Timeline 8 to 10 months. Job creation. My business, we employ 7 people right now. I believe we had added another 7 to 15 jobs within the county. We're to continue to grow. And really, it's just attraction to aviation. I've got to see it in Afton with Husky and their aviation background that and it brings a lot of people to town. They're able to fly in and have a space for their plane, and it's a really neat community to be involved with, and it's its own little world. But it's really neat, and we have the infrastructure here. It's just utilizing it and having a company and people involved that are committed to this thing, and that's what we'd like to do. I believe that just within Western Wyoming in general too, our kids are leaving state to go after career jobs and go to school, and this ATP and Salt Lake and everything else, they go down there when they can stay home and save some money and really get to a career right here at home. So
correct.
That's what we plan to do.
Ms. Crumpley, you're involved in business based on the organization you're working with, and you heard the presentation from Miss Power, I believe was her name. Amber Power, thank you. Can you see a direct relation between what we're doing here, trying to do, and going back into that program to assist in a growth effort for him?
Potentially, yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm still kind of fresh, so I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but this is exactly kind of the root cause of the issues the Business Council wishes to address. The brain drain of our youth. As a mom of a young adult that graduated high school from this county, the options are limited. They moved away. Anything we can do to reinforce and build our community in a way that is in line with our culture and values, with a future-minded existence, I'm all for. I think it's there, and we need it. On my other side, with the treatment court, with our justice-involved individuals.
We can't have them flying planes.
Well, I mean, if they're good at it, why not? I don't know if felonies impact licensing for that profession, right? But that's one of the largest barriers they have, is finding livable wages and career employment. You know, you can't work flipping burgers and pay your mortgage. So just on all aspects, there are benefits to ideas like this to explore and see if it is the right fit.
So within manufacturing, I think that would be a great avenue for the treatment court to work into that.
Sure.
And I believe felons can fly. I've got great instructors that could teach a caveman to fly. So I'm that confident in it.
We're just happy throwing this caveman around.
Sure.
So what do you have going over Big Piney now?
So yeah, we have Cessna 172. I have one instructor that's there full time. As a whole, we just got to Big Piney in February, and we help with maintenance and the day-to-day stuff at the airport, and then offer flight training as well. And then we want to grow into maintenance and also manufacturing. It's called Backcountry Cubs, and they're built in, the kits are built in Douglas, Wyoming. And I've been in contact with them, and they need final assembly. And I threw out my contacts, we can finish this project. And he's came up with the first tailwheel four-seater that's just a really cool plane. And he's got 12 orders, and he don't have the guys to put it together. He's got the jigs built, and he's got a prototype that's been to Big Piney in the stall competition, and even Florida and Oshkosh and everything else. But you just don't have the manpower to put it together. And Sublette County can offer that. We've got talented welders and mechanics, and between right here and Afton, and it's just putting it all together.
Great idea. Jeness?
Amber, are you still on? So I guess what I would add to the conversation is that with your permission, I will go back to Patrick between meetings and discuss the project and give him a record of this meeting and ask him if something like this would qualify for a business ready community grant, which is, I believe, the type of grant that we did with Enviromedial, and ask to get him on the agenda to discuss it at a future meeting. Is that acceptable?
Oh, absolutely. I guess I've got a couple of questions. The Enviromedial grant, the 750,000 or thereabouts we have in place right now.
Correct.
Does that have to be approved through the business council to spend that, or is that at our discretion? I mean, if somebody comes in and says, here's my economic development plan, what do you think? And we like it. Is it our approval, or is it through the business council still?
I will qualify with what I'm saying a little bit with, I'm not 100% certain, but my understanding is that we have authority over that funding. But what I believe they would recommend is that we use that as a match to help in a similar way. And that funding is available for matches such as that. You know, so the end result would be, even though our revenues are down, that funding's already in place from a previous project and can be used potentially for a project like this. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so it's ironic, I'll use that term, here where I'll look at it in a minute, figure out where I saw it. A demand for pilot training. It just so happens we have a young lady that's worked out for us a couple of years now that is doing her training over in Idaho, and she's right on the cusp, if you would, of getting that private license. And so her endeavor, as of course things change, I realize that, but her endeavor is to continue on to get a commercial, et cetera. And so a program like this, if it had been in place there, might have allowed her to pursue what she wants to do right here locally rather than have to travel clear into. So, you know, on the surface, you know, it looks good. I would wonder what the full-time positions are going to amount to. What would they be?
So we've got on the manufacturing side, there's about 3 different parts. So manufacturing side, we'd have welders, mechanics, A&Ps, AIs, and those are aircraft mechanics and
right.
Electricians. Those jobs would all be in place. Painters, and then also the construction to get us there, which those wouldn't really be full-time, but good job opportunities. The school, office personnel, instructors, and also maintenance goes into that. So that boosts up that mechanic spots, and then airport maintenance as well. Taking care of the airports and stuff like that.
Okay, so you've got a startup in Big Piney.
Yes, sir.
So,
Rock Springs as well.
okay, so if you get this here, what is that going to do with the Big Piney front? Will you combine them and move them to here, or we leave one there and one here as far as operation goes?
As far as the county, from what I understand, everything would stay in Big Piney Marbleton, and that's been a great fit for us. A lot of helpful folks over there, and but it could expand everywhere. Just like my school, for instance, I was didn't have the opportunity. Lived in Pinedale for 20 years. Took my motorhome over to Afton and stayed over there for 5 months to get my pilot's license. And then just going back and forth. And at the end, I ended up purchasing the school and then wanting to bring it back into Pinedale. And then Rock Springs goes, well, you brought it to Pinedale, Big Piney. We need it down here as well. So we're gonna continue to grow in that and create more of a career program is what we're shooting for. And I was at a leadership meetings in Sweetwater County here last week and met with the president of UW and Western Wyoming Community College and want to become a accredited flight school as well. So our students are coming out with a associate's degree in aeronautics by the time they become a private pilot, and then they work on their instrument and commercial and become a CFI, get their 1,500 to 2,000 hours, and then go on to the airlines. And just seeing that process in Afton, there's a lot of professional pilots, and even in this community that have retired at 55, and it allows them to fly out and come home, and makes the world a little smaller, where that helps our community too, where these guys get to come home and throughout their career and spend money within the county and do all the things we love to do.
Great. So. Any questions? None? Good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your time.
Break for lunch and then come back with Janet Montgomery, and she's not in here.
What time would you like her to be here?
Any preference?
We can eat a fairly fast lunch to keep the day going.
Okay.
10 after 1.
1:10. Make a motion to adjourn for lunch and be back at 1:10.
So
District Court. Montgomery, please.
Hello. So I am here to talk about sort of the layout of the upstairs area with chambers, clerk of district court, and the courtroom. We've had some small construction projects, but actually for years and years, we have discussed the inefficiency and lack of juror accommodation facilities that we have for our jury room. And it's been an ongoing discussion for years. Prior to Judge McKay, Judge Tyler would take surveys, and I have lots of surveys from different jurors who had served as jurors and talking about the restrooms. And that's been sort of an ongoing concern of ours. We did kind of drop the idea of any of that when we started talking about a new court facility with a jail and all that. And now that seems to may have gone away, we still have these issues with the juror accommodations. We have some water issues, and then we have in custody movement issues as well. So I'm kind of wondering if I can look to you guys for some direction as to what steps to take next. Are we looking at any kind of new construction? Should I be looking at remodeling the upstairs? I've talked to Andre, which he'll come join me here in a second, a little bit about this and shuffling things around the courthouse. What would you guys like to see, and how far in the future are we planning for these things? Just really looking for some direction.
Appreciate that overview.
Well, I think we'll need mostly. Surely thought about this a lot, so you probably can tell us more. Okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm just sort of in limbo trying to figure out what to do next. The juror room definitely needs to be expanded. There definitely needs to be more restrooms available than the one restroom that we have. There's, just some accommodation things like that really need to be done. And then every time I have seen a trial with an in custody person, there's always like this really hair-raising, stressful element of it when you're talking about movement between jurors and witnesses and public and in custody people, and how that all is supposed to mix and go smoothly. And there's some things that the National Center for State Courts has outlined for courtrooms and movement and things like that, which would have all been accommodated with that new building plan. But I just want to know if we should be looking at that. Are we looking at some kind of new construction, or should we just be looking at remodeling upstairs? And how do I move forward with that is my other question.
You were gracious enough to give me a tour up there, and I recognize the extremely cramped work area that you have and the jury room, lack of restrooms. And to say, do we remodel what we have? To be honest with you, the response is, what are you going to accomplish? Where would you add another bathroom? Where would you add a jury room that you don't have to walk through the courtroom to get to the clerk's office, right? So in reality, let's be honest here, we're looking for what can we do in regards to coming up with additional accommodations for you, I believe. Mm-hmm. Thanks for putting that forward.
Okay. Can I say something about the remodeling?
Please come forward.
So we did have.
Is that on, Andre?
We did have engineers come up there to look at it, and we threw a lot of ideas around when we were all together. And just so you know, I mean, every time I deal with an engineer about, what can we do? Can we do this? Can we do that? I've never, ever heard them say, I don't know that we can actually do it. They always like, yeah, that can be done. This was the one time where they're like, I don't know how we could do it up here because one, this building's been renovated so many times that that's not totally an option after so many times. And then the plumbing is a big problem up there, trying to get it where you need it to go. We can't just run it through other people's offices. I mean, them being upstairs is a problem. and then all the renovating that's already been done. They weren't very confident. So I just wanted to give that, like,
Sure.
so. And
Although your courtroom is beautiful, it's sad to see the constraints that you have to work around that. It would be terrible to lose that. Anything from the commissioners in regards to guidance as far as what we want to move forward? Or do we want to move forward and just let them stay up there alone?
So nobody wants to speak? Well, here I go. It's been my day today so far. So, and I also took a tour with you up there, and I understand your concerns and what needs to occur, but quite frankly, what needs to occur, I won't be in favor of building a megaplex $100 million structure for law enforcement. So it comes right back to what Andre says is probably an impossibility, is to reconfigure what you've already got. And I'm not an engineer, so I have no idea what it would be. But it would appear to me that we've never seen any quotes on anything, at least I have not. So there has to be a way to accommodate some of what you require from a standpoint of remodel, if you would. And so, and I think in light of what we're being told going forward from the financial aspect, we need to look at some sort of a remodel to accommodate at least temporarily. And so for me, I would like to see the, what do they call that? The punch list, so to speak, of a prioritized list and some approximate costs associated with a time frame, because it all has to work together. I mean, you at some point in time, you're going to have part of your operation shut down because of some ongoing operation. Maybe even now, I don't know that, but or we could have less offenders and you wouldn't need that area. That might be an option also. So, but I think, Janet, for me at least, temporary is better than nothing at all. And I think the options are a new facility or reconstruction. The new facility is just, it's way up here. It's probably not a priority right now, or for a while, put it like that. So my suggestion from our walkthrough is to prioritize what you believe are the necessary to get you going. And there's going to be something, I wish we'd got that done too, but unfortunately, sometimes you just have to give up a little bit to get more. But I'd like to see some numbers.
As far as the whole new Justice Center thing, when I was on that committee, and you're probably talking $100 million. I think when we just looked at it, just basic was like 88 million. And I pitched this idea before, but I probably didn't have the right audience. And I'll just throw it out there. It's something to think about. But we have the big lawn out here that can be built on. Or it would be my opinion that it would be simpler if we built there and you could build a building that would house both courts, district and circuit court, with 2 courtrooms, and then turn the lot over across the street from circuit court into a parking lot for parking for that building as well. And I think it would be, much cheaper and much more doable. And then they could work out of where they're at now until that gets built. They move in there. That would free up a lot of space in this building that we could use in the future. And then as time passes and we get in the right place to do a justice center, if it comes to that, you still have that building that they could move out of, and all you'd have to do is renovate the courtrooms that are in there for office space and things like that for as we expand as a county. And we've thrown a lot of ideas around with that space. We originally started with that lot across the street from Circuit Court to build on, but I think that would be better as a parking lot and use the big lawn to put a building for the courts. And And I'm just bringing that up because I didn't know if anybody else would.
So you're talking an addition on this end, this lawn
We
out
built
front on Main
we
Street?
built it right up against the Sallyport on Main Street. You know, for instance, the lot across from Circuit Court, you know, my department built that park there. It was just a dirt lot with some trees in it because there was a house on there that we tore down. It was the understanding that that was just going to be for future, you know, use later, but I didn't want it to stay a dirt lot because it's not attractive looking. So we just put grass in and some sprinklers. And it was very inexpensive. And I always thought that that's just a placeholder for when we need to build something. And I feel the same way about the big lawn. It looks nice, but it should look nice until you need to put something on it. I mean, we have the property, and it's in the right neighborhood for courtrooms. And
Sure.
so
The conversation has come along, where do we purchase property? I've had this conversation with several people, and unfortunately, land isn't cheap in Pinedale, but we have the corner here, we have the parcel across from the court. We could potentially vacate the street and have that as additional space or not. So there are several options that are available. I do agree with Commissioner Vickery as far as cost, but at the same time, I know that there are a number of bright people within the county that we can start looking at ways within the state to come up with grants or funding of some nature. When it comes to my opinion only, although I'd like to wave a wand and have it there and say, here, we have all this money in reserve. In reality, when we start building capital assets in excess of, pick an arbitrary number, $5 million, I think it should go to the vote of the people to see if they would approve their tax dollars being spent towards that. Because otherwise, we're just saying, pay your taxes, we're going to do what we want. And I don't think that's correct, to be honest with you. When I grew up, when they wanted to do major or small projects in the community, it always went to a vote. But I've noticed that we don't quite have that viewpoint here because we deserve what we can get, if that makes sense. So I think that there's money available. We just have to be aggressive and go out and look for it. Perhaps not.
Mr. Chairman, everything you've mentioned is more space, more space. I mean, there's no way to go there and paint a pig and make more space.
Yeah.
I couldn't like Andre's idea if we could put an addition on here. You know, we've got money in reserves that's earmarked for such a thing. Whether we spend that or we go to a vote remains to be seen, but I think we could certainly do that a lot cheaper and have something that you go and remodel that in 3 years. You're back here. Well, we need more space. We need more space. You're not going to get around it. If we could add on right here on the ground we have, I think that's worth looking at and more affordable than maybe painting something there that's short term.
Correct. Absolutely. We have the availability with the land, so it doesn't hurt to look to see if we can't make it happen, from my opinion. Commissioner Stevens?
Well, the biggest mistake this county's ever made when we built on this jail, okay, took a year longer than it's supposed to. It's never worked when you add on. It's just unfortunate. But you know, I mean, I'm not against it, but I'm just saying we did a poor job here. We added on to the courthouse. And so I don't want to make that mistake again because it's leaked, there's been water problems, it's a dungeon, and it cost a lot of money back then. You know, it wasn't cheap, and it's still not right. So I'm not against building on, but that's a tough thing to do.
I just want to point, I'm not proposing that we actually build on to this building. It would be a separate building that butts up against the Sallyport.
I understood it was building on.
No, if we build on our property, it would butt up against the Sallyport, which would also still create an entrance for, like, for instance, the judge could still pull in the Sallyport and still go into her building because there would be a door on that side of the Sallyport, which is secure. So yeah, I wouldn't attach onto this building. It would be a separate building.
So I just know you can vouch for it.
Yeah.
That's a disaster.
Yes.
We have some of the issues because of the remodeling upstairs.
And that's why we don't want to remodel up there
Okay,
anymore.
well, thank you.
And and even if you, just like you were saying, you're not creating more space up there. You're just stealing space from another area up there.
Right.
So it's.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner White, anything to add?
No, I think moving forward from here, just set or request in your budget some money to do some engineer work and get us some prices and options, whatever those options might look like. I think last year we went through the whole new rebuild option. Look at this option, as far as get some eyes on it, get some plans, some estimates.
So is that in your budget?
It's not a budget thing. So generally you can get them to come out and look at it, and then it's going to be like the same process with the ice rink where they come out, they tell you, they estimate what they think it might cost after talking with them on their needs. And then they tell you how much they would charge to design it and put it out to bid, that whole process.
So, and I think you ought to put a feeler out, if worst come to worst, there's 32 million in that fund. A justice system, would they be agreeable? Some of the people that are wanting a new facility, would they be willing to sacrifice some of that money out of that fund?
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. When we put it in there, we said that we could take it out. But when we assigned that money to that, that we could take it out there if we had to. So that was said the day of that vote. So, but I'm just saying it might be more of a reality if that money could be taken out of that.
Okay.
I'm just throwing that out. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but
I would say that this wouldn't probably help much with the jail, but it definitely could help with the sheriff's department. They could, once they moved out of their space and circuit court moves out of their space, now the sheriff's department could get out of that basement, which I know they hate. And because there'll be a lot more office space for them to move in here in this building.
I'm just saying with the money situation this year, you might have to, if that might be the only avenue you're going to be able to get it. So I don't know. So I'd like to hear from the rest of you guys. Talking out of turn, I don't know.
No, exactly right. We don't know what we don't know until we explore it, right? Mm-hmm. And I think the commissioners have agreed that exploring this might come to good results. Can't really promise anything, but we don't know yet, right? Mm-hmm. So how do you address the unknown? Casey may have some plans down there that he had for the jail you may want to look at. You might have some old plans that you had dabbled with years ago, I don't know. And then you had the input from the judges as far as what they would like to see. Mm-hmm. And all of that needs to be taken into consideration. Yeah. So we would welcome you to come back to the table and see what we have. Okay. Can't make promises, but we give it a try.
Okay. Get back to work. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Dennis Fornstrom, please. Planning and zoning.
Actually, say yes.
is gonna come up over there. Set the wrong direction. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So for you today, I have two projects that are coming to you from the Planning and Zoning Board. The first project or application is a proposed boundary line adjustment to Lot 6 and Lot 2 within the New Fork Social Club. This application is being made by the Washburns and by Mrs. Greenwood. What this application is, on the screen, so this is, the New Fork Social Club is located just south of Pinedale here, right off Remembrance Lane. The two lots that I have highlighted here are what they are talking about. What they would like to do is current lot 2 would like to purchase some additional ground from Lot 6. This additional ground would basically go from the existing lot corner, follow the edge of the pond down to where it hits Remembrance Lane, and then jog back over. It ends up being basically 0.34 acres of land. That is it in a nutshell. It's pretty simple. It's just a boundary line adjustment between those two lots. Applicants are in agreement of doing this. This was brought before the Planning and Zoning Board on April 17th and discussed. It comes to you with a 4-0 recommendation to approve from the Planning and Zoning Board. The applicant's representative, Mike Jackson, Verde Engineering, is here today also. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the public? Online? Commissioners? Mr. Vickery, Commissioner Vickery, please.
Might as well keep it going. So I'm just curious. So do they just transfer 1 acre, what's it, 0.34, did you say?
Yeah.
So one owner, they just transfer that from owner to owner? Is that how that works?
It will be, with this amended plat, it will be redeeded, and the actual physical boundary of that lot will be changed.
Right, but the acreage, they're trading it foot for foot, so to speak. Is that?
No.
Well, they are purchasing that additional ground.
Oh, okay, that's, okay, fair enough. Gotcha. I didn't understand.
Lot 6 is.
So they're buying that 0.34.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Both of these, and also just to bring that point, both of these are 20 acres and 23 acre type lots. So it is in a rural residential zoning district. As far as that goes, we're not messing with any of the zoning requirements or anything like that.
Okay. Got it. I didn't ask the proper question, but I got the right answer, so.
Any questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
Could I ask one thing?
Please,
Commissioner. So there's two mortgages on this property. And one of the rules and the regulations is to have this thing recorded within 30 days of approval, if that's the action you go with. We had to send this plat to the East Coast to have those banks review it. I've sent this off directly after the planning and zoning meeting. So I wondered if we could have a grace period in case we needed it, as far as that recording timeline following the meeting. Normally it's 30 days. Wondered if we could have an additional 30 days to be able to record that plat in case their review takes longer than we expect.
The time frame is sensitive in regards to the recording of the legal documentation. I would defer you to the legal counsel of the applicants. It's not our position to take a legal standpoint on something of this nature or assume the liability associated with.
Okay.
So if you'd like to table it till next meeting, withdraw the application today and then come forward to the next, or we can move forward with what we have.
I think we can move forward.
Okay. Great. Open for motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the partial vacation or modification to a field plot being a boundary line adjustment between lots 2 and 6 of the New Fork Social Club as presented.
I have a motion by Commissioner White. Is there a second? I have a second by Commissioner Stevens. All in favor signify.
Aye.
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 None opposed. Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you much.
Okay, Commissioners. The next application that I have to come before you is an application by the Deadshot Ranch Holdings LLC, requesting a conditional use permit for the operation of a guest ranch. This will be located at 883 Upper Hoback Road, County Road 23-174 in Bondurant, Wyoming.
Can you pull that mic closer to you, please? Thank you.
The Deadshot is requesting this conditional use for the development and operation of a guest ranch to be located at the address aforementioned. The Deadshot is approximately 160 acres in size and is currently zoned A1, which is agricultural zoning district. In accordance with Chapter 2 of the Zoning and Development Regulations, this property is eligible to seek a conditional use for the operation of a guest ranch. In the rest of the report from the Planning and Zoning Office, I do go through the criteria and the conditions for approval of a conditional use. You guys have all of that information. Basically, with this proposal, the Deadshot Ranch would be using the existing infrastructure that is located on the ranch for this proposal. There are four, I believe there's four. Yeah, I should get the map up. 3 guest houses or 3 small houses, 4 small houses, and the main house, which would be utilized as the main lodge. Train of thought here. The occupancy capacity of the houses and such they have to stay there is basically 34 people. That is including what bedroom space and such they currently have. So the discussion, it was a quite lengthy discussion, Planning and Zoning Board meeting. Went through several different scenarios and brought up several questions that were asked of the applicants. Some of those questions were able to be answered at that time, others were not. Some of the questions that did come up were, they'd asked for some additional information on whether there was a plan in place to deal with any emergencies that may come up. At that time, the applicant said there had not been a plan. They would look at doing that in the future. The other question they had was whether there was anything in place for waste disposal, refuge, etc., from any of the events that they would have at this facility. They said, of course, that would be taken care of, but they did not have that in place at that time. So those are two questions that were asked, and you will see that noted in one of the conditions that the board placed upon this application. With that, you guys have also received some additional information from the applicant since that time that goes through and explains some of, how they would handle those situations. Again, this was a very lengthy discussion from the Planning and Zoning Board. The Planning and Zoning Board is recommending approval to the county commissioners of this application with 11 conditions. And I would go through and read those conditions. Condition number 1, to limit the number of events to 3 per month during the month of June, July, August, and September, and 1 per month thereafter. No new construction without coming to the Planning and Zoning Board for a permit other than repairs, replacements, or improvements of the existing property. The number of overnight guests is defined as 34. No temporary housing, including tents, yurts, etc. A noise curfew for operations at the guest ranch from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. A waste management plan for events, including septic and refuge plans, which they have provided at least the thought process on moving forward with that. Lodge facility used for dining are separate from facilities used for guest lodging. To notify neighbors of event dates, this includes all residents along the Upper Hoback Road. Lighting restrictions to include no event lighting with the exception of safety lighting between the hours of 7 or 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. To correspond with the appropriate emergency personnel, which they've provided a plan to do that. And no event shall last longer than 72 hours, including the setup and cleanup of the event. So with that, the Planning Commission voted 3-1 to recommend approval. I'm hoping, that everybody had a chance to really look through the information that was provided. I hope that answered some of those questions moving forward here. The applicant's representative, Steve Christensen and Ed Wood, are here today to also help answer questions. And I guess with that, I would be more than happy to, take questions that you have or.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'll open it to public.
I've got a question,
Thanks.
and maybe it'll come up during their presentation. I don't know. As far as notifying neighbors of events, do they have to notify them the night before, the month before, the year before? I mean, that seems questionable.
That was discussed as events were scheduled. They would know if they knew further in advance, they could maybe put that together. And let everybody know. I'm not exactly sure how that would work.
What about noise curfew? Is that no vehicle driving around or just excessive noise, or what? What's a noise curfew?
I believe that was like excessive noise. So late night bands still playing, activities going on that was causing noise in the area, so that could be heard, but there would be a quiet time between those hours.
Thank you. We'll open for public comment. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Christensen, and I represent the Deadshot Ranch in connection with its guest ranch application. I appreciate Dennis and the work that he does on behalf of the county. I found him to be very efficient, knowledgeable, available, and helpful when the subject matter is often challenging or controversial. Dennis, thank you for your summary of our application. I would like to add a few comments of my own and respond to any questions the commissioners may have about the application. First, I am pleased that...
1 minute, please. Is everyone able to hear what's being said? Okay, if not, there are open chairs here at the beginning. Online, can you hear what's occurring?
Is that turned on, Steve?
Yeah, I can hear myself.
What about this other one?
Yeah, we're good. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So I'd like to add a few comments of my own and respond to any questions that the commissioners may have about the application. First, I'm pleased that both the planning office recommended and the P&Z board voted 3-1 to approve the application. I hope to garner your approval in a similar manner. During the P&Z's review, several questions and concerns were raised about trash and toilets, as well as emergency action plan. Given we don't know the exact contours of the events that we'll be hosting, which will depend largely on what the guest may or may not want. For example, start time, total number of guests, we've set a maximum of 100 recreational activities that they'd like to enjoy. It is difficult to determine what may be necessary to support such events. However, the application itself sets some guardrails on the nature and frequency of the events. No more than 100 guests, no longer than 72 hours in length, including setup and teardown, and no more than 3 events per month. In addition, I hope that each of you received last week, and Dennis confirmed that he sent it to you, supplement to our application that included a trash standard operating procedure, a toilet standard operating procedure, and an emergency action plan. Each of these plans are generic in form, but will be tailored for the specific event. Nevertheless, we hope that these generic plans demonstrate our commitment to providing both clean and safe events. I'd like to speak to 2 of the conditions that the P&Z board recommended. First, the Deadshot has applied to host 3 on-campus events per month. As a condition to granting the CUP, the P&Z board recommended carving back the number of events from 3 per month to 3 per month during the summer months from June to September, and then 1 event per month thereafter. While we still request and prefer to host 3 events per month as the upper limit, if the commissioners feel that such quantity is too much, we'd prefer to keep it simple and to have a limit of 2 per month. Second, the P&Z board recommended a condition requiring a separate dining facility from the lodging facilities. Such condition is tied to the definition of a guest ranch. The guest ranch definition provides, in part, a ranch with guest accommodations which has a lodge facility used for dining separate from individual guest cabins. Now, that has not been the historic practice within this county of requiring a separate dining facility from a guest ranch. And we request that the Deadshot receive the same treatment as other guest ranches. 2 examples of 2 current guest ranches without separate dining facilities include the Timberlake Lodge, or Timberline Lodge, and the Black Powder Ranch. Neither one of them have separate dining facilities. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. I'm happy to respond to any questions or concerns the commissioners may have about our application.
Thank you.
You said to to keep it simple, you'd be willing to go back to 2 events per month. Is that year round or just 2 events per month and then 1?
The application is for 3 per month throughout the year. If the commissioners believe that that's too many, we would request 2 events per month throughout the year. So 24 events.
Okay.
Questions?
I don't have any right now.
Well, here we go again. Can everybody hear me? So this is what I guess what I'm going to ask is to ask. When I look at this application, I'm really confused. Is it an application, which is said here, it's from the Dead Shoot Ranch, or in fact, is it from the Dead Shot Ranch? Because both show up in various places here. So the question I have is the Dead Shoot Ranch Holdings LLC requesting the conditional use permit, or is it the Dead Shot Ranch requesting that? Because this could be, the Dead Shoot Ranch could be an offset of the Dead Shot Ranch, or vice versa. So I'm confused as to why those are in there, both.
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
that is a typo on my part. I apologize for that. It is the Dead Shot Ranch. And I must have got happy when it was typing O's at the time, so.
Well, something to this magnitude, for me, and I'm just speaking for me, something for this magnitude shouldn't have a typo more than once. I understand once. The other question that is pertinent for me is there's 2 different numbers for acreage. One you've requested for 250 acres. The other is a request for 160, I believe it is. So where is the differential there?
Again, a typo. You're catching it. Well, I think we need to hire you as an editor going forward. It's a typo. So you're referring to the 250 acres that I mentioned in my memo.
Correct.
Okay. When I was looking at the GIS, I was trying to add those up really quickly. I think the memo says approximately 250 acres. It should say approximately 250 acres. So it's the, if there's any confusion.
No, I understand.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, I understand that, Mr. Christensen, but what I don't understand is how something like that, for me, because I'm sort of into numbers. There's a big difference in those 2 numbers. And so I really want to know, are we looking at 160 or 250? We're looking at 160.
We're looking at the parcels that are on the video right now.
And please, would you give clarification? Is the total number of acres on the screen being highlighted?
Dennis, can we add those up and you tell us?
Thank you.
46, 56, 758. I believe it is 160.4.
60.
Yeah, 46. Six, 7, 8. Seven. Six, 57, 58, 100, it's 158 acres, yeah, plus or minus.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's how many? Yeah.
So by our GIS, it comes out 160.2 acres total.
Okay, fair enough. That answered that question. And so we're talking about 160 acres, basically, not 250. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes.
So bear with me. We've got a long time till dark. So when I look at, you're gonna use, and I forget the lady's name that Mr. Ricketts bought that from. What is it? Remember that?
Judy's her first name. I don't remember.
Beckman or something? Okay. So the lodge that she had as her residence, I mean, that's the lodge, is that correct?
Yes, we refer to
That's
that
what you designated as the lodge?
correct.
Okay, so here's a question that I would have. It would appear to me that the residence requirements for septic would be far less than requirements for a lodge, because you're going to have several folks that are dining, using the facilities. And so I think I just heard somewhere or saw that that was all in place. So has the DEQ checked that out to make sure the lodge meet the requirements for a lodge as far as septic goes, or is that one of the things that you will do later? Or am I off on a tangent? Because I know for a fact my house's septic system will handle about 3 or 4 of us, and then that's too many. So my question of you is, if the lodge is in full use, which would be several guests, is that septic system going to handle all that? Plus, I believe at some point a lodge is going to require, I want to see this one, a more sophisticated system to cook food, to dispose of other things that are associated with that. So here again, in my mind, a lodge is going to require a substantially larger septic system than a residence would. That's me. Is that fair or not?
Well, I think we are not requesting increase to our current capacity. Okay, it has 34 guests can stay there. Okay, we've designed a septic tank. We haven't had any issues with that. We don't, and first and foremost, this is a guest ranch request, so we don't anticipate any additional use. Now, when we come to the events, I have provided a toilet plan. Okay, and in that it says we're going to bring in porta potties. Okay, that will not stress the existing septic field. Okay, so I'm not certain I understand the question in light of that we have an operating system. It's functioning fine. We're not, as far as the operation of the guest ranch, we're not requesting additional use. And the additional stressor will only be the special event use that we're requesting.
I understand that part of it, and everybody in the community loves porta pots too. By the way, especially in January and February, I can assure you that. But I've got to go back to my question: has the DEQ authorized the septic system that is in place now for your lodge? Because I anticipate the lodge. Now, this is me. Because I've been around the country and I know what lodges look like and what they do, the amount of folks that can use them, that do use them at times, substantially more than 1 or 2 people that live in that as a residence. And I know that those facilities that are the main septic systems require a larger disposal system, and that's not a good term, but I'll use it anyway, for that lodge than they do for a private residence, pure and simple. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may
Please.
take a stab at this. Wyoming DEQ has not reviewed this, to answer your question, Doug.
okay, thank you.
The septic system for a house, different times, is quite a bit larger than some of those septic systems I believe that a restaurant or such would require, from my experience. So the number of bedrooms that are in that house, which I can't say right off the top of my head, we calculate through Wyoming DEQ standards is 150 gallons per day per bedroom. A lot of your restaurant stuff, I think they estimate between 10 to 15 gallons per meal that is served at the restaurants, I believe. Those numbers, I have not checked. I did not run those numbers. So I cannot tell you definitely one way or the other. But that septic system that is currently at that house, I know was over-designed for the number of bedrooms and the occupancy that was designed for. I do not have the calculation numbers, as you were stating, for a lodge for that septic system.
Okay, fair enough. That still needs to be addressed in my mind.
Okay.
So as we go forward, I have the floor for a moment. I'll relinquish it at some point. Now we're talking about noise impact. And somewhere there was, by somebody at the zoning meeting, there was a statement that said it won't go past our boundaries. And so I have somewhat of an issue with that, because here's why I think that might not be an appropriate answer. I live 10 miles from the Daniel shooting range for the sheriff's department. I've got accustomed to it now, but the first time they opened up fire, I thought somebody was in my yard. That's how sound can travel. That's 10 miles. I also know that in valleys, you can yell and you can hear it go forever down that valley. So that needs to be addressed, in my opinion. I'm just one of five here. And that needs to be addressed prior to, not after the fact. So now I'm going to the authorization you got, or the recommendations you got from the zoning board. 11 o'clock at night, I can turn the big lights off. Is that correct? Is that what I've heard? The event lights, if that's what it is that what you called them?
The P&Z recommended.
Yeah, I know.
That the event lights be turned off at 11.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to ask, and I don't know how many folks have lived in Sublette County in the middle of the winter, but in my world, you better have lights on 4:30, 5 o'clock. So what I'm saying here is, and you're going to have winter events, we've already discussed that. So according to the zoning folks, you could leave those lights on I'll give you half an hour, from 5 o'clock to 11 o'clock, 6 hours. 6 hours. That's quite a lot. Daylight, here again, in my mind, starts 8-ish in the morning.
Sorry,
so that time frame doesn't work for me. The 11 o'clock at night for lighting.
So your concern is the 6 hour block of lighting time? Is that correct?
Is that what now?
You're concerned that because we have to turn the lights on at 5:30, that's 6 hours of lighting.
Well, it will be if you've got folks up there that's putting on, let's say for instance, we're going to have, and I'll guarantee you will have, a New Year's Day celebration. we're going to invite however many you can invite. Now, you're not going to sit there and tell me and expect me to believe that you're not going to have those lights on out there so everybody can see where they got to stagger to get to wherever it is they're going to go, because they are. That I used to do it. I know.
Commissioner, I understand your point, but I'm trying to understand, the objection is the length of time that the lights are going to be.
Yeah, my objective is dark skies are an important factor in Sublette County, however they get there. When Rocky Mountain Power goes off, it is a really dark skies then. But when you have the ability to flip a switch and keep the dark skies from happening, for some of us, I don't like that. I don't like it at my place. And I can't imagine what it must look like going down that valley. That's me. So I'm about through for a moment. So we come to the word, big word, means a lot, it's incidental. I wasn't sure what it meant. So you know what I did? I took a lesson out of Webster's, looked it up, see what it told me. And this is what, I guess everybody has a Webster's book. Incidental means something that is secondary or less important, occurring as a result of or in connection with something more important or happening by chance. Now, according to what I read, your statement, because of the activities or the events, you probably were going to have to curtail your haying operation down a little. So when I look at the incidental, knowing full well the events that you're going to have, I think to myself, in this case, I think agriculture is incidental to the other part of the operation. That's what I think. Because I know you're going to have, according to what you've put out there, you're going to have folks come up there to go fishing, snow machining, four-wheeling, hunting, dancing, and whatever else you can get to generate revenue that will be the major source of income on that property. So that property all of a sudden isn't incidental, or the things that you're going to put on that property are not the incidental issues. The agriculture portion that's left is, in my opinion. And so that's kind of just me. You know, I've taken probably too much time. But right now, I'm not very happy at all with the way that application's been put together. I think it's letting us have a run at something that we really don't need to be having a run at right now. I think there's another one of those phrases in there that had the amount of traffic, it was X'd out. What does X'd out mean? Could mean anything. Could mean 1, could mean 1,000, or somewhere in between. So those, to me, here again, I'll go back to numbers. I'm not very smart, but I like numbers, and I like them to make sense to me. If you'd have put 1,000 in there, I said, wow, that's going to be a big deal. But you didn't put anything in there. That really makes it a big deal in my mind, not knowing what that could be. We're giving you guys the latitude to say, okay, we can have 200, 2,000, or whatever. And I know it wouldn't be 2,000. That's overboard. Understandable. There's another thing in there, too, now that I got going again. I'll be quiet in a minute, Mr. Chairman. I've been kind of run, my voice is about to lose me. So somewhere in that, and I can't remember what part of it was I read, but I read it in there. You had done a survey on the residents that are going to be impacted, and I think it was 12, 13, number like that. When in fact, you know what I did? I drove up that road the other day because I didn't have anything better to do. Wife wouldn't go with me, but I did. And I think there's over 20 folks that could be affected from when I leave the highway. I might have missed some, maybe added one or two, I don't know. It would appear to me there was at least 20 different places that could be impacted by all the traffic that you haven't put down from the time they leave 189 till where they get to the Dead Shoot Shot Ranch, whichever it happens to be. And so I think, to me, there's some glaring discrepancies in some of this. But I'm gonna defer to the rest of my commissioners now and let them have their say, one way or the other, good, bad, or indifferent.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Vickery.
May I have a point of clarification, please? Where is incidental in this, in the definition, or how are you, what is incidental?
We've seen it in every one of these applications, so don't go playing word with me.
Where is incidental? Because currently within the regulations that we have, a conditional use for a guest ranch, there is no mention of being incidental to agricultural uses. That was in the proposed language of the new regulations, and it is not in there. This was also brought up and mentioned at the planning and zoning meeting. And I don't believe that incidental is in there. So point of just where it's at, because I've missed it.
Well, sure. I'd have to go back. Dennis, I've went through that stuff where I'm blue in the face trying to figure it out, and I can't figure it out, quite frankly. There's a lot of different things. Accessory, for instance.
Accessory structure, yes.
Yeah, accessory. We would have this application, believe that those of us who own ag land couldn't have a wedding on their property. But when you go back and pick out, there are two places in there, you can have an accessory in every zoning district there is in the county, as long as it is pertinent to a building that you live in, which includes virtually everybody that's got outside property. So I'm not gonna get into the semantics of one word or the other. I just threw incidental out there because I know down the road there's going to be a law case, and it's already been out there. Mr. Wood may even remember it. Concerning the ski hill. Remember that one, Ed?
Okay, I just want to point out that incidental is not in our current regulations. So it's been used
when it comes to it, CUP pertaining to a guest ranch, incidental does not exist.
Correct.
I'll go back and get it and show it to you in the regulations, if you would like.
Not there.
Okay, yes, I'll go back and.
Anyway, you do remember it. Thank you. Do you know what the outcome of that was? Of course you do.
Ed.
Stuart got spanked over that, didn't he? Thank you.
Yes, please.
I just want to chime in here. I think we're getting a little bit off topic.
No, we're not. We're talking about things, Clayton, that are pertinent to this operation. Thank you. Okay, goodbye.
Is that to me or is that to Mr. Wood, or do you care, Mr. Chairman?
Please.
If I might, I just want to make sure that we're on that.
That's off. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vickery, you are correct that incidental does exist in the zoning regulations with regards to recreational uses.
Yeah.
That must be incidental to the agriculture operation. And yes, that's the Thompson case from 2001, when the court ultimately said that a ski area was not incidental to the agricultural operation.
That's correct.
We're in a guest ranch conversation for conditional use permit, and incidental is not part of the consideration.
For recreation, this is recreation. You tell me it's not recreation now. Okay, I'll buy that.
Just to make sure I'm understanding, and if we have questions, if we have legal questions, we can always go into an executive session to have a conversation if you need to, or if you'd like to. But in
No,
this
I'm-
situation, this
I'm
is a
through.
conditional
I've
use
made my
permit.
point, I hope. But we've got 4 other guys here right now. that
Okay,
need
I just
to
want to
be-
make sure we're on the right page, that conditional use permit does not have to be incidental to an agricultural operation per the regulations as they currently sit.
Okay, so never mind. I won't get into that. I'll lose on this one. I know that.
Thank you, Clayton. Appreciate it. Again, I'm returning to public comment. If you'd like to bear it now, great, and if not, I'll close it to the board. Yes, please. If,
Do you want me to come up here or get a microphone?
okay, please, would you be kind enough to come? If we can make our comments succinct and not ramble, and try to conserve time, because if everyone talks for an unlimited amount of time, we could be here till dark 30.
Well, actually, I've written down my comments, so I won't ramble.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but let me start by saying I have the definition for a guest ranch in front of me. And it's a ranch with guest accommodations which has a large facility used for dining separate from individual guest cabins with sleeping rooms sufficient to house at least one family, and also shall include barns, associated outbuildings, corrals, pastures, and horses available to accommodate guests for riding activities. Typical services provided include horseback trips, day and overnight, hunting guide trips, fishing trips, float trip, cookout, cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, and other planned outdoor associated recreational activities for guests only.
Yes.
So we need to get clear about what a guest is, because I assume that a guest means somebody who's staying at the guest ranch, a paid person who's staying at the guest ranch. Now, that would not include 150 people driving up for an event by this definition. So if we're going with this definition, then I think that's something that should be noted. The purpose, as I understand it, of zoning is to protect public welfare of residents of Sublette County. And the Sublette County adopted a comprehensive plan to guide our zoning, to provide for, and these are their words, for orderly and well-planned development in the county and prevent random development which is incompatible with existing historic land uses. That's what it says. So it seems to me that if you approve this now for a guest ranch and then a CUP for that guest ranch, that you are essentially not abiding by this mandate, okay? Because it's very, very clear from the application that what they want to do here is to have an events center. And it even says in the application that they want to hire 2 of the full-time people. One of them is an events planner and marketer, okay? It's an events center. That's what it is. And that's different than having a guest ranch where you have an event for a few guests, okay? So if you approve the guest ranch and then the CUP, it seems to me that it is in fact random development that isn't in keeping with existing historic land uses. Okay, that much is clear. It sits in core moose, elk habitat, wildlife corridor. Okay, there's no way that it won't be disruptive to that. And then let me just say something about the applicant, and we've talked about noise and traffic. The applicant tells us that the surrounding environment is, and the words are, unlikely to be significantly impacted. And noise is unlikely to extend significantly beyond the boundaries of the dead shot. Mr. Vickery has already brought up how noise travels, okay? And having a ban on noise from 11 o'clock to 7 o'clock in the morning hardly satisfies noise requirements for somebody who actually had a piece of property they thought they were going to have peace and quiet on before 11 o'clock at night. And I will just say this, there are many, many studies done, because I Googled it today, and they're done for purposes of real estate that actually measure the impact of noise on the value of real estate. The impact, and they're unequivocal. Most of them are done for urban areas. They're called hedonic pricing studies. And most of them conclude that, in fact, noise has a deleterious effect on property values. It certainly has a deleterious effect on the quality of life of the residents who are living near that noise. Okay, I'll stop there so I don't ramble.
I wasn't referring to you rambling.
Okay.
Not at all. I was talking about everyone as a whole.
Read that star point again. That came out of the comprehensive plan. At the top, you put a star by.
Yes.
Read me that again.
It says, Sublette County adopted a comprehensive plan to provide for orderly and well-planned development in the county and prevent random development, which is incompatible with existing historic land uses. Okay, this is an event center on a piece of agricultural land where they're applying for a guest ranch, and then not only a guest ranch, but a conditional use permit for that guest ranch.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And can I get some clarification from this?
Please, Commissioner Bradley.
This is a conditional use for a guest ranch.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
However, it's a guest ranch application with a conditional use permit. No? No, I believe we have a short-term rental agreement, and it is not a guest ranch. Clarification, please, Clayton.
This application is for a guest ranch within the agricultural zone district. So
Yes, that's what I said. And
Yes.
then coupled with,
no,
and
the,
Mr. Christensen shaking his head, but we have a condition, we have a guest ranch application in front of us with a conditional use permit.
No.
The application is for a conditional guest ranch for use as a guest ranch. A CUP is, you apply for a conditional use permit to operate a guest ranch on agricultural property.
Within the application, it says, and it could be semantics or my understanding, misunderstanding, pick one. But it says, if you do not approve this, we would strip the CUP from the guest ranch.
confused.
Currently, the structures of the dwellings on the dead shot are permitted as short-term rentals, which is a completely different chapter.
Yes, I agree 100%.
So in the A1 zoning regulations, you go down, you look at permitted uses, and then there's a section that says conditional use permit. Okay, and it has, or conditional use, and it has a list of conditional uses that are permitted. We have to come through.
And it says guest ranch.
A guest ranch. And that is what we're applying for. We're applying for a guest ranch conditional use permit.
And we're tying the events into it. Yes.
Correct.
Okay,
The
good
board, the board of commissioners has the authority and the power to designate what that permit is.
Correct.
The scope of that permit. Correct.
Okay, we're on the same page. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can we take a quick break?
Yes. We'll take a 10-minute recess, please. Excuse me. Call the meeting back to order and continue with public comments, please.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. And thank you for your service and for your input and work all the time. The book I've given you is a gift to illustrate my point of view. Give a mouse a cookie and he'll want a glass of milk. Give him a glass of milk and he'll need a napkin to wipe it off, wipe his milk mustache off. Anyway, it goes on and on and on. Every time you give him something, he's going to want something else. And that is what we have going on in the county at the moment. We all, including most of you, have asked, what is the end point? What is the whole picture? What's next? We never get answers. We're told it's a vision. Most important is how it will all impact the community, the wildlife, our health and safety, our water, and our agriculture. How does it align with our zoning regulations and our comprehensive plan? The current application in front of you is for an events venue disguised as a guest ranch, not the other way around. There's awesome work going on up there as a ranch. They have great things. They have beautiful horses. They have wonderful employees who want to be a part of this community, but they just can't stop. They want to commercialize the area. Many people I hear during every one of these meetings will say, it's a beautiful area. It's so gorgeous. It's perfect for that, to commercialize it, to bring people, to bring noise and hundreds of vehicles and porta potties and light bars and whatever. It makes no sense to commercialize it. It needs simply to be what it is. There's, among other things, there's no separate kitchen or dining facility, which it clearly states in the guest ranch. In the guest ranch, that they need to have a separate dining facility. There's no protection for the wildlife that frequent the area, no sewage plan except for these 100 people, except porta potties, which are going to have to go up and down the road, and tanks and up and down the road, and who's to stop guests from peeing in the river? The application doesn't align with many of the points in the comprehensive plan. It's not in any way incidental to an agricultural endeavor. Let's simply face it, it's the cookie that needs a glass of milk, a napkin, a mirror, and so on and so on. Please vote against this application. And finally, to illustrate a misguided zoning board, Ms. Roberts said that the guest ranch CUP helps to keep ranchers afloat in their ranching endeavors. This is not that. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Yes, please.
Thank you, Commissioners, Chairman, and I agree with Pat.
And your name is?
My name is John Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
I appreciate your time and effort. I don't know how you get through all this, but it's appreciated. I made a few notes, and I sent you some comments, and I only have 2 or 3 points to make. But first, since noise came up, I wasn't planning to address noise, but as an engineer, I know what noise is. As a person, as a wildlife refuge in Idaho, and I see the impacts of noise from all of the short-term rentals and the summer visitors flooding out of Utah coming up into Bear Lake County. I set up a sound monitoring station years ago and worked with the university. And the research on sound is that background noise in like a wilderness area ought to be about 34 decibels, dBA. I measure noise at my house up in Hoback Ranches. About 50 is the low level. And generally, if you were at an airport, you would see noise levels of 130. What we experience in Paris Canyon with snowmobiles, dirt bikes, ATVs, and we have like hundreds a day, is sound levels of about 100 decibels at peak, and average levels that go above where the EPA says it's stressful to human beings at about 70 dB or 65. And so the absence of noise criteria in Sublette County is a thing that we need to address moving forward. We need some regulation on noise. It shouldn't be left up to neighbors to complain to the sheriff's department or to their neighbor who's making too much noise. There should be a codified noise regulation. Enough on that subject. The things I wanted to mention is, and I sent you a note, I have 3 things here. First, we all know this is an agricultural A1 district, and enough said about that. The purpose is it's maintained in the plan, maintain the existing agricultural land use in the county. Okay, so if they're raising hay and they're growing horses up there and they're bison and whatever, they're doing agriculture. But Pat, I think, brought up this point, and this is out of the zoning regs section 3 purposes, providing for orderly, or maybe Lisi brought this up, providing for orderly and well-planned development in the county and preventing random development which is incompatible with existing and historical uses. Right there ought to be enough said, this should not go forward. The note I sent you the other day by email, I talked about the Gallatin River in Montana, Big Sky Resort and others, and Pat's book about the mouse wanting more. It's like they've already about turned the Gallatin River into a dead zone with all the sewage effluent coming out of septic systems. Now they're asking for like 1,400 more residences for workers. And so that entire watershed is being devastated by pollution from too many people and inadequate systems. And so another reason I think this application is premature is that we're working through the zoning regulations now. And in your county comprehensive plan, page 49, it says the shallow surface aquifers generally discharge directly into the streams. All right, so ultimately, if you look at the Hoback River and you look at what the vision might be from a developer standpoint, you could have development all up and down that river. And you basically turn it into another version of the Gallatin. All the nutrients, the organic matter goes into the stream, it grows algae. At night, the algae consume the oxygen and the fish die. And so you've got this whole feedback loop that goes on. And so without having some protective status for the Upper Hoback River that prevents these concentrated developments, you're going to end up with this incrementalism leading to that very thing that's happening in Big Sky. And so we need to stop this now. Keep it agriculture until we have an actual plan that's based on good engineering and geology. Let's quit putting these random developments in our agricultural zone and in our migration corridors. We're beginning to set dangerous precedents that we really need to curtail until we have a new plan and a new set of zoning regulations that actually reflect our county comprehensive plan to protect rural values, open space, and wildlife values. That's all I have, and I'm sorry, but I have to leave for something else, but I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the floor? Yes, please.
Dan Bailey, thank you, commissioners, for your time. Try not to ramble on here. There's a lot to.
I appreciate that.
A lot to be said. The Board of County Commissioners is responsible for determining whether the applicant's intended use complies with the regulations of the comprehensive plan requirements. Conditional uses before recommending approval or approving a conditional use permit. Planning and Zoning Commission, the Board of County Commissioners shall make the following findings. A, the proposed location of uses in accordance with the purposes of this resolution in the district, which the site is located. Well, we've already heard that. Events such as weddings and corporate retreats are not specifically allowed in the zoning regulations and cannot meet the required finding as they are commercial in nature and introduce traffic, noise, and other impacts that contradict with low impact land use goals and purposes of A1 property. The comprehensive plan clearly supports the preservation of the rural character, low residential use, continuation of agricultural operations. These goals reflect an intent to limit activity, commercial activity, and protect the area's quiet, low impact environment. What's listed is not allowed. That's how our regulations are written. In other words, it doesn't say that we can have weddings and corporate events, so it's not allowed. In zoning, if the use is not specifically listed, either as a permitted or conditional use, it is presumed to be prohibited. The absence of weddings or corporate events in the regulations mean that they fall outside the scope of those uses. Conditional use authority has its limits. Therefore, the proposal is fundamentally incompatible, even as a conditional use, and that cannot satisfy the finding of A in good faith. A being that this proposed location of the use is in accordance with the purpose of this resolution and district in which it's located. The other finding that must be made is B, that the proposed location of the use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. In a planning and zoning context, the term materially injurious refers to a proposed land use of development that would cause significant, tangible, or substantial harm to neighboring properties. My property happens to be neighboring the surrounding area and to the surrounding area or the public interest. Specifically, it can mean it's not just about decreasing property values. That's not the only parameter which this can be measured by, but also causing excessive noise, excessive light, or excessive traffic, creating safety hazards on the road, disrupting the character or livability of the neighborhood. When I bought my property there, I didn't anticipate that somebody would want to be putting in a guest ranch, and I think it's a guest ranch disguised as an event center. an event center disguised as a guest ranch, excuse me. The word materially means it refers to real substantial harm. Frequent traffic congestion, falling property values, and constant noise clearly qualify. It's not just one of those, it's all three of those. The applicant hasn't provided any evidence to show these impacts won't happen, even though it's their responsibility to do so in the application. That's exactly why I'm here today, to oppose this proposal. A board can reject a proposed CUP because it would be materially injurious to an adjacent property, residential properties, meaning it would significantly interfere with a resident's enjoyment and value of their homes. The enjoyment of my home is how I bought it. I bought it with quiet agricultural use surrounding me, not an event center. Please do not grant this CUP. So in Chapter 3 of Development Standards, Section 14, noise, no use shall be operated so that the noise resulting from said use is perceptible beyond the boundaries of the property in which said use is located. Intermittent noise from vehicles, ranching and farming operations, chainsaws, and similar equipment in private use, temporary construction operations uses in C1, CH1, IL, H districts shall be exempt from this section. I think that speaks pretty clearly to the noise situation. But this is not a guest ranch. It's an application for an event center, and it's not incidental to the primary agricultural use, which it should be. Thank you for your time. I have a great deal more documentation, but I want to bore you. Let other people speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Additional comments from the public? Online, do we have any comments?
Daniel, you should be able to.
Hello? Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Dan Schefter. I am a resident of Bondurant. I appreciate the time of the board. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person tonight due to another commitment. I don't live in the Upper Hoback, but as mentioned, I am a resident of Bondurant, and I'm deeply offended that the P&Z has approved this transaction, this application. As you know, I won't repeat what other speakers have already stated, although I agree with the comments of Dan and the prior speakers. This is an event center, and let's call a spade a spade. And an event center is totally inappropriate for this location, and it will do irreparable harm to the residents of the Upper Hoback as well as the broader Bondurant community. The CUP that in this application appears to allow somewhere around 150 guests. It's unclear because the definition of guests in the application is different in different places, but it appears to allow 100 of invited guests and then 34 at the ranch and then unlimited number of workers. And basically they can stay up to 9 days a month if it's 72-hour events 3 times a month during the prime summer season. And that will obviously be incredibly disruptive, both to Upper Hoback residents as well as wildlife and the broader Bondurant community. You can have loud concerts from 7 a.m. in the morning to 11 p.m. at night. You can have lighting that disrupts our dark skies, porta potties that scar the landscape, and whatever other blight they decide to bring with these events. As people know, Bondurant's a small rural community of 108 residents. We have 4 large events a year: the barbecue, ski joring, the library fundraiser, and calf branding, all of which are community events that each happen once a year and are welcomed by the community. But this application is what I'd call classic Rickett sleight of hand. He's a non-resident owner that doesn't care about his community. I've seen it happen firsthand with Wrigleyville in Chicago. They like to use different definitions of guests to try to meet technical interpretations of what's permitted for a guest ranch. And, they claim incidental, as we've heard, only applies to recreation, but fair to recognize, as others have pointed out, that guest ranches are designed for recreation. So it's all really a subterfuge to get what he wants without any concern for his neighbors. So I will stop there and strongly urge the Board of County Commissioners to vote against this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Additional comments from online?
Mike, you should be able.
Hi, this is Mike Crossan. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Dan said most of what I want to say. I just want to reiterate that this doesn't appear to be permissible under any plausible interpretation or definition of our guest ranch definition. It talks about things like fishing, hunting, snowmobiling, some other things we would typically think of with a guest ranch. What's been touted from when I've been present and what appears to be the intent is to have more, large events and weddings and things like that. That raises the obvious additional issue if there's going to be music, which apparently since we have this, agreement that music will go off at 11, that music will be going until 11. So if you're going to turn it off, that clearly implies that it's going to be exceeding the boundaries of that property, which is a clear violation of Chapter 3, Section 14, the noise portion of our regulations. So I guess there's like a tacit admission there's going to be a violation before we even get out of the gates. But I'd like to think of this kind of as a yes/no flow chart. When you do that, if you answer no, then you stop. If it's yes, then you go on to two more forks in the diagram. This doesn't meet the definition of a guest ranch by what's been presented as to what it's going to be. So that's a guest ranch is a permissible conditional use permit. Corporate events are not, weddings are not, and this is every indication of a commercial enterprise trying to be couched as a guest ranch. It's kind of a blank, it's kind of a, cast a wide net and see what you can get scenario, because typically what I think you would see and what I recall seeing, if somebody wanted to do a guest ranch or outfitting or something, they come in with a very specific, precise plan. Hey, I want to open this guest ranch. I'll have up to 15 or 20 clients. I'm going to take them on horse rides in the summer. I'm going to hunt in the fall. I'll take fishing trips in the summer. And you know exactly what you're dealing with. I don't get any of that from what I'm reading in the proposals, the comments, or anything else. So I just don't think this is actually a guest ranch. And on that basis alone, I think you answer no and stop. Notwithstanding the other problems, the impacts to the neighbors, which I think are very clear, the noise is going to be a huge one. The lights are going to be a huge one. I'd also like to just briefly address, and I will stop, the incidental to discussion, because it's littered throughout Mr. Christensen's memo, the word incidental to, that's listed 4 times in his April 14th memo. And I guess what he's saying is, if we don't get the guest ranch, we can do this stuff. As a right under ag. And that's where the incidental comes into play that Commissioner Vickery was talking about, because, is this venture going to be incidental to and permissible that, or is it going to be the primary function of this property? And, I don't know how many horses they have, how much, I guess Mr. Christensen's comment, as I recall previously, was they hay to feed these horses. That's not typical ag of what we've consistently thought of as ag in Sublette County. I mean, it's cattle ranching, and I guess historically there've been a few sheep ranchers. I don't know if we have, 1 or 2 maybe left, but it's cattle ranching, and that's what agriculture is, and that's why the legislature allows for tax exemptions and all those sort of things. But it seems like we're morphing this property into something far from an ag endeavor. But for purposes of this discussion, this CUP just doesn't fly, and I respectfully ask that you deny it based upon those 2 reasons and others that are legitimate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Crossan. Any additional comments from online? None? No more public comments?
I'd like to clarify some apparent misstatements in comments and make sure that we're on the same page.
Please.
First off, I agree with the comments, particularly Dan Bailey's comments, that weddings and corporate events are not mentioned in the code. The alternative is that you're not permitted to hold these on anyone's own property. But the reason we're here and trying to get consent from the Board of County Commissioners under the guest ranch, if you look at the definition of the guest ranch, it says typical services provided include horseback trips, day and overnight, hunting guides, fishing trips. So that says typical. It doesn't say limited to. Okay. So you guys, the Board of County Commissioners is the legislature. And so you get to decide the scope of the guest ranch use. Okay. Again, it says typical. It does not say limited to. And this is the only path that we saw that we could fit in a special events, a wedding events, or corporate event retreat center. Okay, 1. 2, in the application, you'll see that we are not building any structures. Okay, we're asking consent to use the existing structures in this manner, okay, to hold weddings and retreats. So we're not building, we're not developing the property. Now, you can say, hey, we're using it and for a specific purpose, and I agree 100% with that. But this is the only path that we could find where we could be authorized to hold weddings on A1's own property, is to apply for a guest use permit and have the Board of County Commissioners define the scope of what is permitted through the guest use permit. Finally, you all have a letter from the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, which clearly indicates that the dead shot is in a low use area of Sublette County deer migration corridor. So it's in a low use corridor. So those, again, we're using the existing facilities out there. We do want to hold weddings and corporate events. The P&Z board carved back the number. We had requested 36. You know, we'd be happy if we got 24. These are, 72-hour events. They're limited in scope and size and frequency. And based upon that, we request that you approve our application for a guest ranch CU.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen. Last opportunity. I'll close the floor to comments. Commissioners. I'd like to go around and discuss the different topics with. Please, Commissioner Bradley.
Well, I've known of 2 other guest ranches that I'm familiar with in this county that both failed. Whether it was management, whether it was lack of aesthetics, whether it was lack of being able to hold a venue. I don't know what the reason was, but they were both guest ranches. One was a 320-acre one, one was a 40-acre one. And their main job was to bring guests or dudes or whatever in, and they failed. But I've been to this place twice, once announced, once unannounced. It's been clean and orderly, a place you'd be proud of, and I think everybody on the river that's in this room is proud of their places. And I'm not against a guest ranch. The noise thing, I think there's going to have to be some discussion on that, and perhaps the amount of times you could host something. 3 in the summer might be as excessive, because everybody in the room here knows the summer months are nice, and that's their quiet months. You have 2 during the winter, they're probably not going to be outside near as much, and probably not near as many neighbors going to notice what's going on. A guest ranch I have no problem with. I think to have the wedding venues there is a good option, but there needs to be some more boundaries discussed. I'll go for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Vickery.
I've stated mine already, I think, pretty well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stevens.
Okay, I was at the planning and zoning meeting, the original, when all this was brought up. And Crystal Senek had 50 questions, and today you said 2 were answered, but that leaves about 40 that wasn't, okay? I mean, it was a continual, I don't know. Ed, what do you think? Just went down through. So there was lots of questions there that didn't get answered. And then this has so many loopholes in it. Now, I've been to a lot of weddings in this county, and I've never seen one that had 100 people or less. You might have 300, okay? And I think people here will vouch for me. And then you got those people that don't come to the wedding, okay? Say you got 100 there. They come after that for the meal, the dancing, and the drinking, okay? So there's no supervision here, okay? That's what I see, that if this is allowed, nobody but the people live up there see the traffic, they're gonna realize what's going on there, because you're not gonna have somebody there stamping their hand when they go into these venues. So I just think there's just so many things here that are answered. I call them loopholes, and the people up there on that road are gonna be the ones that suffer from it. And I will not support this. I mean, I've got more reasons if you want it, but that's enough for me. It only takes one if it's gonna influence the whole county.
Mr. White.
So I believe that the guest ranches are allowed. I think that we've done a decent job of bringing in conditions and agreeing to conditions that would limit some of it. I think that if this was in Big Piney, it would be approved, possibly. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because of the area or not, that potentially isn't. So at the end of the day, I don't see a issue with it, with a couple changes in the conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner White.
Mr. Chairman, I'd add just one more quick thing.
Please.
Comprehensive plan. I've heard a lot about it today. There's a lot of things in there that support not supporting this thing. But I glanced through it pretty quick this morning. In 8 different spots I found that would support something like this in this comprehensive plan. So it's all depends on how you want to, what side of the table you want to be on. I mean, there's support for this in the comprehensive plan as well as against it.
Thank you. We look at the application and consider the language of the events or activities that will be held. We state on their weddings, anniversaries, and events. And when it comes to events, I can't determine what is meant by that word. It could be anywhere from an after-school picnic to motocross races or rock concerts, or pick anything. It doesn't matter. But the term events is all encompassing. And that's something that greatly bothers me. When it comes to the application where it limits the noise, it states very specifically within the county regulations, the noise stops at the property line and it doesn't continue on to the neighbor's property. I understand that's unrealistic, but I also understand that's what the rules are. So when we take a look, and I recognize I've been to multiple weddings, as a number of you have, and to contain the volume is a challenge. When we get to the number of weddings per month. It started out at 3 and today it dropped to 2. And then I've heard over the past that the Double J Ranch has no limits. But when I went back and pulled the application and read the conclusion of planning and zoning, and I read the conclusion of the county commissioners at that time, it's limited to 2, because that is what was granted in the application itself. There was a statement as far as a business plan being presented. However, the business plan was rejected at Board of Commissioners meeting by Commissioner White. And so there's look at the visual pollution from the lights. I recognize that lights are needed, obviously, but at the same time, I know that any one of you have, or all of you have driven up 189 to Jackson, and you've seen the glaring lights from our agricultural greenhouses. And that's hard to take. That's not what the people that live there accept. It's detrimental to them. We talk about the number of vehicles going up and down the road. And I know that the road accepts it. Billy Pape does a great job maintaining roads. And it's wonderful. But we get into the traffic going back and forth, and on the way back, it's a safety concern of mine. From a wedding, people have been drinking. And on a county road, in the middle of the night, there is a huge safety issue. We go on to a phrase that is impacts on surrounding environment. When we look at it, is it injurious to the individuals that live there? Meaning, is it decreasing the value of their home? And if it's decreasing the value of their home, then they are taking a financial loss because of that. And so to have a guest ranch with the events that are not completely described in the application, then yes, it's injurious to the homeowners there. I have a great concern when it comes to the property itself. I grew up in a state that had multiple millions of people that did not cherish the countryside that we had. And when I come to this property at the dead shot with the pristine Hoback River flowing through, what kind of damage will we do to the river and our water supply because of that? What can or cannot flow into that river? And is it compatible within that distance to presume that everything's going to be safe? I question whether an environmental impact study should be done because of the magnitude of this event. So those are my thoughts as they pertain. I truly appreciate what Mr. Ricketts brings to the county. I truly do. Based on everything I can see, he's probably a great individual. But when I look at the individual projects, there's some I can agree with because of the facts of it, and there are others that, because of the facts of it, I do have to say this is what I don't agree with. So those are my thoughts. Okay. At this point in time, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make that. See what I'm gonna tell you. After looking at the criteria that I'm basing this decision on, I will make a motion that we deny the application for Deadshot Holdings LLC requesting a conditional use permit for the development and operation of a guest ranch at 883 Upper Hoback, 23174 Bondurant, Wyoming, 8982922.
I'll second that motion.
Yes, please, Clayton.
Point of order, you do need to include your factual findings in your motion, or do those as a separate motion.
Thank you. Page 71.
Yes, I could make you that motion. I recognize what you're saying.
Yeah.
Used to be these two, you got A and B included in it.
So I'll start this motion all over again.
Just we have the motion made, and it will be
good.
We'll include it within the same motion, and we'll list the individual items that are specific to that motion. Okay, thank you. Please. No, we're in the middle of voting on this, and so the chair denies your request. The chair will deny that request. You had the opportunity prior to or partway through.
Based on these findings, whether they're a general compatibility with surrounding land values, I say no. Impact on surrounding environment in terms of noise, odor, particulate emissions and hazards, I say no. Impact on transportation system.
1 minute, please, Commissioner Vickery. Mr. Melinkovich.
Just a second. So here's what I mean.
So will these satisfy that?
Just give me a second. So this is like some motion language that has been used in the past on this. This is written up in a way that it is to approve, but you can simply
if you do it,
just do the opposite. So here, having reviewed and considered, we propose that we find, number one, that the proposed notice location of the use is not in accordance with purpose, and the proposed motion is not, therefore I move to deny. Or do you want me to just make that change real quick so you can just read straight through?
Yeah.
Let me just do that.
Those are the two.
Michigan.
Got this one.
Yes, I saw this, because here's where Commissioner Marinsik is accepting all. And these are the conditions that he's. No, what Clayton's talking about are these items, these 8 items. We have to identify these individually.
We don't have to just these two, it's the A and B.
That should be denied.
Those are just in the zone change, the 8 items, there's 8 items in a zone change, but not in the conditional use, it's A and B.
Okay, thank you. But that's not what he's discussing, is it? Okay.
All right, here we go again. Having reviewed and considered the 8 criteria for a conditional use permit, I propose that we find 1, that the proposed location of the use is not in accordance with the purposes of this resolution and the district in which the site is located, and 2, that the proposed location of the use and the conditions under which it would be operated or maintained will be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or material injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. And I move to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners deny this request from Jackson Fork Ranch.
It's Deadshot, please.
Deadshot Ranch, requesting a conditional use permit to use the parcel size and location within et cetera of the Sublette County zoning and development regulations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Vickery and a motion by, or a second by Commissioner Stevens. Are there any further discussions pertaining to this from the board? Okay. All in favor of the motion as presented by Commissioner Vickery, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. I have nothing further for you today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd accept a motion to go into executive session at this point in time to address personnel items.
Make motion, we go into executive session, personnel.
Thank you. Peter Paulin requested to be moved down the list a couple spots because he had to run out on a business-related item.
Is he coming back today then?
He is, yes. Is that acceptable?
Oh, yeah, that's fine with me. Heck, I spent the whole day here. Might as well keep the night going too.
Okay, so up next will be Clayton Melinkovich, contracts.
Amber.
Oh, she's at the very bottom. I'm sorry, Amber.
Commissioners, thank you.
Can we turn that on, please?
Commissioners, thank you for giving me a few minutes of your time. I know you guys have had a very full day, so I'll try to be brief. But I'm really here just based off of our joint powers agreement and the requirement every year of presenting our projected budget. So you guys should have our proposed budget for 2025-26 fiscal year. We did do a zero growth budget this year, which is actually very challenging to do in the world that we're living in. Things are costing a lot more. But direction from my board and our estimated funding, that was what we needed to do to be able to make budget this year. So the school district continues to help fill our funding gap for the last several years. So this year we did request 1.55 from them again. Per the joint powers agreement, they are not obligated to give us any more than 1.2. So without their funding, we would definitely be in a bind. I do have a meeting with the Finance Committee this evening, about an hour from now, where I will definitely learn more of what the more long-term projection looks like. But as you are all very aware that the mill levies are coming in lower than anticipated, which is definitely impacting our budget considerably. So a couple of highlights about PAC from this last fiscal year. We had 98,463 total visits. Of those, 80,445 were community. So that is adults, seniors, and youth who are using the facility on their own or part of programs. So those are really encouraging numbers. Our fitness classes have had a 35% increase in attendance from the last year, which really shows a lot of growth in our adult and senior use. And then we adopted a new strategic plan, a 4-year strategic plan last fall that we are working through now. And one of those focuses has to do with education. And with that, I did bring packets that I would like to leave with you guys that we are putting together for all elected officials. And I'm doing my best to try to meet with new officials as they come into their office just to help inform them, which I appreciate you taking the time to come in.
She was kind enough to ask me to come in and
yes,
treated me very well and quickly asked me to leave.
No. But the question we always get is why are we part of the Joint Powers Board or the Joint Powers Agreement? And I want to take this opportunity to thank you guys for having a representative on that, and Commissioner White, especially for serving with us. We've really enjoyed it. And I can't over express the importance of the involvement from the town and the county on that board for the community aspect of what PAC offers. I know we've had lots of conversations over several years. The school provides primary funding through their rec mill, which means if we do lose community engagement with that joint powers agreement, we definitely run the risk of a dwindling budget and such a focus on school that the community services that we can provide could be at risk. So your involvement is very valuable, and I very much appreciate that. So thank you for taking the time to be there with us. And then one other thing, I guess, on that, another thank you would be the letter of support you wrote, and that you as a commissioners approved for us to be able to send in. PAC was the recipient of the National Rec and Park Association Out of School Mentoring Grant, which is very exciting. It's a national grant award. It's competitive to get. And so we're very excited of how that will help us with our summer and our after school programming. So, and then before I open any questions, one request I have for you guys is just to try to stay more informed for you I would love to submit a quarterly report to you with your permission.
Would you please?
Yeah, so just every 3 months, come in, say hi, bring you a nice report, answer any questions that you might have.
That would be ideal. Thank you so much.
Mhm. So then I'd answer any questions that you might have.
One of the things that showed on, and I won't go through, but you'll identify what I'm talking about, on the financials that you provided, is the reduction of your maintenance by 15,000 a year, approximately, off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm.
Is that going to be detrimental to the structure moving forward? Is it going to be counterproductive to drop it like that?
Our hope with that, we're in the middle of the pool repair project, and you're talking the overall maintenance budget,
Yes,
correct?
it was
Yes.
stated
yes.
on your yearly.
Yes, yep. So the overall maintenance budget also includes all of our utilities. And so we have our pool maintenance project going on right now to repair significant leaks.
Yes.
So we anticipate a reduction in our natural gas and water use once those are repaired. So we definitely hope that that is a big piece of it. And then we also have funding that we put in for building projects, major maintenance, or like when a pump goes down for a pool, things like that, that we can replace. If those they have to be very building specific to be able to qualify into that category. And again, with this project, a lot of those bigger items are being taken care of right now, so we don't anticipate that same need.
Good job. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You do a great job there.
Well, thank you.
Very
I appreciate
impressed.
that.
Yes. Questions? Please.
So looking forward to next year's school year.
Mhm.
So with no school on Friday, I'm sure you talked about it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I followed that conversation quite carefully, and I was able to sit on their planning calendar committees. And as a public organization who's ran through tax dollars, I feel like it is our duty to meet the community's needs. Shift as they may, right? We need to shift to adopt and meet that. So we plan to run a needs assessment here at the end of the school year to see truly what is that need for Friday. We were hoping that there would be a more public announcement so that we could let emotions calm down before we did our needs assessment. But we'll use the school and send it directly out to the parents through the school. And then we will run structured Friday programs to the capacity that we're able to next school year. We are part of what we call a community collaborators group. So there's several, mostly youth organizations that meet a few times a year to talk about it. And most organizations do not have the staffing or space capacity to be able to run full structured programs. Mm-hmm.
Great.
So I've got one little funny question. And what was the number I heard you say of usage, community use? Was it like 8?
Yeah, so we had 80,445 of our visits last year were local visits.
Okay, so
visits.
here's the question I have.
Mm-hmm.
So out of that, how many folks use that on more than a regular? How many folks use that on a regular basis? I'll put it like that. In other words, is that number of actual people, would that be halved? Would that be a third? I guess, I've never used any part of it. I've went in there a time or two, but I've just never used it. Great facility, obviously, and I know there are folks that use it probably on a daily basis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We have very routine regulars that we see every day, sometimes twice a day, although they're only counted once in that number, but yes. I don't know if I can answer that question.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just curious. I just know that there are some that say, well, I got to get to the pack at 4 o'clock or 2:30, whatever, and they do it on a regular basis. And I'm just curious to know if you might have that number.
Absolutely. And so our 60 plus pass holders, the annual pass is the most popular pass and the most well-used pass as far as the number of visits that we get each month. So they're there, a lot of them 5 days, sometimes 6 days a week.
Wow. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. And Commissioner White, thank you for being on the board.
Well, it's been my pleasure.
We appreciate, she's pretty impressive, isn't she?
If you get a chance, go do the VIP tour with her.
You had a VIP tour and I
You
got
missed
that.
it?
I just got to sit on the wooden bench.
You had a cushioned chair.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
You're
Sure
welcome.
appreciate it.
Thank you all. Oh, and I'm gonna leave these. I didn't bring you a packet or Sam. I think I gave you the packet originally too. So, yeah, if you have any questions as you go through, if you have to
Thank you.
answer any.
Thank you, Amber. Clayton Melinkovich, contracts? Thank you. Thank you.
Don't you have one for Clayton to look at, or from this morning, or did he take that?
He
I already looked at the one.
looked at one
Okay.
and, thank you. That was it. No, you're good. Thank you.
I do have the scope of work on the Civics Plus agreement that you all have been in touch with Jeness about. She can provide more kind of guidance, or I've reviewed it and it's fine. And yes, I did review the archway one.
Great. And these you have also.
Is that the public health one?
Grant Summers Medicine Wheel, National Register? No, I don't think so. It's a Historic Preservation Board.
I have not seen that one.
Okay. And this is the grant agreement with State of Wyoming, Department of Parks and Cultural Resources.
So that's the same copy as this one.
No, I think they're different as far as the heading, I thought.
They look pretty similar, but
Okay, and they could be. I just had them. Jaron just handed them to me. Again, please.
They're different.
Okay,
they're
thank you.
different. They're just two very similar grants.
Hey, Jeness, can you get a hold of Kenneth Tanner and ask her how many helo helmets that was?
And then
Yeah,
on
I'm
this
just
one,
curious.
I did have it set aside for you to
They're
go
like
through and take a review and see if
$28,000 worth, if it's
Thank
two
you.
or 22, something like that.
Okay, up next on the agenda, please, Peter, Paulin, you came back just in time.
Where have you been? We've been waiting on you all day long.
Need a bank plan for some pickup stuff for event next week. Thanks for meeting with me today. Make it pretty brief, as guys are got a big agenda today. You got my report, I guess, from the director's report, which is the front logo page. It has the basic stats that I usually report on,
I think
just from the visitor center here.
It's got it shuffled.
Well, I looked at it a couple times.
I've got half of it. Go ahead.
Okay. We saw a little bit of an increase in our visitation in March over 2024, about close to 3%. Referral program was up about 12.5%. Top referrals that month were restaurants, outdoor rec, and retail. Those are the states that visited. The top three states, Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. We had visitors from Thailand and Canada. 0 bus stops, which is typical for March. And the tracking categories, which we continue to focus on since January 1st, those 3 categories. Why are you here? Traveling through the area, Sublette County as a destination, and locals looking for information. So those are listed there. They continue to be consistent so far, and I assume that will be the case. Our finances are listed there, both bank accounts, Sublette County Visitor Center account, lodging tax account as of those dates. And those are the balances there.
So has that Friends of the Bridger Teton been paid out yet?
No.
Nope. Yeah, so there's a few things that we are just starting to pay out now before the end of the fiscal year, which are on that last budget.
Thank you for bringing that up. I had a text or a phone call a couple days ago. It appears that the website has slipped back into advertising what we discussed several months ago.
Not our website. Pinedale has not changed their website.
Okay. I don't go to websites and review, so we're good.
Yes,
Okay.
what was asked of me,
Yes.
was
No,
been
just-
taken care of, yeah.
Thank you.
And it'll stay that way until further notice.
No, I was confused with it, so.
Right.
So that, and you were coming in today, so,
I'm actually gonna inquire about it at the next meeting, with them.
well, because it's counterproductive to our county.
Mhm. I agree with you, 100%.
Last night?
Well, I'll go through PTTC. That's who runs that website, visit pinedale.org. So I'll be talking with them.
Thank you.
Commissioner White asked about a memo of understanding with them, and I've referred that to Clayton's office.
Thank you.
I just drafted it this morning and I have not had an opportunity to review it, but it should be in the next meeting.
Yeah, not a problem. Well, that will be to you guys from his office. I think we talked about last time the Chamber of Commerce left their office space.
Yes,
there.
correct.
They're out and we're looking for a new renter. So I'll keep you posted on what goes on there.
Are you advertising at all?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yep. As directed, I reached out to Lisa Copeland about the internet situation. When the chamber is leaving, they'll be the Wi-Fi will be stopping because we had to deal with them with the Wi-Fi. So they said that they would continue to provide it until I found a solution. So that was good of them to do so. So I'll wait to hear from Lisa on that. The next issue would be the signage out front. This Sublette County Chamber in two places on the visitor center building here. So I guess I need to make some changes to that sign. The commission have any advice on, or just let me go ahead and get something together and come to you about it? There's been several ideas. I've even talked to the town of Pinedale about doing a co-op with digital displaying. So a digital sign that would constantly have events going on or whatever we want to do. That would kind of match what they were doing, as in we would have co-op on the information that would be agreeable. So I can look into that. I just want to let you know that it does say the chamber on the front. It's a really nice sign. It was built for that purpose on the side of the building and the front. So I don't intend to destroy them, obviously, but yeah, release them.
Sounds good.
Opening of the visitor center, Big Piney. Plans are still moving forward. I just want to make it clear, I did include the budget that was approved last year through the lodging tax account. This budget is from the lodging tax account. It's not a county, it's not the county budget. So I was asked to make sure you guys are clear on that it's not part of my other budget. It's, with you guys. So that was primarily $10,000 that we were earmarked, and I will use that amount to open that visitor center down there. Plans are to use as much local resources as I can to provide the stuff that we need in there. And I'm working with the museum on the decor setup and talking about plans for having that Texaco kind of feel to it with that remodel. So we'll work on that, and it'll grow as it goes. We want to get set up in there first, and so get the doors open and start welcoming people in and getting them to stop. And so I do have one ask of the county. I would ask for a vehicle if I could, if possible, to travel. I plan on being down there 3 days a week when the place is open, and I plan on being down there more. My work staff starts showing up in a couple weeks. I'm waiting for them to give me the go to start working down there. So I'll have full staff here, and I'll be able to go down more and start getting things going. And so if it's possible, the county has a vehicle that I could use.
So did you have the Suburban?
We did, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's available anywhere, I was told.
Well, it's designated to be for.
I thought so as well.
So has it been stolen or did someone actually have it?
So the maintenance and I have shared it. I've asked, like I'll ask for it when I needed it.
When it was decided, though, it was directed to be directly to there.
Mm-hmm.
How about the minivan?
But that was said when we talked about it, was that Suburban went to the visitors.
Before me.
I don't know.
Well,
Before
I
me.
guarantee it did. Noble's the one that made.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what official, but that conversation did.
Well, the
happen.
minivan sits out there, nobody will use it, correct?
Oh, yeah, but Emily uses it. That's her.
That's the only one I've heard that'll use it more than once.
I know, but she used it to go to Big Bank.
She's only down there one day a month, isn't she?
Yeah, you can do a ride share with her.
Ride share with Emily?
Yeah.
That'd be great.
Just make sure you don't go the same day and you use it the rest of the month.
Yeah, but we need to find out. Suburban.
Yeah, we're under the budget for them. I'm covering the gas. Not me, but the business center's covering the gas.
You're covering the gas on the Suburban under your budget and you don't use it?
No, only when I use it. Like I said.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
when
you.
I use it. And my projections are on the budget here that,
How do you pay for your gas then, Peter?
I haven't used it for about, I don't know, 2-3 months, maybe longer.
Okay, so how would you pay for your gas?
Normally I would put the receipts to the county. I'd fill it up. I've gone to trade shows.
You pay for it out of your own pocket and then.
No, we have a visitor center account, so it gets reimbursed when possible.
So the visitor center has a charge account?
Visitor center has a
credit card?
We have a card for our bank account, yes, sir. Yeah.
Hear that?
But like I say, there's another pickup showed up out the Road Bridge.
Mhm.
I guess you could ask if it's runnable.
Well, absolutely.
But I still think that the Suburban was designated visitor center.
The Suburban and I get real close in the past, so. The miles.
Sell that to the town, did we?
No.
Which one did we sell?
No, that one came from Canada.
From what I remember, I believe maintenance needed an extra vehicle.
They have their own budget to work with. If it was designated to you, go steal it tonight.
All right. I did include the Wyoming, the tourism report, Q1, and you guys can review that. And bottom line is that we're up about 9% in the first quarter over last year, over leisure and hospitality. But lodging tax revenues were down about 20,000, which is interesting. But it was made up on in other sources like like restaurants, gas and service. That report, I think she might have attached it. No, it looks like this actually.
Yeah.
So the one thing I did find wrong with that report from the state is the estimated overnight visitors. The data is not correct, so I'm asking them to fix that based upon their data. We had an incredible year last year, so just don't look at that, I guess, at this point. They'll fix it. So that was kind of eye-opening.
Thank you.
And I do have the 2024 Wyoming Economic Impacts Report that's come out. That's about this thick, so I can email it to you guys, each individual.
How thick?
I thought it was like 290 pages or something.
When you email it, skip me because
Would you like a printed copy?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Not a problem. Yeah, so that's a very good report. I mean, it does break down the county as well, but it has a lot of different information about the economic impact of travel in a lot of different categories. Kind of just makes this report, kind of triples the data. So and that's about all I had. I don't know if you guys have any questions. I don't keep you too long today.
Well, I think this vehicle deal can be corrected here. There's enough vehicles. There's enough vehicles in Sublette County. We should be able to find one that would be dedicated. Now, it might have sheriff written on the side of it, but you probably wouldn't care about that anyway, would
At
you?
this point, Mr. Commissioner, I'd take one of the old tractors down the road.
I've got one. You wouldn't want it. I can tell you.
I appreciate that.
We'll
be a
find
lot of running
something.
back and forth, especially the first.
Yeah, no, we'll get one discovered. There's got to be one parked someplace that's serviceable.
And projections are to still open on July 1st and have an open house during the Chuck Wagon Day Parade down there on the 4th. So I also invite all y'all to come down and check out the new place. And
So will there be signage there on that building when you're done?
yeah, yes. Yep.
Good.
Yep. And anytime, my office is open over there, and please come in and see what we do over there. If you're interested.
We appreciate that and what you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, you guys have a great day.
Let's get that vehicle.
Hey, before you forget, I got to ask.
Okay.
I'll ask you. I was going to ask somebody else. So I have got, I don't know what kind of a vise you call it, but it's one of them great big long ones that the old timers used to have, and they kind of set on the floor, but you could stick it to a bench also. And is something like that, would something like that be?
Sure.
Could you use it in like the museum down there?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll see that you get it down there. It's just laying there at my place. I've had it for years.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you've been down there. The collection they have is amazing.
Okay.
They have stuff from all different.
I'll get it there. People wonder what it is, but that's what it is. It's a vice.
Yep. Get it to Clarissa.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell her what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Peter.
Jeness Saxton, please.
Were you able to get an answer yet?
I did. It was 12 and it included the comms
There was 12 of them?
and it included the communications. Yep.
Okay.
And there's probably an invoice in there, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll keep it as brief as possible. We need to ratify the signature on the antelope corridor comments that you signed because those happened between meetings. So.
Great.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we ratify the draft Sublette antelope biological risk assessment that was signed between meetings.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passed.
And Commissioner Bradley reported that he's not going to be able to go to the WCCA spring meeting after all, before I cancel his room. Does anyone else want to take it? We have, and I don't know if you signed it, we have something akin to an MOU for the Bridger Teton Forest Plan revision. Clayton has reviewed it and I believe approved it, correct?
You signed it.
All right, and as the point of contact for Sublette County, it does have a request for Sam White's signature, and I did send it to him in advance, or he had seen that as well, so. If you guys could approve him signing that, that would be great. Like, lay down the page there somewhere.
Are they gonna make that motion or should I just sign it?
Just sign it.
I like it.
While he does that, we had talked a little bit about the potential for a need to be in compliance with the accessibility requirements for our website. And Civic Plus offered us a free, for all practical purposes, subscription to a program that they're partners with called AudioEye. It would be free until our renewal of our Civic Plus website, annual renewal, which is in November. And so they provided a scope of work to indicate that that is free now. If we like it, it will just be added to our subscription in November. If we don't, we can cancel it. So Clayton has also reviewed that, and given that that is a free service that will give us coverage, it'll show right on our website that we are certified to be actually at a better state of compliance than is required by the Department of Justice. So I would ask for a signature on that as well. And again, Clayton has reviewed that also.
This doesn't go to Sam?
This one's chairman. It actually, I don't think it says, but he was listed as the point of contact, which I believe was discussed at the first meeting of the year, that he would continue to be point of contact on federal issues. If I may just continue, we also have the option for a no-cost website redesign. They've been discussing this, or they've been sending out emails that say this is available to us. I have talked to the chairman about it. It is not going to change the content of our website, but they say it's like a new skin on the website, a new look and feel for the website. It would help with the mobile capability. I do know that now when you are on a mobile device, the navigation in the website is different than if you were sitting at a computer. Theoretically, it will help with that. That is free with our current subscription level that we have. And so I guess the question is, do you want to pursue that? And if so, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to have a few people assigned to work with them? They have provided a link to some recently developed websites that they have that show kind of different styles. We could choose from those styles and ask them to perform that. It would be in the background so that users wouldn't have to see it while it's being worked on, but staff who's involved in it could see it. And then when it's released, theoretically, it's a more modern navigation through the website. So
would it be easier to navigate for somebody like myself?
they claim it would.
Yeah, on the phone.
It's ADA compliant, Doug.
No, it ain't.
Right?
Two different things.
Oh, I'm sorry.
ADA compliant.
Sorry.
Maybe we could have two versions. Everybody's in Doug's version. How's that sound?
So if you'd like to pursue that, we certainly can. I've told them that I was going to discuss it with you at this meeting. I guess the question is, do you want to? And then if you do, how many people do you want to be involved in it? I would recommend, as somebody said earlier today, a small group, but not one and not too many.
Right. I'm in favor of it.
I'm in favor of it. One's a good number.
One is
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
3 would be a good number, tech savvy. Maybe Travis Bingham.
Okay.
I don't know what his capabilities are. I've heard his name bannered about. Who else do we have?
How much time is this gonna involve?
Theoretically, not a ton.
I'll partake in this.
Okay, Matt, Travis.
Good job, Mac.
And you?
I heard Clayton. No, really.
What's that?
Just say yes and you'll be fine.
Do you want to be involved in the website? New look and feel?
I can participate in that, yeah.
Okay. That works.
Sweet.
Done.
Okay. And I will notify Travis and the rest of you are here. Perfect. And I did already briefly talk to Travis because he does receive those emails. So I think he would definitely be on board. Let's see. Public surplus program. I tried to spell it out there for you. I can certainly read it, but essentially the WCCA requested that we register for this public surplus program. We asked them if it limits us to selling our surplus equipment through this agency, and it does not. We still, if Commissioner Stevens would like to continue to do our surplus auctions, that's certainly allowed. There's nothing that requires us to work with them. The advantage is if we do have items that we do want to use, it reduces the cost to any users if we're in that program. Let's see. So under the WCCA program, purchasers pay a smaller premium. So if the WCCA receives 10% of the premium paid to public surplus by the purchasers. So if Sublette County sells an item for $500, the county gets the full $500. The purchaser pays $550 to public surplus, and then public surplus pays $5 of that $50 to the WCCA.
So what's our membership? We pay the WCCA plenty. I think we got a pretty simple system myself. I just soon keep it in county.
And I look at it more as just another option that, so if they signed up, like we ever use them or not use them, we don't have to use them. That's what I asked them, and all it is another option, but it helps them for other counties that do use them, because their part of their agreement was that they was try to get all 23 counties signed on. So if we sign on to it, it helps WCCA with other counties, whether we ever use them or not use them.
So being signed on, we're not committed to anything.
We're not
We can
committed
still
to
run our auctions the way we do.
Well, maybe 22 after
Springs,
Hot
yeah.
Springs, but we'll see what they do.
I think it's done.
Is it done?
Two or maybe 6.
But, so that was the only thing. WCCA reached out to us, and I wanted to make sure there was no commitment by us signing up, and there is absolutely no commitment. It just helps in the long run. And if we ever do want to look at it, it's another option.
So if we use the number 10, we have 10 surplus vehicles. We put them there. In the meantime, we commission Commissioner Stevens to auction them off. We got that all set up, and then somebody comes along and says from WCCA, hey, I'd like that one. How do we address that issue?
So we'd probably run the auction first. If that's what we did, I wouldn't even put them here. But if we send them here, we'd say, hey, I want $500 for this vehicle, or I want $5,000 for this vehicle.
Okay.
Whatever you can get over that, that's on you.
So we set the price on everything we submit.
Yes. Just like I said, just another option, but helps the WCCA on some of their funding.
So do I have authorization to register? It's a free registration.
Please. We need a vote on it? I don't think so.
I don't think so, because we're not obligating any money or nothing else. It's just.
Agree.
So I just wanted to notify you that we did get grant portal passwords set up. Carrie had those passwords, and they're now set up between ML and me. And when we have a new county clerk, we'll push some of that back to the county clerk so that there's redundancy and authorization in those. Just an FYI. I don't imagine, I didn't get a response to anyone wanting to go on the SRS fly-in, so I'm guessing nobody wants to do that May 13th through 15th. Okay. We do have a scholarship deferral request. The student is going to be able to use the entirety of her scholarship funds in this fiscal year, but she has the opportunity to do an internship that is being handled through her school. As a result of doing the internship, she's dropping to less than full-time status, which is one of your requirements. However, they've put her on a path to continue at the same pace to graduate. And she would be able to pick up full-time status for 2 terms after, which would still be in the same fiscal year. So she's requesting to defer the originally scheduled January payment to April. And that would be the end of that would be the last 2 semesters. This fiscal year will be her last 2 semesters of use of that.
Great.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, those kids want to use it and continue education. That's what it's about, isn't it? If they got to defer, so what?
Okay. And Clayton and I met with the University of Wyoming Foundation staff, and they are looking into the potential, but we haven't heard back, of doing the invoicing to Sublette County like the other schools are doing. There is roughly $6,500 or something left in the money that we sent to them originally. And so if they're able, we ask them to continue to expend that, and perhaps we will change our criteria a little bit to better match what's happening at other organizations. But in the process, we did ask them if they could do the invoicing system rather than asking us for a lump sum of money in advance, and they are checking on that. So I don't have an answer yet, but that is in the works. And then just last but not least, I sent you guys the email about Micah potentially doing a letter on behalf of all the counties affected by the Buffalo RMP and the Rock Springs RMP, asking that there be a pause on it. I did print some of that legislation that Hageman was discussing in that, but I guess the question to you is, did you want us to do our own, or are you comfortable just letting them do it on behalf of all those counties and ask for a pause on that? The legislation says something stronger than pause. It's essentially saying something like
cease and desist.
Pretty much.
I'm fine with Micah writing a letter. He has their attention back there somewhat.
He really does. So prohibits the Bureau of Land Management from implementing, administering, or enforcing the record of decision is what the legislation says. So if you guys are good with that, we'll just proceed that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that's all I have.
Great, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next, monthly reports payroll in the amount of $1,185, $297.99.
Let me find that payroll number.
Right here.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve payroll in the amount of $1,185,297.99.
I'll second that.
And I apologize, what I gave you was the amount of the purchase journal total. I didn't read the correct number. Commissioner White read the right dollar amount. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you. Accounts payable. Now that's $1,277,000.
Oh, we got this number, right?
Yeah. 2,205,000.
$2,205,029.35. I was just gonna go through and add them, so thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve accounts payable in the amount of $2,205,029.35.
Motion made, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Catering permit, Boulder Bar Harvest for Pink.
Make a motion to approve the catering permit from Boulder Bar for the Harvest Pink Fairgrounds.
Or would you like me to sign there? Here.
Yeah.
Well, it's not in, it's right here.
Okay.
Catering permit.
We all signed this, yes.
Yeah.
That one, yes.
Okay, Assessor Layla, state
Have
assessor.
one surety bond. Have one surety bond for Mike and for Sublette County Fair Board.
Second.
Okay, treasurer's bond approval. Old business. I have some old business here pertaining to oh, it's the other phone. I have received an invitation from the LEPC to join their organization. Although I attend the meetings on a regular basis, they would like me to join. I'm willing to pass it on to someone else, though.
It's the what?
LEPC. Bless
Emergency
you.
planning.
Yeah.
Jim Mitchell, the leader of it.
Well, this one appears to be with Mr. Richard Duginski, and Jim Mitchell appears to be the Emergency Services Group. Yeah. Emergency Service Group consists of SO, Fire Department, Hospital, EMS, Public Health, School Boards, Red Cross, oil, gas, and oil producers. And then, in contrast, the LEPC remains open to the public. Certainly welcome to continue attending should you decide not to participate in a personal capacity. So if you would like me to join, we'll do it. And if not, we'll do it. LEPC, Local Emergency Planning Committee, which is different from the Sublette County Emergency Services Group. So we have two groups going. And I've been
be safe.
I've been attending the Sublette County Emergency Services Group Wednesday mornings. And then because I was fresh blood there, Mr. Duginski has reached out to me. This is probably the third time to join his organization that Sam White had been part of. And you want a representation with LEPC.
It's just a private group.
So it was formed back when there was a lot of industry going on out here, and there was potential, and the whole purpose of it was to put all your local, if there was something catastrophic that ever happened out in that field, put everybody in the same room to talk about how they would plan and collaborate between even oil companies and the sheriff's office and the hospital district, which was a healthcare district back then when it first started, but has moved into the hospital district, search and rescue, local planning, and talk about anything that's happening big out in the field that has a big potential to affect the county. So it was more, it's been a meeting just to get together and say, hey, what do you got going on Greylock? What do you got going on Blue Spruce? What do you got going Pure West? The county's involved just as far as, how would the county respond with fire service? You have different oil companies that don't want the firefighters to attack any fires out there. You got other operators out there that say, well, it's okay. You guys are trained to be able to fight the fires you can. So it's just a group to get everybody together and on the same page and talk about issues before they become
So
an
do
issue.
Shad, Casey, and those type go to these? So we really don't.
We don't need to. I mean, I always made it a secondary priority. To be honest with you, when I was chairman, I probably made one meeting, but I was still a member of it.
Well, then, I say you're our member. Go if you want.
Thank you for having such confidence and faith in me. I appreciate it. Okay, open to any public comments.
Mr. Chairman, I got some old business too.
Yes, please.
So Jeness and I was able to attend the third part of the NEPA training. This was the training. We had the first one in Saratoga. It's been about a year now. And then we had the second training here in Pinedale. And then this third training in Newcastle. And I think I got the most out of this third training just because of what's going on with the executive orders and the NEPA regs. I have a very good understanding of NEPA, a lot better than I did. NEPA was rolled out as a law in the 70s, late 70s. In 2000, the Biden administration put the CEQ in charge of interpreting those regulations and guiding all the departments on how to enforce those interpretations and guidance on how Department of Interior, Department of Ag, Department of Forest administrate their NEPA. The Trump administration had just removed the CEQ along with that Chevron deference Supreme Court ruling that happened about 2 years ago now, and said, look, these guys are not the experts in it. He put it back on all the departments to come out with their own interpretation and plan on how they're going to administrate NEPA and the processes. Not only that, he also added some timelines that they're still working through. This is pretty much hot off the press, where an EA is supposed to only take 14 days now, and an EIS is supposed to only take 21 days now. That they're still working through how that's going to affect. Don't know what's going to happen. Don't know what's going to happen with some of the cooperating agents that we sit on, as far as like Blue Spruce goes, that kind of stuff. Don't know how that's going to affect that whole process yet. Time will tell.
Okay.
Very short time, but I stand for any questions that you guys have on the NEPA, and I appreciate being able to go and represent the county at that training.
Thank you for doing it. Was it worth your time?
I think it was.
That's all that matters, Sam.
So Sam, what's your take on what's going on with Trump in situations like this?
So, and let me clarify that EA has to, and the EIS has to be tied back to oil and gas. So
Okay.
that's part of his energy initiative. Any other thing that is outside of oil and gas that has to go through an environmental assessment or a environmental impact statement through NEPA doesn't have the timelines put to it yet. So this is pretty new on it. I think when you take and look at the regulations, the way they're written in statute, as far as NEPA goes, it's going to be very challenging to come up with an environmental assessment on some projects of how much that is in 14 days. You know, I could see them maybe going a month, 30 days. I think you could get a lot done in 30 days, 14 days. I think it's going to be challenging. So I don't know. I think it's very interesting. It's a very new time. When you pull the CEQ out of NEPA regs and the guidance that they gave and the interpretations that they gave on the rules, just like the Shipley instructor said, the only thing you have now is to fall back onto what the statute says and then interpret it the best you can through statute. So I think it's going to be very interesting on how all these departments, Forest Service, they've already got a pretty decent process that they've been using. So I see them pretty much mirroring their same process with some new timelines, new page limits written into their NEPA document. BLM, I see it as the same way. BLM came out with a NEPA guide. I think there's going to be some changes to their guide on, regulating how many pages a full EIS can be, because that's part of the executive order that's coming out on it. I feel that this is a very good time for partners, local governments and state governments to get involved and stay involved with these departments. They're highly interested in working with us and getting some of our concerns brought up while they're redoing this. We're not having another department, CEQ, over here interpreting them and just ramming it down everybody's throats. I think it's exciting that we have a unique opportunity to be involved and help possibly steer some of that conversation and some of that policy that each department's going to be coming out with.
Well, I guess what I'm kind of wondering is, from what I've heard you say, a short timeline allows for more mistakes. I'll put it like that, I think. And so sometimes a little bit longer, in fact, better.
Yep, and I think most of the departments have that same sentiment, but they also have the sentiment, you know, that, hey, NEPA in the past through some departments has been used as a leverage or a tool to stop a project rather than get it done. So I think, you know, a full environmental assessment, I don't think you're going to be able to get a full environmental assessment in 14 days, but I think you can get it done in 30 days on some projects. And I think there's going to be other projects out there that says this is way too big, way too much. It's going to take more time. You know, so I think it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out, Doug. I think there's going to be a lot more to come on that, a lot more that we need to pay attention to when we can join in and you know, help at least voice concern from a local community and a commission on some of these regulations.
I can tell you 45 days ago, Blue Spruce was worried an EIS was going to kill their investor chances at all. And 10 days ago, they can't believe how fast things are going and what an improvement it's been through the BLM. So something's changed.
No, and I think like that's a perfect example of when you can, you know, we're dealing with a right of way, we're dealing with some ARC stuff, we're dealing with some other stuff that can get pushed through pretty quick, but I don't think it can get quite done in 14 days, but for an EA, I think it can get pushed through pretty quick. And even on an EA, you don't have to do a full NEPA on an EA if you do that in your assessment on it. So there's some good things that are happening there where you step back in time and take the whole record of decision for the development of the whole Pinedale anticline, where now we got over 4,000 producing wells on that Pinedale anticline. That took several years, you know, which a project like that, you're not going to be able to knock out in, you know, 14 days or 21 days for an EIS, right? That massive. And I think some of that needs to be accounted for and discussed and hopefully rolls out.
Great. Thank you for that. Did you have something you wanted to add?
No.
Received an email here just shortly from Tanya Hoffman, Chair of the Sublette County Hospital District Board of Trustees. Multiple people copied. Good evening. You're invited to attend a meet and greet for one of our CEO candidates this Friday, May 9th at either Big Piney from 10 to 12, Big Piney Library, Pinedale Library from 2 to 4 p.m. These will be informal opportunities to meet and get to know one of our finalists. There will be another visitor in the next several weeks. I'd appreciate it if you would please share with your boards, groups. I don't have everyone's email address. Look forward to seeing you there.
So then I got one other thing I'd just like to, Jeness, did I miss anything on the NEPA training that you would like to add?
No, the only thing that I might add is that one of our instructors was Joe Carboni, who was with the Council on Environmental Quality. And he is still heavily involved in all of that. And he just really wanted to express what an awesome cooperating agency relationship Wyoming has and how great it was that this training was put together for all organizations, you know, for the federal partners, for the conservation districts, counties, so on and so forth. And that knowledge that Wyoming is working together in that way has gone up to the administration. So I think that's a good outcome as well.
Thank you.
So and then I got one more thing. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you just said you had one more thing.
Well, I had one more thing. I just asked you.
Oh,
that.
okay.
This is the one more thing. So we all know that our clerk's gonna be retiring and leaving us. We don't know what's gonna happen as far as what options we're gonna have. I would like to propose to this commission that we have Jeness set in all our budget hearings and participate in all the budget. Just so at the end of the day, it might be a waste of her time, but it might not. None of us know what's gonna happen after our clerk leaves and whoever gets assigned in there. I think it'd be just good to have another set of eyes involved in that process. Jeness, would you be willing to do that?
Thank you for doing that. Do we know a move on date for County Clerk Long? Is it, I've heard several different dates currently.
July 1st is her last day, but she will be leaving June 6th, but still be in touch.
June what?
6th, but we'll still be in touch until July 1st.
Okay, so she will not be attending in-person budget meetings is,
So that is the last of the budget meeting. That will be the Friday
okay,
budget meeting, so that would be the last one.
okay,
So she will be here for all the budget meetings.
thank you. I appreciate that. Any further questions?
So
Items, yes.
once she's gone, that doesn't make our mid-June meeting. At that point, do we let them know that we need a clerk,
No,
or do we have to wait till July 1st when she's?
We have to
officially
wait
resigned?
until she hands us a letter of resignation. As soon as she hands us that letter of resignation, like Clayton spelled out, I think the chairman has 24 hours to contact GOP or to contact you and you want to keep us a rundown.
I think it's the same day. So I think you have 5 days, then once they get notified, they have 15 or something. I can't remember the timeline off the top of my head.
So we have to get a letter. It's not her missing a meeting without notice.
So there's no specific requirement that it be a letter itself. We just have to know to be able to verify that her resignation is her resignation. She's already indicated that her last day will be July 1 in the email that she sent it to all, that was her intention, but that was not official notice that she has exited the office. So it sounds like we're anticipating official notification that she has exited the office as of July 1.
Great, thank you.
Which also is a commissioner.
Okay. Any other items to address? If that's the case, we'll entertain an offer to a motion to dismiss and go home.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Aye, adjourned at 5:33, Thursday, May 6th, I think, or Tuesday, May 6th. Yeah.